Chapter 201 Luo Hao takes action, Zhang Yan is domineering. President, do you really want to accept this subordinate? Luo Hao came to Zhang Yan and asked curiously, with inexplicable emotions in his eyes. Yes. Zhang Yan nodded calmly as if he didn't notice the emotions in Luo Hao's words. It just so happens that my family lacks a maid to do housework. I think Liliana is quite suitable. Liliana is not only powerful, but also versatile in housework and good at cooking. She is a suitable candidate for a maid. In fact, Hinata and Yui Kurane are also good at cooking and are very diligent in doing housework, but their main profession is ninja, and they often have to do tasks, so they are not suitable to stay at home. Liliana, on the other hand, will follow this strong man wholeheartedly and do everything she can as long as she is loyal to him. She is a very suitable candidate for a maid. Maid, okay. Luo Hao looked at Zhang Yan deeply and said nothing more. But secretly, she had sent private messages to Yan Lingji and Yan Xingyu, telling them to keep an eye on their men, but some other bees and butterflies found opportunities. Yan Xingyu answered half shyly and half seriously that she knew. But in fact, Yan Xingyu's idea was very simple. She was too lazy to do these. She just wanted Zhang Yan to like her all the time. As for whether Zhang Yan would have many women, let Yan Lingji worry about it. Unlike Yan Xingyu, Yan Lingji did not reply immediately after receiving Luo Hao's reminder, but sent a question after a while. Sister Luo Hao, why do you care about your husband's harem? This question stumped Luo Hao. Yes, whether there are women behind Zhang Yan, how many girls there are, what does it have to do with her? Luo Hao didn't know how to answer. At this time, Liliana used flying magic to come to her and Zhang Yan, and greeted them cautiously, you, the new demon king, the martial arts king. Liliana was still very confused about Waban's request for her to be loyal to Zhang Yan. She didn't understand what Waban meant at all, why he inexplicably sent to the God Slayer who appeared. However, this did not prevent her from taking the initiative to come to Zhang Yan to say hello. After all, this was the new God Slayer, the new Demon King. She had no intention of offering her loyalty directly. Although Zhang Yan was very handsome, she was not crazy about him. She still had to decide her loyalty based on her chivalry. However, she did not understand Zhang Yan's domineering. Liliana, I know you. She looked at Liliana seriously. She had silver hair, a heroic and capable temperament, but she was beautiful. She was a good girl. Zhang Yan nodded with satisfaction. You, the maid, I accept it. Liliana. Although I know that demon kings are very domineering, for example, the oldest King Li just now sent her to the handsome new king in front of him. But this new king is too domineering, he actually announced that he would accept her and asked her to be a maid? Liliana is a brave knight, how can she be a maid? This matter must be fought. But before she could speak, Zhang Yan stretched out a finger and touched her brow. Immediately afterwards, she felt a powerful force flowing through her body. This is it. Liliana's eyes widened in surprise. She could feel that the spiritual power in her body was constantly growing. Not only that, she also had many more methods of using magic in her mind, each of which was stronger than the magic she had learned before. This is a gift from me to you. Zhang Yan retracted his hand with a smile on his face. He just tried the power of blessing, and the effect was not bad. Liliana's original strength, if ranked in the Union, should be level 3 or 4, but now she can definitely enter level 5, and she is a strong one. Next, I want to take a good look at this world with Luo Hao. I'll assign you a task, take the bronze black cross to help Waban. When it's done, I will take you away from this world and appreciate the scenery of the heavens and the worlds. After assigning Liliana a task, Zhang Yan turned to Luo Hao and said, Luo Hao, let's go. Okay, President. Luo Hao glanced at Liliana and nodded obediently. The next moment, the two disappeared. It was not until this time that Liliana came back to her senses and puffed up her mouth in anger. What, you are talking to yourself like this? The Demon King is amazing. Although she was angry, Liliana was actually more surprised. She was surprised by Zhang Yan's attitude towards Luo Hao, the leader who was known as the strongest god killer, and Luo Hao's address to Zhang Yan. Mr. President. It seems that Waban also called Zhang Yan that. So, Zhang Yan is the leader of a certain force and Waban and Luo Hao are also counselors of this force, and their positions are still below Zhang Yan? From this point of view, if she can follow Zhang Yan, it may still be an opportunity. Considering this, she decided to complete the task assigned by Zhang Yan. At this time, in the Naruto world, in Konoha village, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought again for a weird reason. Susanoo. Wooden man technique. Complete Susanoo. Really thousands of hands. Rin-Egan, Chibaku Tensei. Ah, you are breaking the rules. Watching the two big Buddhas fighting again, the ninjas from all villages in Konoha village were trembling with fear. Those ninja villages with tailed beasts felt it even more obviously. Why? Because the power displayed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was even stronger than the tailed beasts, and much stronger. Now, countless people began to understand why Senju Hashirama was called the god of the ninja world, and Uchiha Madara was called the Shura of the ninja world. Why it is said that these two people ended the Warring States period, and even if they wanted to, they could unify the ninja world. They really have this power when they unite. Even any one of them has this power. And now, they have indeed united, and there is another Zhang Yan who is even more powerful than you and them, and Zhang Yan has many helpers behind him who are more powerful than them, and even Zhang Yan's spiritual beast is more powerful than them. Who can stop such power? The gap is too big. Who? In a residential area somewhere, watching all this, the leaders of the various shadow villages gathered together, all showed solemn expressions. Underscore. Chapter 202. The major ninja villages are planning to form an alliance. Please subscribe. In the Naruto world, in a house somewhere in Konoha village, the new 5th generation Mizukage Mei Terumi, the 4th generation Reikage AI, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Onoki, and the successive Kazekages who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and other village cages looked at each other in silence. It was not until the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara came to an end that Onoki said with a sigh, "Hashirama-sama, Madara-sama, you are still so powerful." No, it's even more powerful than before. Onoki is an old antique who survived the Warring States period, so he knows very well how powerful the god of Ninja World and the Shura of Ninja World are. At least his understanding of these two is deeper than that of the cages of other villages in the same period. Of course, there are people who feel more deeply than him. Then such as the first generation of cage of each major ninja village. Once Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara join forces, no one in the ninja world can resist them. The first generation Tsuchikage Ishikawa nodded in the state of impure world reincarnation, confirming what days of the Tensei Onoki said. Not only him, but also the first generation Reikage, the first generation Mizukage, and the first generation Kazekage actually agree with this statement. At the beginning, except for the one-tailed Shikaku, which was sealed in the Wind Country from the beginning, the other 8-tailed beasts were taken down by Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. Note that it was not that they led people to take them down, but that the two of them acted separately and took down the 9-tailed beasts with their extremely strong power. It was their actions that made other countries worried and afraid, and they frantically imitated the Fire Country and established ninja villages to seek the power to protect themselves. But in fact, at that time, the cages of ninja villages in various places were not sure that they could resist Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara. If Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were willing to join forces at that time, plus the power of the 8-tailed beasts, it would not be difficult to unify the entire world. But no one expected that at this critical juncture, Hashirama Senju planned to keep only the 9 tails and give the other 7-tailed beasts to the major ninja villages. The reason was that he didn't want any more wars and casualties. He wanted to use the tailed beasts to balance and make the ninja world peaceful. Because of his decision, Madara Uchiha was dissatisfied, and finally the two of them went their separate ways. And this is also the reason for the subsequent ninja world wars. Hashirama Senju overlooked one point, that the resources of the Land of Fire are far richer than those of the other 4 countries combined. When the difference in interests appears, ambition will appear without absolute strength to suppress it. So when Hashirama Senju was in power, the war broke out. But none of this matters now. The current situation is that a brilliant 5th generation Zhang Yan has appeared in Konoha village. This Zhang Yan is more powerful than Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara combined. Not only that, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are about to be resurrected and become Zhang Yan's subordinates. Considering the strength of Konoha in all aspects. Well, this absolute gap in strength is something that people cannot resist at all. Not to mention, the successive cages of the major ninja villages are also in the hands of Zhang Yan. In terms of strength, they are completely inferior. Even more, Zhang Yan has mastered his weaknesses. The most important thing is that after Zhang Yan was founded, his significance to the ninja world, the changes he brought to the ninja world, and the benefits he brought to him are far beyond their imagination. Who would want to sing a different tune? No one. My Kirigakure will definitely support Master Zhang Yan. The bloody reality made everyone present silent. The Kirigakure's first Mizukage, Byakuren, glanced at the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, and had other ideas. In fact, we don't have the power or reason to resist, right? Then I wonder what the first Mizukage thinks. The first Kazekage Retsu narrowed his eyes. He was very curious about what this old rival wanted to do. Bai Lian did not rush to express his opinion, but continued, as far as I know, the Senjua clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Hyuga clan all plan to send their own daughters to marry Lord Zhang Yan. Not only that, the daimyo of small countries such as the Snow Country and the Field Country also plan to send princesses to marry. In the future ninja world, there will only be one country and one daimyo. In the future, there will only be one ninja village and one shadow. And this daimyo and shadow is Lord Zhang Yan. The future of the ninja world has become different, and the goal is the heavens and the worlds. If we want to seek benefits for our village and country in the distant future, then the relationship with Lord Zhang Yan is very important. Speaking of this, Bai Lian paused, and suddenly turned to Mei Terumi and asked, God, I wonder if you are willing to sacrifice yourself for the Hidden Mist village. Lord Bai Lian, the sacrifice you are referring to, is it? Ming Terumi's face became a little ugly, she already understood what Bai Lian meant. Marriage. At this moment, Bai Lian finally exposed his thoughts and uttered two words. That's right, marriage. He wanted Mei Terumi to marry Zhang Yan on behalf of Kirigakure, so that the people of Water Country and Kirigakure could be treated equally to the greatest extent. Even the Senjua family and Hyuga family and some daimyos of other countries were planning to marry Zhang Yan, so Kirigakure couldn't be a step behind. Marriage. Bai Lian's idea provided ideas for everyone present. Yes, the unification of the ninja world is an irresistible torrent. Hashirama Senjua and Madara Uchiha would meet everyone every day, and they had long understood the hidden meaning behind this. This is a deterrent. Now they should not think about resistance anymore, but should change their thinking. The future will definitely be Zhang Yan's world, and if they want to get benefits, they must start from him. Marriage seems to be a good way. Xiao Dai, please let me think about it. Mei Terumi did not refuse directly. She is a smart person, so she knows the benefits of marriage. As the fifth Mizukage, she is also willing to sacrifice for the village. And if she can marry Zhang Yan, it is still the dream of many women. However, Mei Terumi often fantasizes about the wedding and her other half, and has a special obsession with this aspect. So I don't want to get involved in the interests. Mei Terumi was silent, but the other cages were all angry. The fourth Kazekage Raza made the decision to let his daughter Temari marry. The fourth Raikage AI thought of his secretary Samui. Samui's figure is definitely good enough, and her skin is white. Although he doesn't have any ideas, she is recognized as the first goddess in the Hidden Cloud Village. Let this marriage definitely represent the attitude of the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, the Hidden Mist Village is planning to send the current Mizukage, and the Hidden Sand Village Kazekage is planning to send his daughter, so why should we send the village flower as a representative? Like the Raikage, the 2-day scale Onoki also plans to send the village flower, who is also his granddaughter, Kuratsuki. When Zhang Yan was completely unaware, all the major cage villages paid attention to the marriage. Chapter 203 Aizen's Harvest. Please subscribe. Sir, I agree to this. Mei Terumi didn't think for long and agreed to the proposal of the first Mizukage. In addition to the spirit of sacrificing for existence, Mei Terumi also considered that she had reached the right age to marry, and if she delayed any longer, she would become a leftover woman. Well, the latter may be the key point. Ming Terumi, who was looking forward to getting married, thought carefully and found that Zhang Yan was young, handsome and the most powerful person in the world. She represented the Hidden Mist Village and had the opportunity to marry this man as the 5th generation Mizukage. The opportunity came, so grab it. As for sharing it with other women, that's not a big deal. Recently, the major ninja villages have received quite a lot of information from all aspects. Resurrection, immortality, eternal youth, immortality. These words are circulating in Konoha, from the mouth of that man. And to get all of this, including strength, all you need is merit. And how do you get merit? All the heavens and the worlds. What is a small pond in the world of Naruto? The world is the real stage. Mei Terumi knew what the real point was. If she could become Zhang Yan's woman, it would only benefit herself and Wu Ying. Of course, the main reason was that she was really interested in Zhang Yan. She had also seen Zhang Yan's strength with her own eyes. Very good. Bai Lian thought that Mei Terumi's decision was very accurate. He nodded with satisfaction, this is a correct decision. After all, no one can imagine his future achievements. If you are the harem, our entire Wu Ying, including the water country, will be your dowry. The life and death of Bai Lian and others were in the hands of Zhang Yan, and they could not betray Zhang Yan at all. But apart from that, their personality, thinking, etc. were not bound, and they still had their own considerations. The village was their lifelong effort. Even if it was going to perish, they were eager to change the village. Seeing that Wu Ying had already taken action, the other ninja villages were no longer hiding, and they all asked people to pass on their intentions. The meaning of being a ninja village was very unified. They chose to completely submit to the Dakian established by Zhang Yan. The major countries also announced their dissolution. And Kuratsuki represented Iwakage village, Terumi Mei represented Kirigakure village, Samui represented Kumigakure village, and Temari represented Sand village, and married into Zhang Yan's harem. From now on, everyone will fight and compete reasonably. And having someone in the harem is his way to seek fairness. The Konoha village suddenly became turbulent again. At the same time, in the super-dimensional guild group, a piece of news from Aizen shocked everyone. Aizen, the head of the guild, Zhang Yan, said, I'm running away. The person you are talking about is very strong. I am no match for him at all. In the pirate world, Zhang Yan, who was chatting with Luo Hao, paused. President Zhang Yan? President Zhang Yan, you mean I'm? You are not his match. Izome said, I have already opened the third fusion state of the collapsing jade, but it is slightly inferior to his, so I plan to retreat. President Zhang Yan, your third fusion state of the collapsing jade is still slightly inferior to her? From this point of view, the owner of the Void Throne is indeed interesting. Zhang Yan touched his chin subconsciously. This is a habitual action he would do when he encounters a prey that he is extremely interested in. One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, these three world-derived anime are extremely popular in his previous life. The power system among them is generally recognized to be ranked as Death, Fire, and Sea. But in fact, Bleach has a bad ending, Naruto and One Piece are both serialized, and it is hard to say to what extent the combat power will soar in the future. Just like the Dragon Ball world. The Otsutsuki clan has already appeared in the Naruto world, and this Otsutsuki clan has laid out the universe, and it does not seem to be a simple clan. And the One Piece world. The four emperors are so strong, and there are also revolutionaries exists, but the evil celestial dragons are still alive and well, and there are the three admirals in the navy such as Garp who are accomplices, which makes him doubt the strength of the celestial dragons for a time. It is really hard to say what the final combat power of these three worlds will be. And I'm, as far as he knows, is above the five elders and is the master of the Void Throne. He appeared in the deepest part of Marijoa between flowers. After appearing, the five elders, who originally represented the highest power of the world government, also had to kneel down and worship him, obey his orders, and erase the light of history. To use such a status, you must also have the same strength. In a world like pirates, who will come back to care about you if you don't have strength? So when Aizen was making a fortune in Asia, he warned him in advance, so he was extremely careful of this person. In the end, they still fought. Could it be that this person noticed Aizen? Zhang Yan thought it was unlikely. With Aizen's spiritual personality and means, he would never be discovered. Unless I'm has some special means. But Aizen can be almost the same as I'm just by opening the third state of Hojiaku fusion. This person's means should not be that powerful. So there is only one answer. President Zhang Yan, Aizen, did you get the devil fruit? Aizen must have tried to test I'm after getting the devil fruit. Aizen said that the natural fruit is useless. This kind of fruit, once discovered, even the celestial dragons will use it immediately, and they will give it to their subordinates if they don't eat it themselves. But I got a lot of animal fruits and superhuman fruits, including 54 animal fruits and 21 superhuman fruits. President Zhang Yan, sure enough, after you got the devil fruit, you couldn't help but test it. Aizen said, of course, nothing can be hidden from the president. I just tested this high-ranking celestial dragon. I found that her strength can be ranked 8th in the Union, but in the Holy Land Maria, she can burst out the 9th level of strength, and recover quickly, and she is immune to my hypnosis, so I retreated first. Is that so? Zhang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that I should not use the devil fruit, but practice different methods from the Navy 6 styles, and should have similar domain power. Or there may be something similar to the formation in the Holy Land Maria. However, these things will be explored when he plans to dominate the pirate world in the future. Now we should focus on the division of spoils. President Zhang Yan, Eisen, give me half of each fruit. I don't care about the category. You can study the rest or exchange it for Dakian merit. Will Eisen give me points? President Zhang Yan, if it is points, then a unified price should be set. After all, it will be circulated in the Union. Iron Man Tony, ahem, now it's my Uncle Tony's turn to appear. Chapter 204. 4 new members join. Please subscribe. Wukang Li Yulai, what do I see? Sun Ce, so many devil fruits? Greedy. Gurul Yuden, are devil fruits useful to me? Can they make me stronger? Yellow-haired good man, can devil fruits help me defeat Eisen? Eisen, I see you want to eat, p. Great Witch Wan, if the side effects can be kicked out, the devil fruit, like the god of killing and disobedience, can also become a necessary way to improve. After taking the devil fruit, you will have the weakness of fearing sea water and sea stone. The devil fruit is unpalatable, which is also a small weakness. But if these 3 weaknesses are useless, then swallowing the devil fruit will become a necessary way for many people to enhance their strength. At that time, the devil fruit is like a low-profile version of the magical fruit. President Zhang Yan, so everyone can pay 500 points to go to the pirate world to find the devil fruit. This is also a way to earn points and enhance strength. President Zhang Yan, because this world is the benefit brought by Whitebeard, every time you get a devil fruit, I suggest that 1/10 of the harvest be given to him. Eisen, I want to give you a good harvest. Gajan Ruri, I agree. Vice President Su Hangxiu, I think it's okay. Zhang Yan's proposal was quickly passed unanimously. After all, there is Whitebeard in the world of pirates. Just like everyone wants to go to the world of god slayers to kill gods, they should give Luo Hao and Waban some benefits. Going to the world of pirates to find resources should also give Whitebeard some benefits. Only in this way can it be conducive to the unity of Union members. I have many sons of Whitebeard, thank you, President and everyone, I will be disrespectful to refuse these points. Iron Man Tony, then let Uncle Tony decide the points. I am good at this. As the most outstanding businessman in the Union. At least Tony himself thinks so. He thinks that the trade can be left to him. President Zhang Yan, okay, you discuss with Hangxiu and set a charter. I believe that the Union should add a trading platform in the future, and it will be more fair at that time, but before that, we can decide for ourselves. Zhang Yan didn't plan to take care of the trivial matters of the Union, so he left it to Su Hangxiu to handle. Otherwise, what's the value of the Vice President's work? Vice President Su Hangxiu, okay, President. Iron Man Tony, oh, but speaking of the Union's new functions, the Union hasn't had new members for a long time, right? It's well known that a new function can be enabled if there are not 5 members in the Union. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since Bibi Dong joined the Union, and there have been no new members. Iron Man Tony, Uncle Tony is tired of seeing familiar faces in the Union every day. Kashumajayaka Utah. The old man is the Marquis. Luo Hao. President Zhang Yan, since Tony, you are all ready, how about I kick you out of the Union? Wukang Li Yulai, 100% follow the President's steps. Tang family mistress, 100% follow the President's steps. The first Emperor Yingzheng, 100% follow the President's steps. Iron Man Tony, no, President, it's wrong to abuse your power. Tony was furious. If he left the Union, wouldn't his life be missing the greatest fun? The Union members are so cute, they talk nicely, and they give him loving encouragement from time to time. He likes it here very much. President Zhang Yan, you said, although I have privileges, I can't abuse them. Zhang Yan's answer made Tony feel relieved. But the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. President Zhang Yan, how about this, I will initiate a vote. As long as there is one person who opposes, I will not propose Tony. What do you think? I am the Marquis, follow the President's steps 100%. I vote to kick him out. Mei Changsu, follow the Master's steps 100%. I vote to kick him out. Kruo, follow the Master's steps 100%. The Lord of the Earth kicks him out. Yan Lingji, follow the husband's steps 100%, I vote to kick him out. Yin Xingyu, follow my man's steps 100%, I also vote to kick him out. Eisens. Yellow-haired good man, Eisen, it's rare that we have a unified opinion. Sakurajima Mai, Mr. Shitbig, take care. BB Dong, goodbye. Iron Man Tony. I have many white-bearded sons, Gulala, it's so funny, Mr. Tony, if you still want to please me, maybe I can cast a vote against it. Gajan Ruri, ahem, although the Iron Man suit doesn't enhance this fallen angel much, it's not impossible to wear it. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, oh the suit? It's not impossible to consider it. Sun Ce, ahem, give me a set of fighting spirit, I'm invincible in the three kingdoms, right? The first Emperor Ying Zheng, I think this point can also be considered. Tony. Looking at the various people in the Union, his heart was so tired. Someone in the Union kicked someone when he was down. Someone took the opportunity to ask for benefits. Someone was hinting openly. Someone changed his position at that moment, yes, I'm talking about you, the arrogant and poisonous Kashuma Jayaka Utah. In order not to be kicked out of the Union, he, Tony, was a big shit, ugh, it was Tony Stark, and he could only accept exploitation. Iron Man Tony, Mr. President, I gave you a red envelope for the iron suit I recently developed. President Zhang Yan, oh, not bad, I can have one more collection. Since Tony is so obedient, the joke of kicking out of the Union ends here. What a joke! Everyone was complaining in their hearts. In the end, Zhang Yan got the upper hand. Ah! Tony sighed. He still missed the time when Sun Ce, Tang Jiaxiao-san, Kurosaki Ichigo and others were courting death with him. But now, Sun Ce has become Ying Zheng's younger brother and is following Zhang Yan. Kurosaki Ichigo was scared because of Aizen's conspiracy. Tang Jiaxiao-san also disappeared because of BB Dong's existence. He is so lonely. Can't someone share the joys and sorrows with him? Ding! System prompt. Queen of the Divine Tongue. Sun Wukong. Super S Fighting Maniac. Think of a second punch. Join the Union. _ Chapter 205 The Spirit of Spring Gospel for Foodies. Please subscribe. Ding! System prompt. Queen of the Divine Tongue. Sun Wukong. Super S Fighting Maniac. Think of a second punch. Join the Union. The system prompt sounded, making the originally lively Union chat group strangely quiet, but then it became even more lively. Yellow-haired good man, Yahoo, newcomers are here, welcome, welcome. Vice President Su Hangxiu, welcome newcomers, welcome newcomers. Mai Sakurajima, welcome newcomers. BB Dong, finally, newcomers joined me, not bad. Iron Man Tony, haha, Uncle Tony's wish has come true halfway. Wukong Li Yulai, what is Mr. Shitbig's wish? It's rare to develop gay friends in the Union. Iron Man Tony, Uncle Tony is a straight man, and if he wants to develop, he will develop women, how can he develop gay friends? Greyhara AI, so Mr. Shitbig is planning to extend his magic claws to the female members of the Union? Zayas Haikyushiu, terrible, I didn't expect you to be such an Iron Man. Don't you know that the female members of the Union are the reserve camp of the President's harem? Yan Lingji? Yin Xingyu? Wan Wan? Luo Hao? BB Dong? President Zhang Yan, Miss Zayas Haikyu, do you have a deep understanding? Then why don't you sleep with me today? Raising eyebrows to hint. Zayas Haikyushiu, President, you finally stopped hiding your philanthropic heart. Everyone has seen it. Pay more attention in the future. President Zhang Yan, I'm bored now. I'll come here to teach you in person and let you understand the importance of silence. Kashuma Jayaka Utah. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, who was exploring an ancient tomb, was a little confused. Zhang Yan wanted to find her, how could he find her? Even if Zhang Yan was powerful, it appeared in front of him in less than a thought. Just when she was confused, the system prompt sounded suddenly, you have an unread message. What? Zai's Hikiyoshiu subconsciously opened it, and then found that it was a red envelope sent by Zhang Yan. Red envelope, is it to please me and let me be lenient? Humph, you really want to pick up the female members of the union, my beloved president. With a hint of pride, Zai's Hikiyoshiu clicked the accept button. Then she found that a kunao with carved patterns appeared in her hand out of thin air. Before she could figure out what was going on, the kunao suddenly shone brightly, and then the strange patterns on the kunao seemed to come alive, spreading to her wrist, carving a tattoo mark. What is this? Zai's Hikiyoshiu reached out to wipe the mark, but found that it could not be wiped off. This is the Flying Thunder God mark. Just then, a voice suddenly appeared, scaring Kazuma Jayakashiu, who thought she had encountered a Zongzi. President? President? Looking in the direction of the voice, Kazuma Jayakashiu was surprised to find that Zhang Yan was actually looking at her not far away, with an inexplicable smile on his face. That smile made her instinctively a little timid. President, why are you here? As soon as she asked, Kazuma Jayakashiu wanted to hit her head. Zhang Yan appeared here, of course, because of her previous provocation in the Union group. As for how Zhang Yan found her, of course it was because of the Flying Thunder God mark. President, I can apologize. I don't accept apologies, I just accept apology gifts. Apology gifts, what do you want? What is the most precious thing for senior sister? Senior sister? Zhen? That, original black silk, Pay some interest for now, Kazuma Jayaka, you are right, you are my harem reserve, remember your position in the future, think before you speak, otherwise I will not be polite. This is the law. Breaking the law? I am the law. Kazuma Jayaka Utah. Should I say, why does this bastard look so charming? At the same time, in the Union group, Gakage Ruri, Kazuma Jayaka is silent. My Sakurajima, tisk tisk tisk, 3 seconds of silence to express friendship. Yinzing Yu, your friendship is really good. Ling Menjian, I have a feeling that you will regret it. My Sakurajima? Vice President Su Hangxiu, I also have an inexplicable premonition. Haha. Yan Lingji, stop going off topic. I feel like my husband doesn't have time to entertain them now. Let's welcome the newcomers who have just joined the union. Welcome everyone. My name is Yan Lingji. I'm the wife of the president. You should have read the memory copy and the union announcement and have some understanding of the union, right? Vice President Su Hangxiu, Yan, although you are the wife of the president, you can't take away my job as vice president, I hint. Yan Lingji, okay, I'll leave it to you. Queen of the Divine Tongue, ahem that, everyone, the union announcement and the memory copy, are they all true? Wukeng Li Yulai, she's a polite newcomer. Don't worry, they're all true. By the way, is the newcomer a queen? Bibi Dong, queen, I wonder how she compares to me, the Pope and the Empress. Queen of the Divine Tongue, ahem Bibi Dong? The one from the Soul Ring world? No, there's no queen, what's so shameful? Food Wars world, in a large bedroom in a luxurious villa. Wearing purple pajamas and with her golden hair hanging down naturally, Irina Kishikari's fair cheeks flushed. She is just a little chef, and she is far behind Bibi Dong, the youngest titled Soul Ring Master in history, the youngest Pope of the Spirit Hall, and the woman who founded the Spirit Empire. The 10th seat of the Divine Tongue, I'll change my name first. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to join such a magical place. Sun Ce, you are a newcomer and it's easy for you to accept reality. The Queen of the Divine Tongue, I am just rational, wise and intelligent. After all, the incredible things like a guild and a chat group appearing in my mind have proved many worlds. I look at the memory copy again, and of course I believe it more. Of course, if there is a memory copy about me, maybe I will believe it more. Vice President Su Hangxiu, tisk, it's true. Irina, you are one of the people I look forward to joining after I joined the guild. Su Hangxiu wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth. In her previous life, as a home girl, she was also a foodie. The spirit of aphrodisiac, a lucky star for foodies. _ Chapter 206 Don't look down on the cook can be very strong. Yan Lingji, Sister Han Shui has always been thinking about the people who want to join, is this newcomer very important? Luo Hao, interesting, is it another powerful female member? Why don't we fight in the simulation training ground? The 10th seat of the Divine Tongue, don't take it as a joke, Sister Luo Hao, I'm just an ordinary little woman. Screenshot, I am only level 1 in the Union. Ling Menjian. So what is so great about this newcomer that makes you so obsessed with him, Hangxiu? Vice President Su Hangxiu, hey, you traveled through time early, it's normal that you don't know. Ling Menjian. Why does this sound like you are cursing me to die early? Vice President Su Hangxiu, imagination, illusion. The first Emperor Ying Zheng, I am also very curious. Sun Ce, Your Majesty, it's wonderful to see you in the group chat, how can you be free? The first Emperor Ying Zheng, with the help of the President, I have completely mastered the Qin state. I have also learned from the President to create the military cabinet and the cabinet, leaving small matters to my subordinates to handle, and only handling national affairs. In addition, I have the help of luck to inspect the Great Qin area, and there are shadow secret guards and Luoang to secretly assist in the inspection. I am not afraid of anyone having a rebellious heart, so I naturally have plenty of time to serve the group. Sun Ce, I envy His Majesty the First Emperor so much. I wonder when I will have this day. The First Emperor Ying Zheng, joining the Union is only a matter of time. When the time comes, I will destroy the Han dynasty and rebuild Sun Wu as the Emperor. Naturally, I can be like me. Ying Zheng has been in the Union for some time, and has learned about his and Qin's future from some group members. He achieved unification, but the Qin dynasty died in the second generation. If Xiang Yu became the emperor in the end, he could barely accept it by comparison. After all, Xiang Yu was also a noble of the Chu state, and he, Ying Zheng, also had the blood of the Chu state, so he was still a family member. But Liu Bang, a small ruffian, dared to steal the 9 provinces' artifacts. This was something he could not tolerate. And the Han dynasty was the country founded by Liu Bang, and it was also the dynasty that Sun Ce overthrew now. Ying Zheng said he was happy to help. Sun Ce, I will work hard, His Majesty the First Emperor. The 10th seat of God's Tongue, the boss is so scary, he talks about countries and destroying countries. Tang Family Mistress, the boss is so scary. Greyfield AI, the boss is so scary. Wan Wan, the boss is so scary. President Zhang Yan, the boss is so scary. Mei Changsu, the boss, seems to have sneaked in something strange. Vice President Su Hangxiu, President, you are the real boss, okay. Su Hangxiu was speechless, and everyone was also madly complaining in their hearts. Kashumajayaka Utah, besides, with your strength level, waving your hand to destroy the world, and aiming to conquer all the heavens and worlds, aren't the first emperor and Sun Ce just minor fights? The first emperor Ying Zheng. Sun Ce. Minor fights, minor fights. President Zhang Yan? I haven't left yet. Kashumajayaka Utah, I was wrong. She had to admit her mistake. Zhang Yan was a man who did whatever he wanted, and she couldn't resist him. President Zhang Yan, well, don't go off topic. Welcome newcomers. God's Tongue 10th seat, you are Arena Kirigiri, right? God's Tongue 10th seat, meet the President. Seeing the President appear, Arena Kirigiri's heart was lifted. This guild is so magical, and the power of many worlds in those memory copies is so strong, and many members with interests are also among them, such as Eisen and Whitebeard. To be the president of these people, Zhang Yan's strength and power are beyond doubt, and she naturally dare not disrespect them. He knows that Zhang Yan and others can travel through the world. If they get angry and go to his world to make trouble, I'm afraid no one can stop them. She, Arena Kirigiri, will lower her posture for world peace. President Zhang Yan, it's really you, then I know, Hangxiu turned out to be a foodie. Yinxing Yu, foodie, I'm a foodie too, I like to eat. But why did you, my husband, conclude that the vice president is a foodie from a newcomer? The 10th seat of the Divine Tongue, this, probably because I'm a chef, right? The first Emperor Ying Zheng, chef? Cook? Chef. Ying Zheng frowned slightly, with a little contempt in his heart, but it was just a little contempt. In ancient times, there was a saying that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, which shows the low status of the chef. But since joining this union, Ying Zheng knew that everything is possible in the world. Even tomb robbers can become so powerful, so chefs may not be impossible, so he did not show contempt in his heart. Everyone is the same in this regard. But some people say something completely different from what they think. Iron Man Tony, what? The newcomer who joined is just a chef. So it seems that he is just an ordinary person like Kazumajayaka Utah and Miss Gajin Ruri. I am a marquis, it is really disappointing. It would be great if it was a place with strong power or special power. The Godslayer world, the pirate world, the grave robber world, when the value of these three worlds was developed, the Union members were looking forward to the new world brought by the new members. Even if it is not the Godslayer world, a profitable world like the grave robber world is also very good for them, with one more way to develop. But a chef's world can't be that strong, right? Looking at the suddenly quiet atmosphere in the Union, Irina Kirigiri suddenly felt a little lost. In her world, powerful chefs have everything, such as her grandfather Kirigiri Senseiman, who can directly influence the politics of the island country. Politics and economy, it has a pivotal position in the world. In her world, chefs are the ladder to heaven. But after witnessing such a magical world in the Union memory copy, she also found that her identity as a chef was too ordinary, right? But at this moment, Zhang Yan spoke. President Zhang Yan, do you mean to look down on chefs? Let's not talk about anything else. There is a god of food in the Yanhuang mythology. The god of food in the heaven has to cook dragon liver and phoenix gall, divine birds and beasts. What do you think his strength is? President Zhang Yan, there are also strange worlds with strange gourmet cells. Powerful chefs are all gourmet hunters. Even the sea kings in the pirate world are just the most ordinary ingredients. God's tongue Irina, you have such a talent. By the way, I have been curious about the food in your world for a long time. Chapter 207. Thanks for the invitation, Sea Level Heroes, Fighting Monsters. Please subscribe. Luo Hao, sure enough, I knew it. Greybara AI, sure enough, I knew it. Sakura Jimamai, sure enough, I knew it. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, sure enough, I knew it. This Pope Bibidong, sure enough. This Pope will not be a repeater. After tomb raiding, even chefs are a ladder to heaven. Iron Man Tony, even if a beggar joins in the future, I believe he is a strong man. President Zhang Yan, many fantasy masters like to play beggars when they have nothing to do. Pay attention, it is a strong man who destroys several universes with one thought. I have many white-bearded sons, Gulala, Dad is shocked. President Zhang Yan, normal operation, who can figure out the mind of the strong. Let's get back to the topic, God's tongue 10th seat, Miss Irina, I wonder if you are willing to make me something delicious. I have longed for the food in your world. Seeing Zhang Yan herself, Irina, who was lying on the bed and silently browsing some residual live videos, immediately cheered up. Now she has a deeper understanding of his privileges and strength over Zhang Yan. At the same time, she also has an understanding of the composition of the Union members. For example, Sun Si and Ying Zheng will be Zhang Yan's younger brothers, country, in name in the future. For example, Mei Changsu is Zhang Yan's minister, Groudon is Zhang Yan's spiritual beast, Yan Lingji and Yin Xingyu are Zhang Yan's women. This person's power, influence and strength are all the first in the Union, and the relationship must be maintained well. Especially the gourmet cell mentioned by Zhang Yan, she is very interested. Joining such a union, she naturally won't think of just being an ordinary chef again. God's tongue 10th seat, if the president wants to eat it, of course there is no problem. After it is done, you can send it through the red envelope function, right? President Zhang Yan, that's right. Of course I won't bother you. According to Ms. Irina's identity and status in your world, the charge for this dish should be very high. How about this, I will give 100 points to buy this tasting opportunity. If the taste is better than I expected, maybe we can cooperate for a long time. I can pay the long-term fee as soon as I appear, such as a devil fruit. Zhang Yan never denied that he is a real foodie, or he has no time. If he can get a gourmet cell and optimize it, he will definitely not hesitate. If people live in this world, if time has no meaning, then experiencing different scenery, making different friends, and enjoying different food are his greatest pursuits. The food in the Food Wars world looks so delicious, of course he wants to try it. But he doesn't plan to be a chef. He looks down on it, but he is simply not interested. If he has that time, he would rather find a few more chefs who can cook for himself. Now he asked Irina to cook, which was also a core. Irina, the tongue of God, I will show my best state and make a killer dish. Seeing the conditions offered by Zhang Yan, Irina was extremely excited, and her eyes burst into a brilliant light. She took out her mobile phone and called her secretary, Fishazi. Hello, Fishazi, come to my villa immediately, and mobilize your relationship to send the best ingredients. I want to make butter lobster, lobster cheese macaroni, and lobster pasta. One of the main dishes that Irina is best at is lobster. She decided to make these. She believed that Zhang Yan, a descendant of Yan Huang, would be able to eat them. Whether it was 100 points or devil fruit, she was determined to get it. She read the pirate memory copy, and she knew very well what devil fruit meant, and she knew even more how rare this opportunity was. Devil fruit can provide people with special abilities and increase physical energy. Even if it is resold, it will be worth a lot of points. With points, you have everything in this union. As for the taste of the devil fruit, Irina already knew that points can cause side effects, including unpalatable taste, so she was not afraid at all. Bang! Irina pushed open the door fiercely, without even changing her pajamas, and walked towards the kitchen at home with a determined look. In the corridor, Alice Aski had just returned from Northern Europe and was chatting with her grandfather Aski Senseiman. Irina's behavior surprised them, and they looked at each other for a while. What happened? Irina actually showed such a strong fighting spirit? Could it be that Irina knew I was back and was afraid of me? Alice thought narcissistically. Unlike him, Aski Sentimon's eyes flashed with an inexplicable luster. This kind of fighting spirit is rare, too rare. While Irina was preparing food, the union became very lively because of Zhang Yan's speech. Yan Lingji, my husband, is the food made by Miss Irina really that delicious? Yan Lingji was very surprised. The value of the devil fruit was not much. Whether Zhang Yan used it himself, gave it to his subordinates to win their hearts, or sold it in the union, he could gain a lot. But now, for a mere food, he actually took out such a valuable item? Although it was a long-term business, Yan Lingji also found it incredible. It's not that he didn't believe Zhang Yan's vision, he was just surprised that Irina's food was really that delicious. Vice President Su Hangxiu, Yan Yan, to be honest, if I have a devil fruit that I can't use, I would also like Miss Irina to be my long-term chef. As long as the food made by Irina can be as good as the world she lives in, it is definitely worth it. President Zhang Yan, for foodies, gourmets, it is definitely worth it. Iron Man Tony, Tony, have eaten all the food in the Marvel world, and I really don't believe that food can be so valuable. Luo Hao, I can't believe it either. Eisen is trying and testing, and there should be some concerns. When the results come out, we can also try it. Yellow-haired good man, Eisen, I agree with you more and more now. President Zhang Yan, okay, the process of waiting for food is long, so let's welcome the other 3 newcomers now. Wukong, I wonder which son Wukong is it? Battle Maniac, this is hard to say, can you tell me your name? Throw the second punch, it won't be Saitama? Thinking of throwing the second punch, do you know me, President? So you invited me? Thank you for the invitation, C-class heroes are fighting monsters, _ Chapter 208 Tony, I'm finally not alone again. Please subscribe. President Zhang Yan, it's really you, Saitama. Now our union has really joined an incredible member. The old man is a marquis, incredible, how incredible. It's rare to be stronger than you, the president. The yellow-haired good man, how powerful must you be to be called an incredible member by the president? Tang family mistress, I don't believe it's stronger than the president. Eisen said, so, don't you all start chatting after looking at the ranking of the new members' strength? Eisen was speechless. He didn't know whether President Zhang Yan was strong or not, how strong he was, or how much information he knew. But he had a deep understanding of the power of the Union. No matter what, the Union felt that it was capable of defining the strength of new members. So before understanding the information of new members, wouldn't it be better to take a look at their strength for a preliminary understanding? Iron Man Tony, ha ha ha, this is actually what the smart Uncle Tony wanted to say. Greyhara AI, Goko Ruri, how could the great fallen angel Black Cat not know? Which one? I've been paying attention to it for a long time, so I haven't spoken yet. Everyone, I think my eyes may be blurry. Kashumajayaka Utah, you're not the first one. Old man is a marquis, how is this possible? In countless worlds, at this moment, except for Zhang Yan, All members showed shocked expressions. A few members even rubbed their eyes, not daring to think about the information they saw in their hearts. Member, God's tongue 10th seat, strength level, level 1, level 1. Well, this person is indeed an ordinary person, but will the food he cooks be as extraordinary as Zhang Yan said? Member, Sun Wukong, strength level, level 1, level 5. This Sun Wukong is very weak, which is beyond the expectations of many group members. According to the myth of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong was born and raised by the earth, and was transformed by Nuwa stone to patch up the sky. Even if he didn't have much strength when he first appeared, his strength was not at the first level. But when you think of the Monkey King in the world of God Slayer, everyone thinks that this person may have been weakened countless times. And Zhang Yan thought of Sun Wukong in another world. If it is Sun Wukong in that world, his strength is so weak now, it may be because he has just started practicing and is still a child. But if it is in the later stage, it is no different from saying that destroying a star and having no universe are just like playing. It is worth looking forward to it. The third one. The Super S-level fighting maniac is actually the first level and 7th level, comparable to the Quasi 6 path level. If he is good at attacking in a range, he can also reach the level of intimidating a city or even a country. Zhang Yan thought for a while and shook his head. A name still reveals too little information. Unless it is like Whitebeard, it is difficult to guess the identity. The identity of this new member still depends on the speech later. Finally, I want to come up with a second punch, strength, etc., 9th level. This strength is also the reason why everyone is shocked. 4th level and 9th level. In this union, which was originally the strongest at the 1st level and 9th level, suddenly such a big guy joined, and everyone was stunned. With this kind of strength, I am afraid that one punch can kill any of them. Why did the union suddenly add such a ruthless person? However, unlike most members, Zhang Yan was more surprised. According to Saitama's setting, the 4th level and 9th level may not be enough to measure him. But after thinking about it seriously, this seems to be explained. The old man is a marquis, it's not that the old man doubts, but such a strong man is actually just a C-level hero. If I am not wrong, C-level should not be considered strong. Could it be that the newcomer, Mr. Saitama comes from a world with a very high power system? It seems that only this statement seems relatively normal. Otherwise, if C-level is so powerful, will there be B-level, A-level, S-level, and the like? How strong are they? But this time, Waban was only half right. President Zhang Yan, in Saitama's world, there are two opposing existences. There are heroes on Earth, divided into S-level, A-level, B-level, and C-level, and Saitama is the 388th C-level, the last one. Seeing this, Waban nodded, thinking that he had guessed a lot. But the next moment, he was confused. President Zhang Yan, but Saitama is the strength ceiling of this world. In his world, there are monsters invading the Earth. These monsters are divided into 5 levels, gods, dragons, ghosts, tigers, and wolves. The highest level is God. According to the understanding given by the Hero Association, dragon-level monsters have the ability to destroy several cities, and god-level monsters can destroy human civilization in different forms. The worst are the 8th and 9th levels of the First Order of the Union. And some powerful beings, such as the Cosmic Emperor Boros, have the ability to easily destroy the Earth. Attention, this Earth is the Earth of the Middle Thousand World. The world where Saitama is located is the Middle Thousand World. And Saitama's opponent, such a cosmic overlord, is just a slightly more serious punch. The cosmic overlord that can destroy the Earth only needs one serious punch? The Earth in the Middle Thousand World? This made Luo Hao and others even more nervous. The world they were in was either a small continent or a small world. The world density was low, so a level 1 level 9 could also exert a very strong strength. But if you want to destroy the world, you still need at least level 2 strength. It is possible that Saitama only needs one punch to destroy the cosmic overlord of the Middle Thousand World Earth. Then one punch is enough to deal with them, right? So terrifying. At this moment, the union became very quiet. At this time, a member spoke up, and what he said was totally unexpected. Super S fighting maniac, what Earth, what universe, what memory copy, what member level, what one punch to destroy the cosmic overlord, it's ridiculous. Super S fighting maniac, I admit that your ability of this imperial tool is interesting, but if you want to confuse me, it's ridiculous. Super S fighting maniac, come on, I will allow you to taste my solace on the premise that you give me an interesting performance. All the people in the Union. Who is this idiot who doesn't believe in memory copies and questions the existence of the Union? The key point is her provocative way. Is it a provocation? Taste the solace of shoes, or a reward? Zhang Yan looked at these words, raised his eyebrows, and looked playful. Tisk, it turns out to be you, as death. So, the world of red eyes. A world that can be conquered, interesting. At the same time, Tony was stunned for a short time and suddenly laughed. Great, another foul-mouthed person came. I'm not foul-mouthed, hey, underscore. Chapter 209 Waban, I may not be a human, but the president is really a dog. Please subscribe. I am a marquis, taste the solace of shoes? Haha, interesting, very interesting, this is the first person who dares to say this in hundreds of years. Super S fighting maniac, 100 years? Are you a long-lived bug? Kashumajayaka Utah, you are such a poisonous tongue, I would like to call you the strongest. Sakura Jimamai, it's better to say that you have no brain. Greyhara AI, I second the proposal, it seems a bit conceited. It is indeed conceited. If this newcomer is not absolutely conceited about his own strength, how could he doubt the existence of the super-dimensional union, and the strength of the strong in it? And this ability to open a map cannon attack, obviously the kind of person who thinks he is the strongest. Looking at the ID of this new member, a Super S battle maniac, it is probably a guy who likes to abuse people and fight. This kind of person will not believe anything unless he has experienced it personally. Everyone has basically figured this out. But it does not mean that they are willing to forgive the speechless of this newcomer. Aizen? There is no union protection system, I am happy to go to your world and let you know. Aizen is such a good-tempered person, but he is also a little angry this time. Because every question that is death has joined until now, he has been hit. Also, what he hates most is bugs. Super S fighting maniac, head, I think this union protection system is protecting you guys. Also, I don't believe there is any power in this empire that can stop me from killing people. Although the power of your imperial weapon is magical, do you dare to appear in front of me? Luo Hao, today I finally know the difference between self-confidence and arrogance. Bibi Dong, I know it too. Wan Wan, aren't you too narcissistic? Luo Hao. Bibi Dong. Wan Wan, I'm talking about the newcomer, yes, it's her, narcissistic and confident. Luo Hao humph. President Yan, the president can give me the authority to deal with this newcomer? Don't worry, I will control the strength and will not let her die. Old man is a marquis, I am also happy to do it for you, just stretch my muscles. Izome said, I am also very interested in it. I have many sons with white beard, Gulala. There is still some time before reaching the destination, and I don't mind warming up. Super S fighting maniac, idiots who can only shout. Gajan Liulai, this is really a fancy way of dying. Sun Ce, even crazier than Tony. Iron Man Tony, did you suddenly find that Uncle Tony is still very smart? Old man is a marquis, do you want me to compete with you? Iron Man Tony. President Zhang Yan, forget about the authority. You won't forget the virtual battlefield built into the Union, right? There, you don't need to hold back when you attack. President Zhang Yan, and you can adjust the pain. This newcomer is so arrogant. He shouldn't mind adjusting the pain to twice the highest. President Zhang Yan, friends who are interested can issue a challenge. I have opened the virtual battlefield. Luo Hao, very good, count me in, so that everyone can teach this newcomer a lesson. Aizen said, I'm sorry for being disrespectful. I just hope that this newcomer won't back down after one battle. I have many white-bearded sons, Gulala, give me a chance too. Gruwo, I'm here to join in the fun. After all, this newcomer is disrespectful to my master. I'm a marquis, while you were speaking, I had already sent a challenge invitation. Luo Hao, Waban, you old bastard, you've become a godslayer and you act like a normal person. Luo Hao cursed loudly, and all the members who were planning to fight Esteth were very upset. No one expected that Waban would be such a dog. Esteth, the newcomer, had such a big mouth, and they all wanted to teach him a lesson personally, otherwise they would feel very uncomfortable. So they all wanted to be the first person to fight Esteth. Because he was afraid that after someone taught his death a lesson, the newcomer would confirm the authenticity of the union and would not dare to accept the challenge out of fear. In that case, they would not be able to personally enjoy revenge and vent anger. This made them secretly hate Woban for being so sinister to issue the challenge first, which was really a dog. But there was no way, everything had become a foregone conclusion. Everyone heard a voice ringing in their ears. The virtual battlefield has been opened, do you want to enter? In addition to the two players fighting, other members can also enter the virtual battlefield, but most of the time they can only watch the battle. Enter. Although they were unhappy with Woban's little move, all the members made the same choice. Watch the battle. Must watch the battle. They wanted to see what kind of person the new guy who spoke arrogantly was. At the same time, they also wanted to see with their own eyes that the guy who spoke arrogantly was severely punished. Hehe, this time I got the upper hand. A smile appeared on Woban's face. A stream of light flashed, and he left the world of the God Slayer and entered the virtual battlefield. The next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but all the members who entered the Union were stunned. It's the President. Everyone looked at the vast and boundless space below, their eyes locked on two figures. One of the figures stood in the void, wearing a black dragon robe with golden patterns, sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, a handsome face, and a smile, which gave people a strong deterrent feeling. This person was naturally Zhang Yan. And not far from him, on the grass below, stood a woman wearing a military cap, beige military uniform, white long boots and white gloves. This woman had long blue hair that almost reached her knees, and she looked like a queen. She had an icy temperament all over her body, which was inconsistent with her arrogant personality. Woban, tisk, you are not much better. When he came back to his senses, Luo Hao immediately showed a mocking smile to Woban beside him. Luo Hao was naturally in the audience, and Woban was beside her, which had already made things clear. The person fighting against his death was not Woban, but Zhang Yan. Woban. It's hard to say whether my God Slayer is a human, but this president. It's really a dog, underscore. Chapter 210 Super S Battle Maniac. Is this person the member of the Union whose ID is Super S Battle Maniac? Looking at the appearance of his death below, Wu Gang Liulai felt a little unimaginable. It must be the right person. Yan Lingji nodded and sighed, just looking at the appearance, I really can't connect the woman below with the newcomer in the Union group who speaks wildly. Yayan Xingyu nodded in agreement. I thought the new member was also like Marquis Woban. Woban. I was already very sad that I didn't get the shot, so why are you slandering me now? I was also very handsome when I was young, okay? Hey Tony instinctively smiled. Since joining the Union, he and Woban have become enemies. Now Woban was criticized by Luo Hao and Yan Xingyu, but he didn't dare to refute. He looked aggrieved, and he felt that he looked very happy. But the next moment, he was not happy anymore. I didn't guess that the newcomer was very similar to Woban. Huiwen Ai said with a cold face, I thought it would be the second Mr. Shitbig, after all, the attitude of seeking death is too similar. Tony. Why did you mention him? I am very interested in the power of the newcomer. Aizen, who had been thinking since entering the virtual battlefield, suddenly spoke with a strong desire for exploration in his eyes. Are you talking about the Imperial tool? Huiwen Ai asked calmly. That's right. I remember the new member mentioned this in the chat group. She is so arrogant because she is conceited, and she also thinks she is affected by some Imperial weapon, so she questions the Union and us. Then obviously, this Imperial weapon should be the special power of the newcomer's world, similar to the chakra and ninjutsu of the President's world and the devil fruit of the pirate world. Just because of Asthetha's casual words, Aizen has analyzed it roughly and became interested in the so-called Imperial weapon. And his analysis now also made other members think about it. The god of killing and devil fruit are both ways to instantly enhance the strength of ordinary people. Then what about the Imperial weapon? Why do you think so much? Ling Menjian said with a smile, just ask our vice president soon. Now that she sees the Union member below, she should know something, right? Ling Menjian's words successfully drew everyone's attention to Su Hangxiu. And the vice president did not let them. I really know who the person below is. If it was her, she would speak so arrogantly. It is understandable. Su Hangxiu smiled confidently. Jeanmei is an anime from 2014, and it was also the last anime she watched before she traveled through time. She really knew it. The new member below is called Esdeath, and the world she lives in is called Kill the Red Eyes. The background of this world is similar to the Western feudal era, with an imperial system, and Esdeath is a female imperial general, and a great general, the youngest and strongest general. There are many strong people in that world, and the strongest kind of people are called imperial tools. That world is not only about humans, but also dangerous species, which are even more powerful than the sea kings in the world. Before the story begins, in order to maintain long-term rule, the founding emperor of the empire summoned the world's top craftsmen with unimaginable financial resources and power, and used legendary super dangerous species as materials, plus rare metals such as orichalcum and a large number of lost secrets, to develop 48 unreplicable weapons, which are called imperial tools. 48 imperial tools are equivalent to 48 soldier-type monsters. Among them, there are also imperial tools that can fight against thousands of enemies with one, and the combat power is like a nuclear bomb. Of course, in order to prevent the abuse of taigu, these taigu have some restrictions before use. For example, people who do not meet the wavelength cannot use taigu. If they use it forcibly, either the taigu's ability cannot be exerted, or it will hurt the host. And the user's first impression of the taigu is extremely important, which greatly limits the number of people who use the taigu. A person cannot use 2 or more taigu at the same time. The reason is that using one taigu already requires a lot of energy, and using multiple taigu at the same time will further consume the user's physical and mental strength, thereby limiting the use of multiple taigu. Some taigu have their own secrets, or they can be called hidden abilities. However, there will be certain risks and burdens, such as causing huge consumption to the user, or the taigu will become powerless after a period of use, and even worse, the taigu will disappear from then on. In short, taigu is a manifestation of absolute power. Now, if we say that this world has decayed after 1,000 years, and this new member, named Esdeath, belongs to the villain camp, that is, the Empire camp. She has taken the Imperial artifact, Demon God Appearance Evil Essence, which is an extremely terrifying ice Imperial artifact that allows her to freely control ice, attack and defend freely, with amazing speed and power. It is stronger than the ice fruit of Aokiji, a natural type pirate in the world of pirates. This Imperial artifact is made only of the blood of the super dangerous species in the far north. It was previously placed in a pot, and everyone who drank it went crazy. You can see that there is a mark on Esdeath's chest. That is the mark formed after she drank the blood. She has a move called Moko Potmo, which can freeze the entire space and time. Although it does not last long, it is very powerful. With Su Hangxiu's explanation, everyone got to know Esdeath, the new member. First of all, the background, the corrupt empire. Esdeath is ranked in the top 5 in her world, nominally the strongest, and a general, so it is normal for her to be conceited. And Esdeath's personality is related to her childhood experience. She was born in the northern border when she was a child. She was the daughter of the chief of the Baruts tribe, a tribe that specializes in hunting dangerous species. She was instilled with the idea that only the strong can survive at the beginning, so her thinking became beastly. Because she often hunts terrifying dangerous species alone, she has a very tough heart. But after returning from hunting again and again, her entire tribe was destroyed by the invading northern foreign races, so her personality, her character became resolute, or a little crazy. This madness became sharper after she drank the blood of the super dangerous species. She was a battle maniac, very cruel to enemies and prisoners of war. She once pacified the northern foreign ethnic group that was believed to take at least a year to defeat in a blink of an eye, and buried 400,000 people alive. But she was not evil, she was very generous to her subordinates and ordinary people. She always distributed the bounty given by the emperor to her subordinates, ate with ordinary soldiers, and did not accept bribes. In general, she was also a pitiful person. Her character was bad, but it was also excusable. But it didn't matter to the members. After all, this was not caused by them. The death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime is still hard to escape. I wonder how the president is going to teach this invincible general a lesson. Chapter 211 Ruthlessly Crushing Esdeath. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. After thoroughly understanding Esdeath's personality, past, and environment from Su Hangxiu, the hostility in everyone's eyes towards her was slightly less. Originally, they thought that this newcomer was an arrogant, brainless, pure black villain like Danzo. If it was such a person, they would not mind proposing that Zhang Yan bring this guy to the Union and then impose sanctions. Killing is not unfamiliar to the Union members. However, Esteth can be said to be a pitiful person to some extent. After all, her growth environment and experience since she was a child are indeed miserable. But she is not completely bad. It can only be said that there must be something pitiful about hateful people. So there is no need to take her foul mouth too seriously. Of course, her experience was not caused by the Union members, and they have no reason to bear the consequences of this character. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. If possible, they still have to teach Esteth a profound lesson. This is actually true. In the virtual battle space, Esteth looked at the real environment around him, and tried to mobilize the power in his body. Shock and fiery colors appeared in his sapphire-like eyes. She was shocked because there was really a powerful force that could move him out of thin air, leaving her with no time to react and no power to resist. She was excited because she, who believed she was invincible, seemed to have found a new direction. I was originally planning to have a good relationship next, but now it seems that I can change my goal. Esteth controlled the ice energy in his body to calm himself down a little, and then cast a fiery look at Zhang Yan. In fact, when Esteth was invited to join the Super-Dimensional Union, he had just led his soldiers to pacify the alien race and was holding a celebration banquet. Although Esteth is powerful and has a domineering personality, she is very good to her subordinates. She has little attitude towards them. At the celebration banquet, she did not put on airs and drank with ordinary soldiers. Because it was a celebration, she did not use her ability to stay awake, so she drank a little too much. At this time, she was suddenly invited to join a guild chat group. The first thing Esteth did not believe was that someone used some special imperial ability to give her an illusion. This is also the real reason why she spoke so much later. Until now, she finally realized that she seemed to have encountered something interesting, and the existence of the superdimensional guild might be true. But even so, he would not be scared because of the so-called member ranking in the guild. If she did not fight a few games in person and did not really verify the opponent's strength, she would remain vigilant in her heart. Are you the president? Zhang Yan. Esteth looked up at Zhang Yan, and her heart became more and more passionate. There is no misunderstanding, this is not Esteth's liking Zhang Yan. She just couldn't help being excited because she finally met a person who could help her. Did you drink before you came in? Zhang Yan didn't answer Esteth's question, but asked instead. There was a strange flow of emotions in his eyes. I did drink a few glasses of celebratory wine, but it doesn't affect my performance. Esteth thought Zhang Yan was afraid that her drinking would affect the battle, so she immediately said that it was okay, and indirectly admitted the fact that she drank. Is it true? Zhang Yan silently changed the pain level in the virtual space, adjusting the original 200% to 150%. It was understandable that Esteth spoke wildly after drinking. He would just reduce the punishment a little. After all, he was fair. You go first. Zhang Yan hooked his finger at Esteth. It's better to use all your strength, otherwise you won't have more chances to attack. Humph. Faced with the provocation, Esteth snorted coldly, and did not hesitate to attack directly. Ice Spike Hell. The powerful freezing force sank into the ground along the solace of Esteth's feet, and then a large number of ice pillars with sharp tops emerged from the ground, solemnly covering the entire area around. A large number of ice pillars seemed to be alive, overwhelming and stabbing at Zhang Yan, with cold murderous intent. Hiss! Kashuma Jayaka Utah, Sakura Jimamai, including Sun Ce, who had never seen such a level of battle, felt a chill in their hearts and took a breath of cold air. Although these ice pillars were not aimed at them, but the murderous intent contained in it made her body cold. Okay. The eyes of Waban, Luo Hao, Aizen, and others also changed slightly. Now they have some understanding of Esteth, the newcomer. Although her strength is much worse than theirs, she has killed many more people than them, worthy of being an imperial general. The murderous aura and killing intent, coupled with the power of ice, are stronger than theirs, and also have a bit of iron blood. This is very rare among the strong men in the guild. Although Waban and Aizen are both people who kill without blinking an eye, they are still a little worse than Esteth. But this does not affect Zhang Yan. This temperature. It's still a little bit off. Feeling the cold murderous intent and biting coldness on the ice pillar, Zhang Yan opened his mouth calmly and spit out a black flame. This is one of the 72 earthly evil techniques, spitting flames, which can spit out flames. When ordinary people use this move, they only spray out ordinary fire, which can be strengthened by spiritual power at most, making it more powerful and hotter. The strong can use this move to integrate special flames, such as Samadhi True Fire, or even stronger. Zhang Yan naturally does not have Samadhi True Fire, but he has integrated Amaterasu into this move, and the power is also amazing. At least this infinite burning characteristic and the high temperature that has been blessed cannot be blocked by ordinary people. Shua! Black flames kept coming out of Zhang Yan's mouth, as if they were alive, and all actively rushed towards the ice pillar. When it encountered these black flames, the ice that could freeze even space seemed to have encountered its nemesis, directly skipping the melting process and directly turning into mist and disappearing. The power of Amaterasu is not bad. After experimenting with the power of Amaterasu, Zhang Yan looked forward and locked onto the figure of Esteth. The next moment, his eyes moved. Shua! Before Esteth could react, Zhang Yan disappeared, and then came to her, pointing a finger at her forehead. I told you. If you don't use the strongest means from the beginning, you won't have a chance. Chapter 212 Ruthlessly Crushing Esteth, Part 2, please subscribe. You. The sapphire-like pupils suddenly shrank. Facing Zhang Yan's extremely brief finger, Esteth felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was obviously the master of ice power, but she felt frozen to the bone at this moment. It was so cold that it was difficult to move. He had no doubt that as long as Zhang Yan was willing, he could easily kill him with a little more forward finger. And the two were so far apart just now, but Zhang Yan came to her in an instant, not giving her a chance to react. What kind of power is this? Esteth was shocked, surprised, and unbelievable. She was trembling all over, with excitement, and happiness, but no fear. Zhang Yan's strength was really beyond her imagination. This made her realize that she still had room for improvement, and it made her understand the reality of the super-dimensional union. This meant that her way forward had really appeared. Hey! Esteth had a good figure and was very tall, 1.7 meters tall, and she was even taller when she put on military boots. She was not short in front of Zhang Yan, who was 1.8 meters tall. She let out a breath, raised her head slightly, and stared at Zhang Yan's dark pupils, with a hearty smile on her delicate face. Mokabatmo. 5 crisp words came out of Esteth's mouth, and Zhang Yan could clearly see the madness in his eyes. Esteth acted decisively. She did not waste time talking nonsense, but mobilized all her strength to perform the strongest trick at the first time. Esteth had used the move Mokabatmo in the original book when she was dealing with Tatsumai. In addition to showing her powerful strength, she could freeze the entire space and time. But at that time, Esteth had already used it with some reservations, and used this move purely to prevent Tatsumai from escaping. But it's different now. After confirming Zhang Yan's strength and the authenticity of the super-dimensional union, she immediately believed in the existence of the virtual battlefield. Then even if death was just a fake death, she believed it was true. This allows Wu to use the strongest means without any scruples, regardless of sequelae, exhaustion, etc. Zhang Yan looked into Esteth's eyes, and the light contained in them seemed to say, "You will regret not killing me immediately." Regret? Just relying on a move of Mokabatmo? Zhang Yan said that Esteth still lacked the beating of society. This woman still didn't understand the gap between the two of them, and it was no longer something that could be made up by relying on a special move. Originally, he just wanted to let this woman know about the double, so that her drunken mind would be cleared. But now it seems that he still has to teach her some impressive lessons. Crack! The invisible force, with Esteth as the origin, instantly swept towards the surroundings. Following, Huiwen Ai and others saw it, which was still a very shocking scene for them for the time being. Shua! Almost instantly, with Esteth and Zhang Yan as the origin, at least the area within a radius of 10 kilometers turned into ice in an instant. That's right, there was no process, and the water did not turn into ice. It felt like this space was directly hit by the huge power of ice, and the original air turned into ice. This move is very powerful. Waban frowned slightly and commented aloud, "The temperature is not very low, and the destructive power is also within the range that the God Slayer can bear. This move's single-round destruction is not as good as that of the God Slayer of the same realm. But this ice is very special, and it contains two most domineering powers. Space, time." Eisen took over Waban's words, his eyes flashing with interest. Although the vice president has just explained it, it seems that I still have to make a higher assessment of the imperial equipment. The power of ice is not strong, but it contains the power of space and time. Even the power of space is not surprising, what surprises me is the power of time. Aizen looked at the ice layer below with a little solemnity. In theory, Astetha's rating in the guild is not high, and she can barely be considered a strong person, but she is far from the 8th and 9th level strong people. It was this move of Mokubatamo that gave her the initial ability to fight above her level. In all the areas covered by the ice layer below, time is relatively still at this time. It's as if some areas have been separated into a special small area, the speed of time flow is actually distinguished. And this is the power of time. Astetha's ice can actually freeze time, that is the power of mystery. Mystery, law, heaven, great way. Any world, any kind of cultivation system, in the end, all have the same destination, to comprehend the mystery until the level of transcendence of the Great Way. All the members of the Union have learned this from Zhang Yan. And Astetha's ordinary move actually has the mystery of space. This can be said to be a deviation to some extent, but it is unexpectedly strong. Then the president lost. After swallowing the slippery fruit, Gajan Liulai, who has transformed into a childlike giant, asked curiously. You think too much. Luo Hao glanced at Gajan Liulai and said lightly, although this Mokubatamo is good, it is also surprising that it contains the mystery of time and space, but in the end it is just fur. Even before joining the Union, we can easily kill her. Luo Hao said this without being narcissistic. Astetha's move is powerful, but that's all. Moreover, it must be used to the extent that it can threaten them, and it must be used as a trick to kill both of them. If they can't be seriously injured, Asteth will die. Each of them has many ways to resist Astetha's move. Now they can directly break through with their powerful strength, so although it is shocking, it's just that. If they are like this, let alone Zhang Yan, who is recognized as the strongest in the Union except Saitama. Crack! The sound of ice breaking suddenly sounded in the space. The ice covering a radius of 10 kilometers began to break, and the speed of disappearing was faster than the speed of appearing. The forbidden time returned again, and it seemed to be accelerated. That is, at this time, a dazzling purple lightning appeared with lightning, and many members instinctively closed their eyes. Ah! A miserable cry echoed in the space. This sound did not last long, only for a moment. But in this moment, everyone could feel the pain the owner of the sound endured. Hiss_. Chapter 213 Asteth was beaten repeatedly. I actually died once. Is this the taste of death? In the world of killing sisters, Esland appeared in the military camp, with a strange blush on her cheeks and her whole body soaked in sweat, as if she had just been fished out of the water. Although she had felt disappointment once, she did not show any expression of surviving a disaster. She was never afraid of death. She was only excited now, excited about Zhang Yan's existence, excited that there was still a way to go in front of her, and she was not invincible. She was also excited that there was a man in this world who could defeat her, and it was not a breeze. Previously in the virtual battlefield, she used all her strength to perform the strongest move, and the entire space was frozen, even time was frozen, and even she herself was frozen. But she could feel that Zhang Yan was not affected at all, and the lightning released with just one finger shattered everything. I want this man. The opposite of Super S is Super M. Asteth is still Asteth, and her attitude towards anyone else will not change at all. But Zhang Yan, this handsome man who was the first to win her, is an exception. This is the man who deserves her, Asteth. Originally, after returning from this victory, she had already thought about asking the little emperor for a reward. She needs to have a sweet love. She even thought about the standards for her other half. The most important thing is to value the possibility of the future, and it is best to hope to train yourself with the goal of becoming a general level figure. 2. The courage to go hunting dangerous species with her even if it is a hand. 3. She also grew up in the border area instead of the imperial capital. 4. She is younger than her, so that she can be dominated by me. 5. A person with a pure smile. But all these standards vanished at this moment. She had standards before because she hadn't seen someone who made her heart beat and convinced. And now, her standard is Zhang Yan. President's death, too exciting, this strength is too strong, President, I am willing to be your woman. You must be my man. Yan Lingji. Yin Xingyu. Huiwen Ai. Luo Hao. Liu Li Yulai. Vice President Su Hangxiu, covering face, this is something Rand would say. Iron Man Tony, did the newcomer get beaten silly by the president? President Esteth, shut up, the little bug hiding in the armor has no right to talk about me, I just want to have a sweet love with the president. Esteth is conceited and powerful, but she also carefully browsed the memory copy when she first joined the Union. It's just that she drank a lot of wine at that time, and she didn't really believe it was true. Now, she already knows that these are true, so she naturally believes the authenticity of the memory copy, so it's not difficult to match the members. Iron Man Tony, the little bug hiding in the armor? Uncle Tony is angry. Tony was angry. As the strongest king, he was actually provoked by someone with words. Is it okay? Esteth of the president, angry? Then fight. Let's go to the virtual battlefield, armored bug. Bibi Dong, you died once, and you still want to fight. Esteth of the president is too powerful. I didn't feel much before I lost. It doesn't matter. Wukong Liulai, driving now. Wan Wan, pretend not to see. Luo Hao, isn't it enough to die? This leader will come to meet you. Luo Hao felt inexplicably unhappy about Esteth's direct confession to Zhang Yan and alternative declaration of sovereignty. Before the gathering, Esteth's outrageous remarks made her angry, and she was determined to teach such a woman a lesson. Esteth of the president, come on, who is afraid of who? If you don't experience it yourself, I won't recognize your strength. Maybe it's fake. I am a marquis, fake? So I want to fight you, you won't refuse, right? Esteth of the president, come on, anyone who doesn't obey can fight me, otherwise they are afraid. I have many white-bearded sons, Gulala, I can't stand it anymore, little girl, count me in. Izome, I can't pretend I didn't see it. President Esteth, the people who are talking now are all members of the guild. You are higher than me, right? Interesting. I didn't expect to see so many people who are stronger than me. But if I don't try it myself, I don't believe it. If you are not afraid, enter the virtual battlefield. Anyway, you are not really dead when you die. It has to be said that Esteth is really crazy. Even though she has felt the suffocation of death, even though she has known the magic of the superdimensional guild and has felt the absolute strength of Zhang Yan. But she is still very rude to the guild members. You can also say that she is stupid. But this is her temper. Her pride makes her so stupid that she must be priceless. Fortunately, I joined the guild early, and Esteth joined the guild sooner, otherwise there would be trouble. Zhang Yan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Esteth madly provoking Luo Hao and others in the guild group. When the guild did not have a rating function, his strength was not strong, at least far inferior to Luo Hao and others. Relying on foresight and the display of some means, he barely fooled everyone and became the president with some small means. Later, the rating system appeared, and he began to change his strength level for the sake of prestige. At that time, although he was strong enough, he was not much stronger than Esteth. For example, the strongest move Esteth used just now, he could only avoid it by using the Flying Thunder God technique through advanced layout, and could not be as powerful as he showed just now. So his strength has never been enough. In this case, if Esteth is already in the group and challenges him regardless of the consequences, it will be a good show. Fortunately, luck is still on his side. Bang! When Zhang Yan was secretly rejoicing, the virtual battlefield was opened again. Esteth was not just talking, but really accepted all the challenges. Next, she accepted the challenges of Luo Hao, Waban, Aizen, Bibi Dong, Whitebeard and even Groudon. The endings were all the same, all of them lost miserably. But after dying so many times, she only had the drama in her eyes. Then everyone found that her strength level in the guild had actually increased. President Zhang Yan, fuck, does Esteth have Scion blood? Chapter 214 Instigating Esteth to create the first. In the world of Killing Sisters, in a large camp where the Imperial Army was stationed. Awesome, it's so awesome. After being killed and exiting the virtual battlefield again, Esteth was not discouraged at all, and the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. Death did not bring her fear, but made her more determined to become stronger. President Esteth, are there any more people? Are there any more people? If anyone is unhappy, it doesn't matter if they come and fight again. Luo Hao. Bibi Dong. I am a marquis. Izome Kajiram Yakuro. I am the creator of the earth, I have many sons with white beard. Seeing Estetha's speech, the members who had killed her once with absolute strength were very depressed. She should be happy and have vented her anger. But seeing Estetha's speech, she still wanted to fight. It's so infuriating. Should I fight or not? Wouldn't it be in her favor if I fought? If I didn't fight, would they still be afraid? Why is this woman's brain circuit different from that of normal people? Can't she be afraid of strength, death, and pain? Zhang Yan shook his head and sighed in his heart. Some people are really born for battle. Estetha is worthy of being a guy who is recognized by the Super Dimension Union as a Super S battle maniac. This desire for battle is too strong. President Estetha, are you all afraid of me? Are you scared? Members. President Estetha, President, why don't you fight me again? The speed was too fast before, and I didn't feel anything before it ended. Kazuma Jayaka Utah, I suspect you are driving. Sakura Jimamai, I have taken screenshots, there is evidence. Greybara AI, where is the network administrator? Network administrator. Goko Ruri, everyone, I found a big thing, Sister Estetha's rating has reached 8. Members. After killing a lot, she broke through from level 7 to level 8. Several members who were originally unhappy with Estetha's speech and planned to fight again were instantly silent. They were not afraid, but they didn't want to be foolishly excused. You beat and killed people, but they didn't really die, and they didn't care at all. That's fine, but the strength is stable. Such cheating must be clarified. Zhang Yan also saw Gajan Liulai in the screenshots, and was stunned. When he came to his senses, he immediately opened the guild list to confirm the situation. Seeing that Estetha's strength really increased, he immediately became uneasy. Zhang Yan, fuck, could it be that Estetha has Scion blood? Vice President Su Hangxiu, President, this hits the nail on the head, I think so too. Ling Menjian, I think so too, otherwise it's okay to get stronger while fighting. Sun Ce, ahem, interrupt. What are Scions? Bibi Dong, is there a special kind of people who can really get stronger by fighting? If Aizen and Akari Mukuroku are like this, then with the ability of the virtual battlefield, wouldn't this kind of person be invincible? Luo Hao, so terrifying? Even Luo Hao was not calm. The setting of getting stronger after being hit is really a bit exaggerated. Want to throw a second punch? Can such a person block my second full strength punch? President Zhang Yan, is teacher Saitama old? You said that Scions can let you throw a second punch. I really don't want to say, because I don't know if your inability to turn off the limiter will work in other worlds. Want to throw a second punch, what does this mean? President Zhang Yan, well, to put it in a figurative way, your strength has reached the limit of your Zhongqian world, the 4th stage and the 9th level. If you go all out, you can even perish with this world. So in your world, no one can withstand your serious punch. Once you break through, you will randomly go to a big world. And Scions are a powerful race in the big world called Dragon Ball. They are born to become stronger through fighting. The setting is almost unlimited. At the strongest, they can reach the 7th stage and the 9th level. A 7th level, 9th grade warrior, that's Mr. Saitama. You can't stop him from pointing at you at random. Of course, if your invincible strength enters the Dragon Ball world, it will also apply. Then it's hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Zhang Yan patiently explained it briefly. However, in his opinion, Saitama's invincibility is more like a perverted plug-in given to him by the heaven in his world. If he really goes to the Dragon Ball world, it is not certain. The Scions still have a greater chance of winning. Of course, it is also possible that Saitama can become stronger by using that set of training methods, so he can be invincible in any world. But the specific situation still needs to be tried to know. Aizen and Akuroku Kaiba, there are such Scions. The first Emperor Yingzheng, I am really ignorant. Mei Changsu, follow the president, one day I will be able to see countless geniuses in the heavens and the worlds. Iron Man Tony, so Mrs. Death is the blood of the Scions lost in other worlds? Tony asked cautiously. Scions are either big guys or future big guys, and he is not easy to offend. President Zhang Yan, no, I just felt it. In Estetha's case, it's probably because the blood of the demon god's manifestation and the essence of the devil in his body was reactivated. This is Zhang Yan's guess. After taking the blood of that mysterious super dangerous species, Estetha activated her ability and directly entered the world's strongest level. In her future life, there is almost no one she can take seriously, let alone fight with all her strength. The effect of such external power will definitely not be a one-time thing. The current situation is most likely that the continuous death has greatly stimulated Asteth's inner desire to fight, thereby triggering the deeper power of that dangerous blood. Say, to put it bluntly, she has mastered this imperial weapon more skillfully. Hey! Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Although Asteth's imperial weapon is very abnormal, the world of Killing Sister is just a small world, and the upper limit is there, so they are not afraid. Asteth may have a few more opportunities to increase her strength, but she still needs points to improve her strength later, just like them. As long as she is not as abnormal as the scions who can break through to the 7th level and 9th level as long as they continue to fight and train. But now, realizing that Asteth's strength has become stronger, Zhang Yan has other thoughts. Asteth, what period is your timeline progressing to? Timeline. Ahem, what's your current situation? Have you just become a general, or are you fighting against aliens, or what? Oh, I just defeated the northern aliens and buried 400,000 people alive, and now I am just about to return to the Empire. Is that so? Then I suggest you have breakfast. Asteth? Members? _ Chapter 215, Let Asteth be the Empress? Members. Kashumajayaka Utah, just buried 400,000 people alive, and now just returning to the Empire, buried 400,000 people alive. Sakura Jimamai, oh my god, this is 400,000 people, all buried alive. Gokururi, I am a black cat, a fallen angel. Greybara AI, although I have learned about Asteth from the Vice President, I am still shocked to hear such news suddenly. Iron Man Tony, shocked. Is this the war in another world? I have many sons with white beard, Gulala, even as a pirate, I am frightened by this number. Emperor Qin Shi Huang, I don't think it's a big deal. My great Qin Wu and Jun also killed 400,000 surrendered soldiers of Zhao. I admire Asteth's iron-blooded wrist. Sun Si, this is a war after all, I can understand. Yan Lingji, in war, life is really just a number. Wan Wan, there has never been real peace in this world. Seeing the exchange between Zhang Yan and Asteth, most of the Union members who originally lived in peacetime were completely shocked. Although they have gradually mastered supernatural powers and are far different from ordinary people, their mentality cannot be changed in such a short time. They are shocked just thinking about burying 400,000 people alive. But unlike them, Aizen, Luo Hao, Waban and others don't care. On the one hand, they have strong hearts and are used to killing, and if he really causes damage to the world, the damage is incalculable. For example, Luo Hao and Waban, both of them are god slayers. When god slayers fight each other or fight against the gods of disobedience, the impact is meteorological. The battle between Zhang Yan and Monkey King just now was enough to bring a huge impact to the island country. 400,000 is nothing. For people like Ying Zheng, Sun Si, Yan Lingji, Mei Changsu, Wan Wan, and even Yan Xingye who lived in ancient times and were accustomed to life and death and war, it was easier to accept. They were just surprised at most, surprised at Asteth's iron-blooded means, burying 400,000 aliens alive. But they would not have prejudice. What prejudice do they need? Those real bosses can explode a star with one finger and wipe out a universe with a wave of their hands. How many people will die? It's a small matter. They are more interested in Zhang Yan's proposal. Asteth, suggest that I, rebel. In the world of Killing Sisters, Esland in the tent was stunned and did not react. Zhang Yan's proposal is a bit out of line, asking her to rebel? Because of her powerful strength, she is not blindly loyal to the Empire, but only has some gratitude in her childhood. After all, she got the Imperial tool from the Empire. She looked down on the little Emperor, but she also thought that this Empire was okay. Why rebel? President Zhang Yan, let me show you the future of your world first. Ding, the President uploaded a small memory copy of Red Eyes. Ding. Gokururi downloads this. Ding. Sakura Jimamai downloads the memory copy. Ding. As Zhang Yan uploaded the memory copy, all the members had no choice but to download it immediately and then immerse themselves in it. The entire guild group was silent for about 5 seconds, and someone stood up. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, if this is an anime series, then they are really killed and only their names are left. Gajan Ruri, the emperor is dead, the ministers are dead, the general Asteth is dead, the male protagonist is dead, the male protagonist's 2 childhood friends are dead, and the night raid is basically dead, leaving only the female protagonist. Terrible. Sakura Jimamai. Not only that, Akame also carried the darkness of the revolutionaries and became a wanted criminal, plus her sister and friends are all dead. It can be said that life is worse than death. I have many white-bearded sons. Gulala, Daddy, I am also old. Why do you let me watch such a dark show? My mood has become heavy. Wan Wan, it's this era, these nobles are too sinful, the nobles are all corrupted. Mei Changsu, it's sad, it reminds me of Emperor Liang's family. Yan Lingji, Sister Esteth, after watching this show, do you still plan to become the executioner of the emperor and the ministers to deal with the revolutionaries and the night raid? Ask about my choice? Seeing Yan Lingji ask the question, Esteth's expression became solemn. When she saw the darkness and depravity of those nobles, she felt disgusted. Don't even think about asking her, Esteth, to work hard for the peace of these people. But the little emperor and the ministers had a favor for her, and they were the source of her strength, which helped her to have the strength to seek revenge on the northern tribes. What should I do? She was very entangled. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't find a good way, so she decided to ask for help. President Esteth, let me ask my man, President Zhang Yan, what do you think? Members? Fuck your man. Zhang Yan. Is it really okay to talk to yourself like this? Luo Hao, if you can't speak, don't speak. Yan Lingji, even if Sister Esteth wants to join us, she can't be so arrogant. Yin Xingyu, that's right, it's not that easy to get into the Zhang family. Sakura Jimamai. Greyhara AI. President Zhang Yan, hey, didn't I say it? Rebellion. President Zhang Yan, although you are ruthless to aliens, they are aliens. You are very good to your subordinates and civilians. In fact, your prestige among the people is very high. You just rise up and overthrow the guarantee, and become a generation of empress, right? If you don't know how to govern the country, we can help you with advice, and I can even let Mei Changsu help you take care of it. At that time, the revolutionary army will naturally disband. Zhang Yan was serious when he suggested Esteth to rebel. In the original novel, during the decisive battle in the imperial capital, the young emperor was defeated by controlling the supreme imperial artifact. Instead, Esteth fought against more than 10 imperial artifact users and 1 million troops alone, showing unparalleled strength. It was only because she was too immersed in the battle that she revealed her flaws and was chopped by Akame with Murasame. In order to fight against the curse, she had to cut off her wrist and replace her right arm with an ice knife. With her strength greatly reduced, she was defeated by Akame, who opened the protagonist's halo and comprehended Murasame's secret skills. But even so, she still had the strength to escape. She was just discouraged and committed suicide and turned into ice dust and disappeared. And now, Esteth's strength has made a further breakthrough. Wouldn't it be easier to deal with more than 10 imperial tools and 1 million troops? And Esteth is now surrounded by her own army, which is also strong. With her prestige and strength, as long as she uses the slogan of clearing the court, killing ministers, she will get 100% support from countless people. There is no need to fight the revolutionaries. Definitely no way to beat them. In other words, it is really easy for Esteth to become the empress. And if Esteth becomes the empress, Zhang Yan said that he can control the world of Zanmei, right? It's perfect. Chapter 216. In fact, it's all decisions, there are really scions. Let me be the empress. Esteth whispered to herself and shook her head for a while. Esteth of the president, I have seriously considered the president's suggestion. Logically, I shouldn't refuse my man's suggestion, but I have no interest in being the empress. I don't like annoying government affairs, nor do I like managing reputation. I am good to the common people because I come from the common people, and I am good to my subordinates because I like fighting and love to conquer, so I am good to my subordinates. Maybe I have the prestige, ability, and strength to become the new emperor and establish a new country, but this is not what I pursue. That's right, Zhang Yan considered a lot, but did not consider Esteth's own pursuit. She is a super battle maniac. Her hobby is fighting, conquering, not being an emperor. Just like some people are only suitable for living on the battlefield, it's not that they can't be an emperor, but they know they are not suitable and don't want to. When a person has the ability to control her own life and ideals, she will not wrong herself. Esteth is such a person, only thinking about fighting. The first emperor Ying Zheng. Sun Ce. The two people who want to be emperors silently wiped away the tears in their hearts. For the sake of unification, they are all kinds of conduct. As a result, the throne is within reach, but they are not interested. My Sakurajima, Sister Esteth is really a person of temperament. Luo Hao, I only like to fight, insist, and not change, and don't follow the crowd. I recognize you a little bit. Greyhara AI, everyone likes to control their own life. The members did not sneer at Esteth's unambitious answer, but instead agreed with her. Because they all like the most suitable, not the best in the eyes of others. Don't you want to be the empress? Zhang Yan touched his chin, and there was no surprise in his eyes. In fact, if Esteth had the idea, she would have been one long ago. This is not a blindly loyal person. Fortunately, I have a better second set of ideas. If I put it forward now, I'm afraid Esteth won't refuse it. President Zhang Yan, okay, I didn't think about it a little bit. I should have considered your pursuits and needs. President Esteth, oh, my man is too considerate. Members. Is this still the little sister who fought against 1,000,000 troops alone? Have you been hacked? President Zhang Yan, ahem. In that case, there is a proposal that can take care of all your feelings, Esteth. Esteth of the President. Esteth was very interested, and the other members also showed curious expressions. President Zhang Yan, Esteth, you don't want to be the empress, nothing more than you think that the imperial tools provided by the little emperor gave you power, so that you have the strength and opportunity to take revenge. Now you are a general, you have been favored, you don't want to betray, and you have no interest in being an emperor at all. In this case, you can completely not be the emperor. You just need to raise an army and sweep away the ministers and many corrupt nobles. After doing all this, you can set up a cabinet and let the people elect representatives to join to handle the affairs of the empire. And you can set up a military cabinet with the army, only deal with war, and announce that the little emperor was deceived by the ministers, so that the royal family only enjoys the right of reputation, and no longer manages rectification and military affairs. In this way, everyone will be happy. Zhang Yan proposed constitutional monarchy, which is the compromise method that best suits Esteth's current psychology. In fact, he also changed the Naruto world into a constitutional monarchy. It's just different from the world of Zelda, the military and cabinet in Naruto world are also there, but the supreme power is still in his hands. The military and cabinet are just an exclusive institution serving him. But the plan he proposed is enough to make Esteth tempted. The old man is a marquis, I always feel that the president's plan is inexplicably familiar. My Sakurajima, the old marquis thought of the British royal family. Hokage Majayaka, in fact, the system of our country is similar. Mei Changsu, after my analysis, I think this method is perfect. I'm not flattering my lord. Graomon, the creator of the earth, I also think that the master's method is perfect. Not to flatter my master. Yan Lingji, I think so too. Not to flatter my man. Huira AI, of course it's not flattery. If a cabinet is formed, then the little emperor can be the emperor forever, be supported, and the hereditary system will be ignored, Mrs. Death can be regarded as repaying her gratitude. Bibi Dong, although I agree with not becoming an empress, this method is really good, and it can also get rid of ministers and evil nobles and win the hearts of the people. Yellow-haired good man, it can also prevent wars. Tang family mistress, it can also prevent the death of night raid members and some people, so that tragedies will no longer occur. Iron Man Tony, the main thing is that Mrs. Death can completely do what she wants, and even if she has an imperial army, she can join the president's country and become a knife to conquer the heavens and the worlds in the future. Fight how you want. Liukeng Liulai, indeed, it's perfect. Zhang Yan's method takes into account Esteth's own ideals. He rules all the troops and conquers the world. He can repay the little emperor's kindness. He is not a traitor. He is good to the civilians and can save countless tragedies. People say that it is best of both worlds and 3 birds with 1 stone. This is all taken into consideration. President's Esteth, President's proposal is very good. He is worthy of the man I like. I decided to do it. I will lead the troops to attack the imperial capital now, capture the ministers and some guilty nobles, and kill them in public. I will announce the establishment of the cabinet and hand over the power. At that time, it will be fine if the revolutionaries disband and surrender. If they are still stubborn, it can only prove that they are blinded by greed. I will take action again and wipe out those who should be killed. Esteth is martial, passionate, and loves fighting, but she is not stupid and immediately accepted it. But her words left everyone speechless. Every sentence is about Zhang Yan. At this time, in the Food Wars world, Irina, who finished cooking seriously, took out a tissue to wipe the sweat on her forehead, and sent the food in front of her to the Union in a red envelope. Ding member God's tongue 10 seats sent, President Zhang Yan's exclusive red envelope. Ding. Member God's tongue 10th seat sent popularity can grab red envelopes. Boom. Seeing that there was a red envelope, all members immediately took action and soon became immersed in the food. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally spoke. Sun Wukong, wow, what is this? It's too delicious, but it's too little. If I can eat more, I can recover my strength to fight Piccolo. Piccolo? Zhang Yan was stunned when he saw Sun Wukong's speech, and then reacted. President Zhang Yan, shocked, our union really joined a scion, and the strongest one. Chapter 217 Upload the copy of Dragon Ball Memory, Humble Arena. President Zhang Yan, shocked that a scion really joined. Vice President Su Hangxiu, after Tony, another mission of the Great Thousand Worlds was added, and it was the most powerful protagonist. Ling Menjian, Sun Wukong, can we also learn Qi? Vice President Su Hangxiu, but the blood Qi of humans seems to be the strongest at the level of Krillin, right? Ling Menjian, Krillin? Haha, Krillin sacrifices to the sky, and Wukong has boundless magic power. Sun Wukong, hey? Do the sisters know Krillin too? Vice President Su Hangxiu, sister? So Wukong is still young now? President Zhang Yan, isn't this a matter of course? Just now Goku said he was going to fight Piccolo. Now the timeline should be the first defeat. Goku was carried by Yajirobe. Climbing the Kalin Tower, I guess it will stimulate potential. Ling Menjian, right, right. Sun Wukong, brother and sister know this, but do you know how to defeat Piccolo and save mankind? President Zhang Yan, it's easy, you will know when you climb up the Kalin Tower. Sun Wukong, thank you, President brother. Iron Man Tony, ahem, sorry to interrupt. Can the three people in the know upload the memory copy? Goko Ruri, raise a paw to second. Sakura Jimamai, raise a paw to second. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, raise a paw to second. Kruwo, raise a paw to second. Luo Hao, raise, it means raise your hand to agree. Watching Zhang Yan and the other two chatting with Sun Wukong, other members protested. It was a terrible feeling to know nothing and understand the words but not the meaning. The most important thing was that Zhang Yan actually pointed out Sun Wukong's identity, saying that he was a scion and the strongest one. This is the beginning of the scion. They expressed their concern. I wanted to throw a second punch, I also know the details. The strongest member of the Union, Saitama, also silently bubbled. He wanted an opponent, and according to Zhang Yan, there were many beings in the Dragon Ball world that he could fight. Oh, by the way, there is also the Marvel world where Tony is, and there are many powerful beings in it. President Zhang Yan, then according to convention, upload the memory copy first. Ding, President Zhang Yan uploaded the large, Dragon Ball. The first part. The second part is the Scion chapter, Namek. Regarding the plot of Dragon Ball, Zhang Yan has only updated 2 of them for the time being. The first part is the first version that everyone has watched since childhood. It can be said to be the childhood chapter, which is the pioneering work of the entire Dragon Ball series. In this part, Sun Wukong began to follow Bulma on the adventure of collecting Dragon Balls, until the end, when the grown-up Sun Wukong defeated the son of the great demon King Piccolo and won the 23rd World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. As for the memory copy of the second part, there are actually 2 versions, Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Kai. It tells the story of what happened after Goku and Chi-Chi got married, which can be mainly divided into the Scion chapter, Namek chapter, Karak 2 chapter, Android chapter, King Kai chapter, and Majin Buu chapter. In Dragon Ball Kai, Karak 2 chapter and King Kai chapter were deleted, and only the other 3 more important chapters were retained. The pictures were repaired and some unnecessary plots were deleted. However, Zhang Yan only uploaded the first 2 chapters of the second part, and the rest cannot be uploaded for the time being. After all, if too many are uploaded at one time, there will be fewer advantages and benefits. There weren't many benefits to be gained from the first few parts, at least there weren't many things that made him care, so it didn't matter. And he would not post the third part of Dragon Ball Super, and the so-called Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball AF. Ding, Yan Lingji downloads the memory copy. Ding, Wan downloads the memory copy. Ding. Just like when Zhang Yan uploaded the memory copy Akame Kill before, the members left the group chat after seeing that there was a new memory copy to watch. Of course, because of the union function, no matter how long the memory copy was, it was only a second for them. A few seconds later, the union became lively again. Gokujin Ruri, 66, I thought it was an adventure show at first, but I found it was a battle show later. I have many white-beard sons, Gulala, when Son Goku just grew up, his strength was not too strong in the union. It was probably just the level of cleaning the floor, the level of the first level and the 8th level, but after becoming a Super Saiyan, his strength soared. Luo Hao. Straight from the earth to the universe, this combat power is good. Aizen and Akuroku are Super Saiyans with the power to destroy Namek, definitely a star-level destroyer, and Namek in the universe. His strength is at least at the peak of the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level. Iron Man Tony, almost the same, after all, Frieza has the ability to destroy the Saiyan planet, but he was almost killed by the Super Saiyan Son Goku. Bibi Dong, through Dragon Ball, I really saw the power of destroying a planet with one finger. A planet just turned into dust. It's so powerful. President is death, this is the power of the strong, great. Yellow-haired good man, I think it's a bit scary. From being abused to abusing others, you just need to dye your hair the same color as mine. Greyfield AI, are you happy to be naughty? By the way, President, this memory copy is incomplete, right? President Zhang Yan, let's stop here for now. After all, Goku is still young now. It's been many years since these things happened. And it's not good for you to be exposed to stronger scenes too quickly, such as Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and Super Saiyan God. Don't be exposed to them for now. Members. Is this a devil? You really don't want us to know, can you not tell us? I thought Super Saiyan was strong enough, but Super Saiyan can change to another level? And are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels real? Super Saiyan God. How can this be so abnormal? It's fine if you don't say it, but if you say it and don't send the memory copy, it's too abominable, isn't it? At this point, Arena, who had been silent, spoke. God's tongue Arena, although I know how insignificant I am after watching the Dragon Ball memory copy, can you please give me some comments on my cooking? _ Chapter 218 Everyone wants to hire Arena 1/2 please subscribe. Although I know how insignificant I am after watching the Dragon Ball memory copy, can you please give me some comments on my cooking? When a case suddenly came down in the guild group because of Zhang Yan's shameless speech, Arena asked a question very nervously. Joining such a powerful superdimensional guild group. I also learned that the way of a chef can also become an absolute strongman. Arena's mentality has changed a long time ago. She wants to become a strong person, and then use all kinds of unexpected powerful dishes to cook more delicious dishes. In front of this goal, the 10 grades of Totsuki and the tongue of God are so insignificant. Whether the dishes she makes can be liked by the guild members will determine whether she can take the first step better. If no one recognizes her cooking, then she can only accumulate slowly as an ordinary person like Gokururi, Sakura Jimamai and others, and then think about becoming stronger after she has enough points. But if her cooking is recognized, then she will directly master the method of becoming stronger. For example, Zhang Yan's devil fruit. Sun Wukong, cooking. Delicious, very delicious, I have never eaten such delicious food. Luo Hao, I have eaten vegetarian food for hundreds of years and have never felt this delicious. As a death god, I also feel the deliciousness of cooking. This is a spiritual enjoyment. The old man is a marquis, the state banquets I have enjoyed in the royal families of various countries are not as delicious as this. I always feel that there is a lack of resonance in the soul. The first Emperor Yingzheng, I have eaten imperial meals for more than 10 years, and compared with Miss Arena's cooking, it is a world of difference. Sun Ce, me too. Everyone. Why are these two old antiques joining in the fun? Normally, they didn't even have cooking in their time, and there were no various regulations, so of course the food couldn't be compared. Iron Man Tony is qualified to speak on the matter of cooking. The police in my mansion will have Michelin chefs to cook. In terms of taste and technique, I think they are similar. But there is a special taste in Miss Irina's cooking, which can evoke my spiritual enjoyment and make the taste of this dish sublimate to a certain extent, so it's great. Miss Irina's cooking can be the first among the delicacies I have ever enjoyed. Irina's speech was enough to move the members' feelings not long ago. In fact, if it weren't for the magic of the Dragon Ball world and the power of Son Goku, they would have been unable to help but talk more just now. They didn't care whether they were emperors of noble status, or the surviving god-killer demon king, or even the existence of the god of death who was not a human being, or the world's richest man who had tasted countless delicacies. All were impressed by Irina's cooking. The most important thing is that the red envelope dishes that Irina sent to grab were not the best dishes, or the best dishes. She sent her best dishes to Zhang Yan, which was a sure kill. Irina is now at the peak. What kind of enjoyment is this? And this is also the evaluation that Irina wants to get the most. Other people's evaluation is not important, Zhang Yan's evaluation is what she values most. And Zhang Yan directly showed his answer with his actions. Ding! President Zhang Yan sent an exclusive red envelope. Ding! The first seat of God's tongue receives the red envelope. In Food Wars world, Irina received the red envelope sent by Zhang Yan as soon as possible, and got the information of the items in the red envelope. Illusion fruit, the touched image can be reproduced in the form of an illusion. Although the illusion will disappear soon, it has the same ability as the original body, including the power of the devil fruit. Illusion fruit? Irina was stunned, and then she was happy. She really likes this fruit, which is super in line with her heart. Her ideal was to become the most powerful chef and eat all the delicacies in the world with God's tongue. After joining the Super Dimension Union, she wanted to become the strongest chef in the world and make countless magical delicacies with countless magical materials. So she positioned herself not as a fighter, not as a strategist, but as a chef and gourmet. So she doesn't pursue power. When Zhang Yan said that he could give her a devil fruit, she began to think about what kind of fruit she could get, or what kind of fruit was suitable for her. First of all, she didn't expect the natural fruit, which was too precious, and she really doesn't need it. After all, she doesn't plan to fight on the front line. As for the animal fruit, although it can enhance her abilities in all aspects after use, allowing her to cook better, she also has combat power. But when she thought about turning into an animal when cooking, Irina said she couldn't accept it. So what she likes most is to get a food that can help her as a chef and help her master a certain combat power. And the phantom fruit definitely meets this point. Using the phantom fruit, he can completely copy some powerful chefs through photos and let them keep making dishes in front of him. In this way, she will be able to learn the memories of various famous chefs up close, and the god's tongue can also taste more food, a certain degree of evolution. This will help her improve her cooking skills. Similarly, he who possesses this fruit is not afraid of fighting. There are so many powerful members in the Union, ask them for some selfies, and summon them when they are in danger. Who can be the opponent? She doesn't need to do it herself. This fruit is very suitable for her taste. The 10th seat of God's tongue. Thank you, President, I like this fruit very much. President Zhang Yan, after liking it, I also spent points to eliminate the side effects. You can take it directly, and there will be no unpalatable taste and fear of seawater and other weaknesses. Irina has the tongue of God. If the original devil fruit is allowed to be eaten by him, the taste may kill her on the spot, so Zhang Yan is very considerate to spend points to eliminate this weakness. The 10th seat of God's tongue. Thank you, President, if you want to eat delicious food in the future, please just ask, I am willing to cook for you for a lifetime. Irina smiled and sat down to make a promise. As for promising to cook for Zhang Yan for a lifetime, this is not Irina stupid. This is exactly how she shows her intelligence. Zhang Yan is the president of the guild, has many memory copies, and is very powerful. Having a good relationship with such a person will bring endless benefits. Some transactions do not need to be put on the surface. But her words made Esteth misunderstand. Esteth of the president, little girl, are you interested in my man? Irina. Chapter 219. Tony and Aizen almost cried. AI Chan smiled. 2 halves please subscribe. Esteth of the president, the little girl is so brave that she actually snatched my man. The 10th seat of the tongue of God, Ms. Esteth, what do you mean by this? Esteth of the president, although I have never been in love, do you think I can't understand your hint? To cook for the president for a lifetime, isn't it an alternative confession? Irina. She really didn't think so. But now that Esteth said it, it seemed to have some meaning. I hope the president won't misunderstand me. Irina blushed and felt a little shy. If Zhang Yan and others were in front of her, she would still hide her feelings by breathing, but now she showed her true side. And her hesitation made the union lively. Gokururi, tisk tisk tisk, a female member was captured, the president is so awesome. Sakura Jimamai, I know this feeling. Yan Xingyu, sister Yan Lingji, do we have another sister? Yan Lingji, it seems to be the case, but did Mrs. Death get our permission first? President's Death, I'm not interested in participating in any harem. I have two ideals, endless fighting and becoming the president's woman. Wan Wan, sister Esteth means not to enter the harem to be a general, but to be the president's woman? What an idea, hee hee. God's tongue 10th seat, please don't misunderstand, I just joined the union, I don't have that idea. Yin Xingyu, don't explain, explaining is covering up, I just fell in love with the president at first sight. Irina, I'll change back to my original name, God's tongue 10th seat feels limited. Irina decisively chose to change the subject. Zhang Yan didn't want the members to keep talking about gossip about him, so he stepped out to help. President Zhang Yan, okay, let's stop discussing this. Kazumajayaka Utah, since the president said so, I'll take back what I wanted to say. Iron Man Tony, haha, what a big show. Greybara AI, by the way, President, I also want a devil fruit. Can I buy it with a loan? President Zhang Yan, enjoy in advance? Interesting, what fruit do you want? Greybara AI, Operation Fruit, can greatly enhance my scientific research capabilities. President Zhang Yan, this, when we go to the Hai's world, I'll help find it. If I have it, I'll give it to you in installments. If I can't give it, I'll pay it with my body. Greybara AI, you really don't hide your heart at all. President Esteth, personal compensation? President, please lend me 10,000 points first. Everyone, dot. This Super S battle maniac is really offline when he falls in love with someone. Zhang Yan simply ignored her. President Zhang Yan, but AI-chan, compared to the surgery fruit, I think the perfected divine hand in the Zanmi world is more suitable for you, don't you want it? Ahara AI, oh, this imperial weapon that can trigger precise finger movements hundreds of times, is convenient for making various fine weapons, and can also treat the human body is indeed more suitable than the surgery fruit, this is okay. Iron Man Tony, damn, this is the imperial weapon I'm eyeing, how can you do this, President? Izome, Ichigomyakuro and Ichigomyakuro. In fact, two people have been eyeing it for a long time, but they just didn't say it in a very obscene way. Tony is a scientific research madman. He wants to get the divine hand. With the help of this imperial weapon, the speed of his research on armor can be increased exponentially in the future. Originally, he was thinking of talking to Esteth privately, giving her some benefits, and then going to the Zanmi world to quietly get the divine hand. When the strength is improved, who knows what kind of reaction God Slayer armor, anti-ninja armor and anti-death god armor can all be developed faster. It won't be long before he can punch Marquis Vauban, kick God of Death Eisen, and take the position of the president. Well, the last point is still unrealistic. In short, there are many benefits. But he didn't expect that Zhang Yan would point it out directly. His perfect plan failed before it even started. It made him so sad. Like him, Eisen had a similar idea. This scientist in the world of Death God also had ideas about the God's hand, and also planned to get it secretly. The result? It has to be said that smart people have dirty hearts, and they all think about wretched development. Only our AI-chan. Well, she who wants to get the Operation Fruit is not much better. AI Weira, fair competition. Iron Man Tony, damn, you're just being ungrateful. Fighting with you is just fighting with the president. How can that be fair? President Zhang Yan, hey. Iron Man Tony, President, that's not what I meant. It's just. Alas. President Zhang Yan, okay, I won't get involved in this. Let Esteth help you get it, and then talk to her about this deal. For the sake of the atmosphere of fairness and justice in the Union, he certainly can't forcefully intervene in this kind of competition. But silently providing points assistance to AI Weira, so that her price will always be higher than Tony's, is still okay. Tony. I'm afraid she'll cry in the toilet. After talking for a while, the the members of the union were busy with their own things. Those who helped with tomb robbing tombs. Those who fought. Some people would also take the time to chat in the union area. At this time, Food Wars World. Irina took out the phantom fruit, looked at it for a while and then took a bite. It had no taste, just like biting a water balloon, and the water inside suddenly overflowed. After Irina swallowed the fruit, a strange force began to change her body. She could feel a strange energy in her body. Using this ability well, she should be able to create phantoms. Very good. Irina rarely showed a bright smile. With special abilities, she became more confident. She immediately reached out and patted her cheeks, and then said to Hisako beside her, "Hisako, do you have a photo of Senior Siag?" Hisako? Hisako said that Irina was poisonous today. She was called here for no reason, and a death order was issued for no reason. The power of the Aski family was used to prepare the best ingredients. Just now, she was inexplicably nervous and blushed for no reason. Of course, the most inexplicable thing was that so many ingredients disappeared in an instant. Now another strange-looking fruit appears out of thin air. Could it be that Irina has mastered magic? There are countless questions in her mind, but Hisako still answered honestly, "Yes, Miss Irina. I have collected photos of the top 10 members here. What do you want this for?" This. ENA suddenly released a powerful aura and said meaningfully, "Although the top 10 have the same strength, isn't the first seat better than the 10th seat?" She didn't know Si Yingxi's strength before, so she couldn't act rashly. But with the ability of the fruit, she can easily know all of Si Yingxi's details. Then after targeted practice, it will be easy to win. At the same time, in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces to reject the nine-tailed beasts or Jinchuriki together. Also at the scene were Obito, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi and others. Senju Hashirama was like a gambler waiting for the dice to be opened. He rolled the dice and asked, "Ban, are you sure this is reliable? Won't you wait until Zhongyan comes back?" Chapter 220 Ban wants to get Kaguya out. 1/2 Please subscribe. What are you waiting for? If the Emperor does this personally, what do we have to do? The merits will be reduced by at least half, you know. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama with an idiotic look. Ever since he saw the Union live broadcast in Huiwen AI this morning, and there were many powerful people's information, he was eager to join the Super Dimension Union immediately. When today's performance was over, he began to think about what ways to quickly accumulate merits. After thinking about it, he found that the only thing that could interest Zhongyan in the ninja world now seemed to be things related to Otsutsuki. So he made up his mind and decided to get Otsutsuki Kaguya out. But in order to avoid accidents, he found Senju Hashirama. At present, apart from Zhongyan, he only recognized Zhongyan's strength. As a result, Hashirama Senju scratched his head, turned around and said, "Tobirama, what do you think?" So Tobirama Senju knew about this. Uchiha Madara almost vomited blood in anger. This is making trouble. Fortunately, Tobirama Senju recognized his suggestion for the first time, and secretly contacted some helpers, who were also indispensable helpers. "Brother, Madara's suggestion this time is good, don't make random comments." Tobirama Senju crossed his arms and ruthlessly rejected Hashirama Senju, saying, "We all know the future layout of the Emperor. All the heavens and worlds. But before that, we must first completely control our world. Then the Otsutsuki clan is a hurdle to overcome. Otsutsuki Kaguya has the power of the sacred tree fruit and knows a lot of news about the Otsutsuki clan, which is of great value. If we summon him out in advance and defeat him, and then present him to the Emperor, we will definitely be rewarded, which will benefit everyone." Senju Tobirama has his own analysis. Although it was Uchiha Madara who proposed to rescue Kaguya from the seal, he really thinks it is a good idea. Especially after talking with Uzumaki Mito today, he began to think about how to make the family rise quickly and strive to completely suppress the Sarutobi clan in the future. And the Uchiha is actually a clan that can really join forces, after all, they have a common ancestor. Besides, now is obviously the best time. Senju Tobirama glanced in one direction where Gaara, Naruto and other tailed beast Jinchuriki were standing. In order to revive the 10 tails, summon the divine tree, and revive Kaguya Otsutsuki, all the tailed beast chakras will be needed, so these people are here. Why is it the best time to summon and unseal Kaguya Otsutsuki? Because in a few days, Uzumaki Nagato will sacrifice his life and perform the outer path samsara reincarnation technique to completely revive all the people who have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation technique. And to liberate the Otsutsuki, the tailed beasts are needed, but to liberate the tailed beasts, some Jinchuriki will die. Under normal circumstances, these Jinchuriki themselves do not want to, and their relatives and friends who have a close relationship with them will not allow it. But now, even if they die, they can be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation technique, and then completely resurrected by the samsara reincarnation technique. This is the best opportunity mentioned by Senju Tobirama. If you wait until the samsara reincarnation technique is over, it will be difficult to gather the tailed beasts. For this, he also called Orochimaru. And all those who have a close relationship with the tailed beasts. For example, Naruto's parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. For example, Tsunade, the backbone of the Senju family. For example, all the members of the Uchiha family who have opened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Everyone is now in the state of impure world reincarnation, not afraid of death at all, and it is perfect to carry out this plan, which can be regarded as a help. For this, Uchiha Madara was quite disdainful, thinking that it would be enough to just use strength to deal with it. But now there is Zhang Yan's pressure on his head, and there is a quota for the super-dimensional union, or maybe, he is wise to choose to shut up. Shua! Suddenly, a space vortex appeared in front of everyone. Following that, a figure wearing a Konoha ninja uniform emerged from it. He looked a little embarrassed, but his pair of Mangekyou Sharingans were piercing. Seeing him, Uchiha Madara said impatiently, "Obito, too slow." That's right, the person who appeared now was Uchiha Obito who came with Kamui. Uchiha Obito has returned to Konoha. He was originally bewitched by Uchiha Madara who was bewitched by Black Zetsu, so he was determined to implement the Moon Eye plan. Later, he actually saw through part of the truth about Uchiha Madara. If it was just for revenge, or for Lin, he could have resurrected Lin. But he didn't do it, because he had long despaired of this world. He wanted to create a world with Lin and Lin liked it. Now, knowing the truth about the Moon Eye plan, he naturally won't do it again. And after Zhang Yan appeared and gradually changed the world of Naruto, his thoughts have also changed a lot. Seeing that many members of the Uchiha clan are about to be completely resurrected, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki have also been resurrected. As long as they were fine at the time, there is nothing that Obito cannot forgive. As for Obito himself, there is no problem that Rin can't solve. If there is, then add Kakashi, or even Minato Namikaze and others. So now Obito is a member of Konoha, and he has returned to the Uchiha clan with Itachi. Ah, the three-tailed beast is also a tailed beast after all, and it still takes some time. Obito smiled without any concealment. While Uchiha Madara and others were waiting, he deliberately went to the vicinity of the hidden mist village to find the three-tailed beast and enjoy it. This is also his last way to say goodbye to the past. Let's start now. I sealed the three-tailed beast in my body. Obito smiled, paused, and jumped to stand between the two-tailed Jinchuriki, the second Uzukimon, and the four-tailed Jinchuriki. This time, all 9 Jinchuriki gathered. One-tailed Jinchuriki Gaara, two-tailed Jinchuriki, the second Uzukimon, three-tailed Jinchuriki Uchiha Obito, four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Ziai, five-tailed Jinchuriki Han, six-tailed Jinchuriki Bubble, seven-tailed Jinchuriki Kaed, eight-tailed Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato. 10 people surrounded the city in a circle, and circling was ready. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara put his hands together and shouted, summoning Outer Path Demon Statue. Boom! There are 2 necessary conditions for resurrecting Emperor Tang Minghuang Kagaya. One is the sacred tree. The other is the infinite moon reading released by the Samsara Eye. The 6-path sage feather chakra required for the Samsara Eye was previously dispersed to Indra and Ashura, and the tailed beasts that can form the 10 tails, also known as the sacred tree, were also dispersed around the world. If you want to resurrect Kagaya, you must gather all these elements. Therefore, Black Zetsu has been planning for a long time. And now, the 9 tails have gathered, and Uchiha Madara has the Samsara Eye. Everything is ready. Otsutsuki Kagaya can be resurrected, _. Chapter 221 Naruto, Mom is awesome. Obito fainted in the toilet. 2 halves please subscribe. Summoning, Outer Path Demon Statue. In front of everyone, Uchiha Madara put his hands together and shouted angrily. A large amount of chakra emerged from his body, and then a strange space fluctuation appeared in the circle formed by Naruto and 10 people. Bang! In the eyes of everyone, either curious or surprised, a huge human-shaped clay sculpture appeared, with 9 closed eyes on the face, the color of the body like a dead tree, and 10 columnar protrusions behind it. This is the body of the 10 tails that has been extracted from the chakra, sealed in the moon by the 6 path sage, and the appearance of the sacred tree after it has dried up, the outer path demon statue. Heart is there, he was summoned by Uchiha Madara, just like the end of the original trajectory of the Naruto world. It's just that in this scene, the Black Zetsu, who is known as the most filial son in the ninja world, has been sealed in an unknown place by Zhang Yan in advance. Is this the 10 tails? What does the divine tree look like after its chakra is stripped away? Looking at the huge outer path demon statue that suddenly appeared. Except for Uchiha Madara and Obito, who had seen it many times before, whether it was the carefree Senju Hashirama, the genius Namikaze Minato, or the Jinchuriki of the big-tailed beasts, all opened their mouths in surprise at this time. Yes, this is the true body of the divine tree that the emperor said, and it is also one of the necessary conditions for resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Obito nodded solemnly and explained to everyone, as long as it is injected with the chakra of all the tailed beasts, it can turn back into the 10 tails, but it is still not a complete body, and its eyes will only be the Samsara Eye plus 6 Megatama, not the legendary 9 Megatama. Only whoever becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki can truly activate the divine tree fruit. According to the emperor, the divine tree is the true face of the 10 tails, the source of chakra, and the fruit that Kagaya Otsutsuki learned from the Uchiha brought from the universe. It was originally a sacred pillar worshipped by humans. When mentioning Kagaya Otsutsuki, Obito's eyes became more solemn, and he said, I can feel the trajectory of this outer path demon statue, as if it has some kind of suppression on me. I feel the same way about this. Minato Namikaze echoed, it feels like it will swallow me up at any time. Hearing his father's words, Naruto quickly raised his hand. I have the same feeling. Why don't I have this feeling? Uzumaki Kushina blinked in confusion. There are 3 people in the family, why can't she do it? Namikaze Minato knew his wife too well, so he explained immediately to prevent her from having wild thoughts, I have the yin chakra of the 9 tails in my body, Naruto has the yang chakra of the 9 tails in his body, and Obito is now the 3 tails Jinchuriki. We are all Jinchuriki with the chakra of the tailed beasts, so we have this feeling. After all, according to what the emperor said, the 9 tailed beasts all originated from the 10 tails, the sacred tree. So that's it. Uzumaki Kushina nodded in sudden realization. Just when Namikaze Minato thought that his analysis would be admired and praised by his wife, Uzumaki Kushina said unhappily, What? What's so great about Jinchuriki? You and your son each have half a beast. The whole beast was sealed in my body before, what did I say? Uzumaki Naruto. Mom, awesome. Namikaze Minato. 9 tails. Everyone. Is this a family showing affection? Let's get down to business first. Seeing that Uchiha Madara looked unhappy, Senju Tobirama wisely brought the topic back. Legend has it that the 6 path sage, also known as Otsutsuki Hago Romo, the ancestor of the common ancestor of our Senju clan and Uchiha clan, saved the world from the sacred tree, sealed up the chakra, and made himself the Jinchuriki of the sacred tree, and the 10 tails body was thrown into the air by him with the Chibaku Tensei to form the moon, which was used to seal it. Later, when the 6 path sage was dying, in order to prevent the seal from being broken due to his own death, he divided the 10 tails chakra into 9 parts, becoming 9-tailed beasts, which are the 1 tails to the 9 tails. So even the 9-tailed beasts are unaware of this matter, they only know that they were created by the 6 path sage. According to this logic, as long as the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts is returned to the body of the 10 tails, it means that the divine tree has all the chakra again, right? Yes, that's the case. Uchiha Madara said coldly, this is the truth that Black Zetsu deceived me to know. It went out to conceal the existence of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and didn't tell the guy about this. 9 are true and 1 is false, no wonder I was deceived. Everyone. It seems that this big guy is still full of resentment now? Was he deceived a little bit not long ago, really? Of course, they dared to think in their hearts that Uchiha Madara, who has awakened the Samsara Eye and has Hashirama's cells, is not even a match for Hashirama Senju, and they can't deal with him. Can't afford to offend. Okay. Uchiha Madara glanced at Obito and the others and said, let's not waste any more time and start injecting chakra again. As long as this is done, you will benefit. If there are merits, they will be distributed according to work. Although even if they are lost now, they can be resurrected in the near future by using the impure world reincarnation combined with the samsara reincarnation technique. But after all, they died once, and the tailed beasts also became Jinchuriki. Private property. Under the circumstance that he could not rely on his strength to do whatever he wanted, Uchiha Madara could only lure these people to agree. Fortunately, these people chose to agree after hearing that they were all delicious and seeing the muscles that Uchiha Madara was showing. Come on, Madara. Uchiha Madara Obito nodded with a heavy face. He chose to make himself the three tails Jinchuriki, which was convenient for Uchiha Madara to absorb chakra. More importantly, he wanted to settle the grudge between him and the three tails. In addition, he also made a private deal with Orochimaru, and when he was reincarnated, he would create the details of his childhood. On the one hand, his current body was half gone, and it was too ugly after all. On the other hand, Nohara-rin had also been reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, and it was also the appearance of death. Obito believed that staying young and getting together with Nohara-rin would definitely have a lot of advantages over that old Uncle Kakashi. Even now, Obito's mind is still full of Nohara-rin. At this time, Konoha village. Under Kakashi's guidance, Nohara-rin learned about this familiar and strange village. The two walked and came to a cemetery. Looking at her own photo on the tombstone, Nohara-rin was gentle, tilted her head and smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi, these years have been very hard, right? Well, not bad. Kakashi felt embarrassed by Nohara-rin's gaze, stretched out his finger and scratched his chin. Nohara-rin just looked at her, and suddenly smiled. By the way, Kakashi, how old are we now? About 12 years old. Kakashi answered subconsciously, his eyes somehow dim. Nohara-rin is a very gentle and thoughtful person. Noticing Kakashi's eyes, she smiled slightly. Is that so? Then Kakashi, you are also an uncle. Uncle Kakashi is even more charming. Obito. Let me go to the bathroom and cry for a while. Chapter 222 Huiwen AI, oh these stupid idiots are looking for death. 1/2 please subscribe. Outside Konoha village, somewhere on a wide plain. Uchiha Madara put his hands together, his eyes swept over the people in front of him, and said in a deep voice, I'm ready, now start absorbing the tailed beast chakra. Because he will fight against Kagaya Otsutsuki later, as the strongest combat force among the crowd, Uchiha Madara also tried his best to ensure that he was always in his prime. So for a simple process of sealing the tailed beast, he also followed a certain amount of preparation. For this, everyone naturally had no problem. Naruto and others who had known the situation for a long time also nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara immediately shouted, everyone, don't resist. I will hypnotize you with illusions first. Then start absorbing chakra. Absorbing chakra is a painful process. Everyone agreed to sacrifice because they could be resurrected, but they didn't want to feel the pain of being stripped of the tailed beast once. So Uchiha Madara agreed to use the illusion blessed by the Samsara Eye, which can make everyone fall asleep and lose consciousness. Illusion Samsara Eye Nirvana Abode Technique. Nirvana Abode Technique, a ninjutsu that Kabuto Yakushi used during the Chunin exam, is a super large-scale illusion. Phantom feathers will fall from the sky, and everyone who sees it will fall into a sleeping state. The power of this ninjutsu is actually average, and the highlight is that the attack range is wide, which can instantly put some weak and most ordinary people to sleep. However, what Uchiha Madara is using now is blessed by the power of the Samsara Eye, and it is only used for Naruto and 10 other people. The power is naturally incomparable. Almost at the moment of seeing the feathers, Naruto and Minato Namikaze and 10 others all eyelids and fell asleep. At this time, Uchiha Madara shouted again, chains. Bang! The sound of 10 chains shuttling sounded. There are many ways for the outer path demon statue to absorb chakra, such as the chakra dragon used by the Akatsuki organization, which spits out chakra from the mouth, and the chakra of the object touched will be absorbed. Or the phantom dragon 9 sealing, which is pain controlling the chakra dragon spewed out by the demon statue to seal the tailed beast into the demon statue. These two sealing techniques require a lot of chakra, and even if the 10 members of the Akatsuki organization work together, it will take a long time. But above this, there is also the chain trick. The outer path demon statue directly releases the chakra chain from its mouth. The chain has the ability to seal and can directly pull the tailed beast into the seal. This method is the most brutal and requires extremely strong strength. And Uchiha Madara undoubtedly has this strength. What's more, in addition to the 9 great Jinchuriki, the 9-tailed beasts were actually bribed by Uchiha Madara and were willing to cooperate in getting Kagaya Otsutsuki out. The reason they agreed was that Uchiha Madara took out the transformation fruit as a price. The transformation fruit is something Zhang Yan put on the merit list. As long as it can make non-human monsters materialize. The 9-tailed beasts are also among them. Snap! 10 chains sprang out of the mouth of the outer path demon statue, hitting Naruto's head respectively. Immediately afterwards, 10 chakras began to flow into the outer path demon statue at a speed. The outer path demon statue that received these chakras began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the human form turned into a crawling form, and 10 tails appeared on the tail. The single eye opened, which was very scary. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a thin form that could stand, and the tail behind it turned into a claw, and another one was added to its head. Ears. At this moment, the speed of chakra flow on the chain suddenly increased. The body of the outer path demon statue became stronger in the blink of an eye like a balloon, and a huge flower-shaped muzzle spit out of its mouth. Pa! 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 This process lasted for an unknown period of time. The body of the outer path demon statue suddenly changed from human and beast form to plant form. His 10 tails were like the roots of a giant tree, directly piercing into the ground. Then, the outer path demon statue turned into a small tree with 4 flower-shaped muzzles on it. This small tree began to grow and rise continuously, and its roots were also expanding. Soon it reached a height that could be seen within a radius of dozens of kilometers. In Konoha village, someone soon discovered something strange far outside the village. Look, what is that? It's a strange tree that keeps growing taller. It's so tall, and growing so fast. What's going on? It's so strange. Do you feel it? There's chakra rioting around. Our chakra seems to be affected in some way. The birth of the sacred tree made so much noise that it alarmed some people in Konoha village. When these people talked about it, everyone knew about it. What's going on? In the Sarutobi clan, looking at the rising sacred tree, Sarutobi Hiruzen always felt that he was going to miss something. At the camps of the cages of the major cage villages, each cage also felt something and ordered, go investigate who is not in Konoha village. At the same time, in the research institute, Huira AI, who also practiced chakra, seemed to have a feeling and looked out the window. She saw the complete formation of the sacred tree, with its roots growing wildly, countless vines, branches and roots splitting from the tree, and a huge flower and fruit on the top. Seeing this, Huira AI, who had seen the body of the sacred tree in the memory copy, immediately realized what Orochimaru had secretly left for. These idiots! After understanding, Huira AI's expression sank. She knew how strong Kagaya Otsutsuki was. That was an existence that only the Six-Path Sage could seal, with a truly immortal body, and also had the Samsara Sharingan, the bloodline net, and almost all the bloodline limits. This was not something that ordinary people could stop. In the original work, Kagaya Otsutsuki was also sealed again by Naruto and Sasuke, which can be attributed to the plot killing. There is only one person in the entire ninja world who can deal with this kind of existence. And this person is not in the Naruto world now. Uchiha Madara and other idiots are 100% trying to get Kagaya Otsutsuki to please Zhang Yan. But they don't even think about why Zhang Yan hasn't taken action yet. Now, I have also practiced chakra. If they open the infinite moon reading, they may become nutrients. No. After instantly realizing the seriousness of the matter, Huiwen AI immediately Zhang Yan in the Union group. President, help! Your Naruto world is going to be gone. As soon as this was said, the Union group was shocked at first, and then everyone was not calm. Yan Lingji, AI-chan, what's going on? Is there a time traveler? Yin Xingyu, AI-chan, what's going on? Is there a reincarnation? President is death, what's going on? Is it the Otsutsuki clan that is invading? President, I'll change my clothes and you can come to my world. President Zhang Yan, AI-chan, what's going on? Chapter 223 The foodie president is in Shokyuji. Kagaya Otsutsuki breaks the seal. 2 halves subscribe. What's going on? My old nest is going to be gone. Is it the Otsutsuki clan that is invading? In the Shokyuji world, Zhang Yan was a little confused when he saw the news from the Union. That's right, Zhang Yan is in the Shokyuji world now. As a standard foodie, after Arena joined the Union, he had the idea of coming to Shokyuji. As the president, he doesn't need to tell anyone in advance and can go to any member's world at will. Originally, Zhang Yan wanted to go to Asthetha's world, that is, the world of Zelda, the legend of the swordsman, to save people. When he first watched this show, it can be said that he was traumatized by his youth. Now that he has the opportunity, he really wants to solve it himself. But after Asteth agreed to rebel, he knew that he didn't need to intervene in this matter. So he came to the Shokyuji world. In this world, Arena is also a lucky protagonist, but she is young now and her cooking skills have not reached the top level. Apart from other things, the cooking skills of Saiba Makoto and even Kisaki Senseiman are definitely better than Arena. Zhang Yan had nothing to do, so he ran here to find food. First, he found Harakadei. This Harakadei is the second place of the 10 elites of Totsuki Academy, Mikuchi Enka, who specializes in desserts, which should be said to be the favorite of girls. Although Zhang Yan is a foodie and likes food, he is not so passionate about desserts. Generally speaking, if he wants to come to the world, he will go to Kyushu first and try all the major cuisines in the country. But he didn't do that. Because he wanted to see who was better between Tsunade and Kikuchi Ingo. As for what to compete, it would definitely not be cooking, nor strength or medical skills. Knowing people, I understand. This guessed, the colorful ice cream you want, mango yogurt. While Zhang Yan was waiting for Huiwen Ai's answer, Mujichi Yuanko and the store staff walked into the VIP box where he was with a bunch of desserts. A voice with a hint of timidity and expectation came. Zhang Yan looked up and focused on the tall Mujichi Yuanko. Tisk, this is better developed than Tsunade. Tsunade has the credit of storing chakra with the yin seal. Is this a natural talent? Or is it because the food in the Food Wars world is too good? Thinking that even Arena and Alice are equally outstanding in development, Zhang Yan is more inclined to the second guess. Guessed. Mujichi Yuanko has been very concerned about the best part of her body since she was a child. To be honest, this has affected her ability to play. Therefore, although Zhang Yan's scrutinizing gaze was only for a moment, she still noticed it and felt a little shy. Of course, this was also because Zhang Yan did not intend to hide his intentions. Otherwise, how could Mujichi Yuanko, an ordinary person, discover his spying? In terms of appearance alone, this can be said to be a good dessert. Zhang Yan smiled at Mujichi Yuanko generously, and then waved to collect all the desserts on the table into the system space. Originally, she wanted to taste Mujichi Yuanko's craftsmanship carefully. If she felt good, she would bring him back to Dakian to be a special dessert chef for her in the future. But because of what Huiwen Ai said in the Union, he knew that there was no time for the time being. Seeing all the desserts disappearing from the table, Mujichi Yuanko rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, and then pinched his arm carefully. Pain came. Knowing that she was not dreaming and not dazzled, she unconsciously opened her mouth wide, obviously shocked. Is this a magic trick? How can magic hide all the desserts on the table? Is it a spell? The two girls standing next to Kikuchi Eno had the same idea as her. One of the two girls is a tall, elegant lady with long blood-red hair, golden eyes and unusually sharp canine teeth, a perfect blend of wildness and intellect. This person is Kobayashi Ryodan, a senior student at Totsuki Academy, the second of the top 10, a foodie who is only slightly worse than Zhang Yan. The other girl is an absolute Lolita, petite, holding a stuffed bear in her hands, with a cute face and dark green eyes, very eye-catching, and long purple hair, but the top of her head can be made into a cat shape. This girl looks like a Lolita, but she is actually an adult. She is a senior student at Totsuki Academy in the same grade as Kobayashi Ryodan, and the fourth of the top 10. Like Kikuchi Inodan, she is a chef specializing in desserts. Kikuchi Ingo was a student of the 89th class, while Kobayashi Ryodan and Akane Kubomomo were both students of the 90th class. They were both among the top 10 students a year ago. At that time, Kobayashi Ryodan was the 6th seat. After Kikuchi Ingo's class left, she became the 2nd seat. The two had a very good relationship with Kikuchi Ingo. Today, they came to Chung'ating specifically to taste the new desserts that Ingo created to cope with the Michelin assessment. But when they arrived, they heard that someone was so rich that he had booked the entire Chung'ating. You know, although Kikuchi Ingo just graduated from the top 10, she is already a pastry chef who has passed the Michelin assessment. Even though she just graduated as the second seat of the top 10, she is at her most famous. Now Chungading is extremely popular and is an absolute internet celebrity restaurant. To be able to book this restaurant just to eat desserts, the person must be rich. Out of curiosity, Akane Kubomomo and Kobayashi Ryodan also followed, wanting to see who this rich owner is. Then they saw a handsome young man who was unusually young but exuded nobleness. They had seen many handsome men, but now they had to admit that Zhang Yan was the most handsome man they had ever seen, and he also had a unique temperament. It was noble and fairy-like. In short, it was like a poison that made them unconsciously fall into it. And now, Zhang Yan took away all the desserts in a moment. Did they think they really saw the legendary fairy? It was at this time that Huiwen AI replied to Zhang Yan in the Union. Huiwen AI, I organized the language for a long time, and I feel that I can't explain it clearly. Let me show you the live broadcast directly. Ding! Union members open the live broadcast room. Ding! Yan Lingji enters the live broadcast room. Ding! Hearing the sound, Zhang Yan also joined the live broadcast room, and then he saw the scene that he wanted to curse. At this time, Huiwen AI was already in the air, looking in a certain direction. In that direction, there is a huge tree planted in the sky, extremely tall. On the top of the tree, there is a flower bud. At this time, Uchihamadara flew into the sky, his eyes moved, and he shouted, "Infinite moon reading." Then, Zhang Yan. Kagaya Otsutsuki is about to be resurrected. Underscore. Chapter 224 Resurrected Kagaya Otsutsuki. 1/2 Please subscribe. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Haben flew to a high place, put his hands together, and shouted, "Infinite Tsukuyomi." On the ground, a strange-looking man rose up, opened his eyes, and revealed the Samsara Sharingan that he had absorbed the power of the 9 tails, aiming at the red moon in the sky. This figure was created by Uchiha Madara and Orochimaru, using white Zetsu to fuse Hashirama's cells and then transplanting Nagato's Samsara eyes. This man has no thoughts, he is just a tool man who can be controlled by chakra. The purpose of creating this tool man is naturally to make him become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and after possessing the power of Ashura, Hashirama's cells, and Indra, Samsara eyes, he can open the infinite Tsukuyomi and become the carrier of Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection. That's right, Kagaya Otsutsuki needs a carrier to resurrect. In the original work, Uchiha Madara was attacked by Black Zetsu and was taken advantage of by Kagaya, who was the carrier. The key to resurrection is to use the Samsara Sharingan to open the exclusive illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi. These eyes are also known as the eyes of God that can see everything in the dream prison that can imprison people forever. In fact, the moon is not needed to release the infinite Tsukuyomi. After all, the moon in the Naruto world was created by Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura to seal Kagaya. When Kagaya cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, there was no moon yet, so the use of the infinite Tsukuyomi does not necessarily require the moon. The moon is not a necessary condition for the infinite Tsukuyomi. On the full moon night of the Rinnegan Sharingan, the pattern of the Rinnegan is projected onto the moon in order to cast illusions on people all over the world. The moon can only be said to be the carrier of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and it is only used to expand the scope of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Boom! As the tool man cast the infinite Tsukuyomi under the control of Uchiha Madara, the sky, which was already approaching night, suddenly became as bright as day. The reflection of the Rinnegan appeared on the moon, emitting countless lights, and this light illuminated the whole world. This beam of light is very special, it seems to be able to penetrate any obstruction. Some people in the house were also hit by the light, and their eyes turned into Samsara eye. Then, their bodies began to be unable to move, and gradually lost their self-awareness. They seemed to be trapped in some kind of illusion. At this time, if someone cast the technique of God Tree World Birth, it would definitely make these people trapped in the permanent illusion lose, be connected to the roots of the sacred tree as slaves and have their chakra absorbed, and after a long time, they would eventually be made into white Zetsu. Fortunately, no one is doing this now. Bang! Uchiha Madara made seals with both hands again, this time directly controlling the tool man to start the self-mutilation mode. Because this tool man had no self-awareness, he was soon taken advantage of by a consciousness and turned into nutrients. Immediately afterwards, this tool man began to expand into a meatball, and the faces of the 9-tailed beasts began to emerge. Swish! After a period of compression and adaptation, this explosion. In her place, there was a woman with long blue-white hair that was longer than her pale skin, no eyebrows, 2 horns on her head, wearing a unique white jade robe, with white eyes and a samsara sharingan on her forehead. With her appearance, the tool man immediately fell downwards and was caught by a figure. This person was Konan, and she had wings made of on her back, so she could fly. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time, in order to recover the samsara eye after losing its power, and then put it back on Nagato. After all, without the samsara eye, Nagato could not revive Yahiko, nor could he complete the deal with Zhang Yan. Break the seal. Have all the powers returned. The woman who suddenly appeared was dull for a second, her white eyes swept over everyone at the scene, and she frowned slightly. She spoke the first sentence. Where is Black Zetsu? She has been asking about Black Zetsu since then, and her identity is about to be revealed. Are you Kagaya Otsutsuki? Uchiha Madara used the power of the 6 paths to float to the side of Senju Hashirama, and looked at the woman with the samsara sharingan on her forehead with vigilant eyes. This woman is Kagaya Otsutsuki, the one sent by the Otsutsuki clan to the world of Naruto to plant the sacred tree and harvest chakra. She is also the incarnation of the sacred tree, the true face of the 10 tails, the creator of the ninja world, the ancestor of chakra, and possesses the 2 major eye techniques of the Byakugan and Samsara Sharingan. It is said that Kagaya originally had a partner, Ishaiki Otsutsuki. The two came to the earth together 1,000 years ago, but Kagaya and Ishaiki had an internal conflict and almost killed him. The reason for the internal conflict is said to be that Kagaya did not want to turn the humans in this world into nutrients for the sacred tree. The reason is that she was moved by the kindness of a girl in this world. But later, the girl was killed by humans in this world in order to protect Kagaya, so Kagaya Otsutsuki began to kill those she thought were evil and turned them into nutrients for the sacred tree. But some kind people can still survive. Later, Kagaya felt too lonely, and used Yin-Yang Tsukushi and the chakra of the divine tree to create 2 children. The eldest son was the ancestor of the ninja world, 6-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and the second son was Otsutsuki Hamura. What's funny is that the 2 brothers of the 6-path sage only thought they knew all the truth about Kagaya. And Kagaya is a more arrogant character, so she didn't explain too much. As a result, she and the 10 tails sealed the child she created together. However, as the ancestor of chakra, she also left behind before being sealed, and used Yin-Yang Tsukushi again to create Black Zetsu, plans to use Black Zetsu to revive himself. Because the chakra of the sacred tree was not used when creating Black Zetsu is very ordinary compared to Hago Romo and Hamura, and can only use conspiracy and trickery to help memories revive. Is Black Zetsu sealed? Without getting an answer, Kagaya Otsutsuki closed her eyes and sensed it, and immediately got the desired result. Black Zetsu could not be killed, and he could not feel it, so he could only be sealed. If Kagaya Otsutsuki could be sealed, it was not surprising that Black Zetsu was sealed. After understanding this, Kagaya Otsutsuki's white eyes directly locked onto Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and said, I feel a familiar smell on you. Hamura, Hago Romo. No, it's Hagoromo's child. I'm curious, why did you release me? The voice was flat, even very gentle. But everyone at the scene, including Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone began to regret. It seems that they shouldn't have released Kagaya Otsutsuki. Soon, this regret will be infinitely magnified. Chapter 225 The base camp is almost gone. 2 halves. Please subscribe. Look at your appearance, it is obvious that you are specifically resurrecting me. His eyes swept across the faces of Uchiha Madara and others, and Kagaya Otsutsuki's calm face showed a little interest, and asked, I want to know, why did you choose to release me? I released you just to find out about the news of the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Madara controlled his tone and said as softly as possible. In fact, with Madara's personality, he would just fight and would not answer Kagaya Otsutsuki's questions at all. But for some reason, when he was swept by Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes, he felt that he was not the opponent of the other party. Facing Kagaya Otsutsuki, the feeling was very similar to that when facing Zhang Yan. So he decided not to fight if he could. If even Uchiha Madara is like this, then people like Uzumaki Kushina, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Obito who was resurrected by Orochimaru will not act rashly. You want to know about the Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked with some surprise. Yes. Uchihamadara nodded. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he found that when Otsutsuki Kagaya mentioned the Otsutsuki clan, her body seemed to tremble slightly. Trembling? Is this fear? How strong is the Otsutsuki clan that even Otsutsuki Kagaya is so afraid? You are not worthy. After spitting out 4 words indifferently, Otsutsuki Kagaya looked up at the moon in the sky and suddenly smiled. It's really a perfect opportunity. You mentioned the Otsutsuki clan, and this clan is about to come. Now I want to resist, but my strength is far from enough. So. Everyone's heart tightened. They felt that what Kagaya Otsutsuki said next contained some kind of despair. All of you are ready to become my nutrients. Otsutsuki opened his hands and shouted, the God Tree world is born. Boom! The sacred tree bathed in the moonlight suddenly rioted, and countless vines appeared, spreading to all parts of the world, with a tendency to cover the whole world. Seeing this situation, Uchihamadara's pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted, stop her! In fact, there was no need for Uchihamadara to speak, and now everyone started to act. Hashirama Senju swung his hands and directly entered the sage mode, and summoned the true Thousand Hands. Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze had a superior fighting awareness, and immediately threw the flying thunder god Kunao at Kagaya Otsutsuki, trying to get close. Other people now also began to use their own methods. Attack those who attack. Seal if you can. Although they had seen the ninjutsu of God Tree World birth only once, they could all feel the crisis contained in it. At the same time, Food Wars World. Damn! Zhang Yan cursed in his heart after seeing all this through Aihuira's live broadcast. If there were not a few beauties in front of him, he would have been unable to help but spit out sweet words. The great tree of God devours life and becomes the seedbed of White Zetsu's servants. God Tree World Birth is a special ninjutsu performed in conjunction with the infinite Tsukuyomi. This is the power of the God Tree. After launching the infinite Tsukuyomi, the branches of the God Tree will tie up the people who are under the illusion and gradually absorb their chakra. Kagaya once launched this technique to retrieve the scattered chakra for her own use. Those who are hit will be connected to the roots of the God Tree and become slaves and have their chakra absorbed. After a long time, they will eventually be made into White Zetsu. There are only a few special possibilities to avoid being enslaved. One is a person with a body of impure world reincarnation, but is wrapped by Zetsu and Black Zetsu, and is blocked by the Megatama Samsara I's full form Suzanu. This technique cannot be unlocked alone, the only way to unlock it is to cancel the infinite Tsukuyomi. To cancel it, a person with the power of the 9-tailed beasts and a person with the power of the Samsara I must form a seal with each other, and then the infinite Tsukuyomi can be cancelled. At the same time as the infinite Tsukuyomi is cancelled, the God Tree world will also be cancelled, and all White Zetsu will die. Fortunately, Ai-chan stayed in the Naruto world, otherwise I would definitely become a commander without troops. Zhang Yan couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth. If Ai Habara hadn't happened to be in the ninja world and discovered this situation and told him. When he discovered the situation himself, he had to eat enough delicious food in the Shokyuchi world at least. At that time, except for those servants of the impure world reincarnation and a few people with special abilities, everyone else in the Naruto world had been arrested. It's possible that he would let Orochimaru turn everyone in the world into the impure world reincarnation, and then use the impure world reincarnation to revive. At that time, the scene would definitely be very beautiful. Fortunately, now he knows in advance, he can avoid this from happening. Miss Sonoko, you have to cook me and I will enjoy it. I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first. As for the cost, I'll let Arena pay for you. Because they were in a hurry, Zhang Yan and Kikuchi Sonoko apologized and directly activated the Union's cross-border ability to summon a space vortex. Without caring that Kikuchi Sonoko and the other two would not be scared, he stepped in directly and disappeared. It was not until the space vortex disappeared that Kikuchi Sonoko and the other two reacted. Senior Kikuchi, is this the entertainment program you prepared for us? A large-scale magic? Xiaolin Longden swallowed his saliva and asked in surprise, it's hard to understand that you want to pass the Michelin Level 2 assessment by this way of entertainment. No. I don't know. Kikuchi Yuanquo pinched her arm again, and this time she pinched it even harder. Feeling the pain, she finally confirmed that she was not dreaming. Have we reached the legendary immortal? Immortal? Is there such a thing? Well, whether he is an immortal or not, did he eat a free meal? Akane Kubo Momo asked stupidly. Akane Kubo, that's an immortal, do you still want to collect debts? Xiaolin Longden was speechless. This Akane Kubo Momo's focus is always so strange. It's not like she's running away. Kikuchi Enka was stunned by Akane Kubo Momo's question, and turned around to answer, before that person left, didn't he say that I could contact Junior Arena? Kikuchi Enka was from the 89th class, and Arena Sakuri was from the 92nd class. Logically, the two had no intersection. But Kikuchi Enka had always heard that a genius girl appeared in the junior high school department, who had already reserved a world birth before entering the high school department, and was the granddaughter of the general manager, and had a divine tongue. So she knew who Arena was. Do you think Junior Arena knows who that person is? This, it won't take long to ask. Call. Ding. In the kitchen of the Sakuri Villa, Arena, who had just completed a special training, received a call from Kobayashi Ryado. Junior, how did you know the immortal? Arena. Chapter 226 Aban, you are good at playing? 1/2 please subscribe. Senior Kobayashi Ryodan, what are you talking about? By the way, why are you calling me? When Arena heard the voice of Kobayashi Ryodan on the phone, she was a little confused. The new semester had just started, and she and Kobayashi Ryodan had only met a few times during the meeting of the 10 elites, and they were not very familiar with each other. So she was very surprised that Kobayashi Ryodan would call him. Actually, it's not that I want to call you, but Senior Kikuchi Inko has something to ask you. Kobayashi Ryodan heard Arena's doubts, so he explained. She was just a little too excited because of the means shown by Zhang Yan. Senior Kikuchi Inko. Kobayashi Ryodan's explanation made Arena even more confused. She had heard the name of Kikuchi Inko, after all, when she entered Totsuki, Kikuchi Inko's class had just graduated, so it was considered close. When Kikuchi Enka was trying to certify a 1-star Michelin restaurant, he used the channels within the academy to ask her to try the food with the tongue of God, but she refused. I heard that Kikuchi Enka was going to certify a 2-star restaurant recently. Was it for this? Thinking that she had figured out everything, Arena curled her lips and said, Senior Kikuchi Enka wants me to try the food. I'm sorry I don't have time, and I will turn down all tasting jobs in the future. When she said these words, Arena was very determined. She is the pride of the emperor who joined the super-dimensional union. The people she will deal with in the future will be strong people like the president and Luo Hao. Or the emperor of the ages like Ying Zheng. In short, it's not easy. If she goes to try the food casually, won't it be cheap? In the future, she will go to the heavens and the worlds to taste world-famous food. Kikuchi Ingo, who had just received the phone, was stunned by Arena's answer, but soon reacted and said softly, well, Arena-chan, that's not the case. Just now, a fairy ate dessert at my place. He seemed to have an emergency and left. He said he came to you to settle the bill. Of course, I didn't come to settle the bill. It's just that the gentleman left in a magical way, just like the legendary fairy, So Longden-chan and Zio Taizai wanted to call you to ask. Kikuchi Ingo answered patiently. After seeing Zhang Yan's magic, she really didn't think about making money anymore. It's just a dish, isn't it better than knowing the existence of a suspected immortal more valuable? Although Mikuchi Inkyuo has big breasts, and they are not ordinary big, she is not stupid. Immortal. Disappeared in a flash. Let me pay the bill. If Ge had heard Mikuchi Inkyuo's answer one day ago, Arena would have thought that this senior was either stupid or deceived. The name of her family is so useful, can anyone use it? But now, after joining the Super Dimension Union, Nai has other guesses about Mikuchi Inkyuo's words. Immortal? The way of leaving is very special? It can also make the former and current 10 elites call her in a hurry. Could it be? Thinking of a possible moment, Arena controlled her tone and asked, Mikuchi Inkyuo, can you describe what your customer looks like? Sure. Mikuchi Inkyuo nodded subconsciously, and then described Zhang Yan's clothes and takeaway. Although she only saw him for a few times, Zhang Yan's unique temperament left a deep impression on her and she could not forget it. Sure enough. After listening to Mujichi Ingo's description, Arena, who had already guessed, immediately realized that the person was Zhang Yan. In fact, this is not difficult to guess. In the Union, there is now time for someone to come to his world and pay the crossing points at any time just to eat delicious food, and he does not need to get the consent of her as an aboriginal. I am afraid that only Zhang Yan meets the situation. In fact, Irina did not pay attention to the situation in the Union group because she was training her cooking skills, so she did not know what happened around her, otherwise she could have guessed it faster. But now that she knows, it is not a big deal. Senior Yuanquo, that person is indeed my RVIP of the Askire family. How much do you need to pay? Tell me and I'll let Fishazi pay you. Also, if he comes to your place for dinner in the future, just put it on my account. The opportunity to build a good foundation with Zhang Yan was naturally not missed by Askire Irina. But to her surprise, after hearing her words, Kikuchi Yuanquo did not agree immediately, but was silent for a while and then asked, Junior Irina, may I ask if that gentleman is an immortal? If it were an ordinary person, this matter would naturally end here. But the way Zhang Yan left before shocked Kikuchi Yuanquo and the other two, and made the three girls have different ideas. Isn't it better to seize the immortal fate than to simply be a chef? Although this seems a bit incredible, since they have encountered it, they will not let it go. This. Irina hesitated for a moment, after all, this matter is a bit incredible. But thinking that Zhang Yan himself did not deliberately conceal it, and that Zhang Yan seemed to have an opportunity to create faith in the heavens and the worlds, she decided to tell the truth. That's right, Senior Yuanguo, that adult is indeed an immortal, and a very powerful one. How powerful is it? Anyway, when he is in the mood, he can destroy our planet at will. Although Zhang Yan does not have the strength to destroy a planet with one finger and travel the universe. But in Irina's opinion, the peak of the first level and the 9th level, it is possible to destroy a planet. But his words set off a storm in the interest of Mu Zhi and Yuanguo. When he is in the mood, he can destroy the planet. What kind of existence is this? Oh my god! If they hadn't seen Zhang Yan's magic with their own eyes, they would definitely suspect that Irina had lost her mind. But now, they just want to say that he is awesome. At this time, Irina was playing in the kitchen. Alice, with white hair and burgundy eyes, blinked her eyes, looking a little confused. I haven't heard that the tongue of God has side effects. What's the situation with the immortal? Why is Irina still making such a phone call with the other 10 heroes? It's so weird. At the same time, in the Naruto world, Ai Habara has already arrived near the sacred tree, but she did not rashly join the battle. Just kidding, those who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation at the scene were fine, but they were all beaten. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were not in a good situation either. They were thrown into the ball space and the space of lava, ice and snow, supergravity, sand, acid, etc. by Kagaya Otsutsuki with Aim no Go Cha. She joined and was not killed in one move? And of course there are people who can deal with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Shua. A space vortex appeared next to Ai Habara, and then Zhang Yan flashed out of it, his eyes swept over everyone at the scene, and finally stopped at Madara Uchiha who was rescued by Obito with Kamui. Aban, you are really good at playing. Chapter 227 He is here, the spoiler maniac is here. 2 halves please subscribe. Aban, you are really good at playing. Zhang Yan had a smile on his face and his voice was very calm. But when he heard his words, Uchiha Madara's heart tightened, and he felt a huge sense of crisis coming and enveloping his body. That, Emperor, if I say I am kind, do you believe it? Uchiha Madara said with some embarrassment. He is the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Who would have thought that he would speak so cautiously to a junior? But he must be afraid. Not to mention that Uchiha Madara knew that he could not beat Zhang Yan. Not to mention that Zhang Yan could invite him to the Union, and then unilaterally beat him without panic. Who could stand this? Of course, he, Uchiha Madara, is a man. At worst, I'll die. But now he finally learned the truth about the Uchiha clan, the information about the Otsutsuki clan, and almost understood the charm of the heavens and the worlds. So he didn't dare to fight back. If it weren't for this, do you think I could still talk to you so patiently? Zhang Yan curled his lips and said speechlessly, you are really not afraid of death. Otsutsuki Kagaya has swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree and has a true immortal body. No matter what damage she suffers, she can recover and absorb any ninjutsu. There is no other way to defeat her except to seal her. But can you seal her? Obviously not, because you can't suppress her at all. She has the white eye, and the Samsara Sharingan, as well as the bloodline net, Yomi Hirasaka, the immobilization technique, the Aim no Mikoto, the rabbit hair needle and other ninjutsu. You can't break her defense, but she can suppress you in all aspects. The most important thing is that you have to liberate her. Isn't it better to give each tailed beast some chakra? It can be done the same way. Maybe you gave all the chakras of the 9-tailed beasts, and even the 9-tailed beasts had enough yin and yang. What about Kaguya Otsutsuki in her prime? Before today, I dare not say that I can beat her. Zhang Yan was really helpless. What Uchiha Madara could think of, he couldn't think of it. But why didn't he do it? Because he didn't have the confidence to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki, after she was pulled into the union, she turned on the punishment mode and won by cheating. He thought about it, but gave up the idea. Because Kaguya Otsutsuki is too special, even if he doesn't attack him, he still has ways to escape, hide and defend. If he doesn't lose, Kaguya Otsutsuki won't lose either. In this case, she brought Kaguya Otsutsuki into the guild, which could be said to be a way to bring in her own people or a disguised act of aiding the enemy. It's because he thought all this through. That's why he didn't take action. But now he is no longer panicking. He has killed the body of the great sage of heaven, and he is no less than Kaguya Otsutsuki. As for the means of dealing with the enemy, he is even better with all the magical powers of the great sage of heaven. Although the great sage of heaven who kills the gods is not as good as the one in the derivative world of the prehistoric world. But at least he has made a start in magical powers. Perhaps with his current strength, he is still very weak in the prehistoric world, and his magical powers and spells can't be used. But in some ordinary small and middle worlds, the means can be used. So now she is not panicking at all about Kaguya Otsutsuki. Then take this new member down. He was also quite curious about the fruit of the sacred tree. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan retracted his gaze and looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, saying with interest, "Kaguya, I am very interested in the Otsutsuki clan, are you willing to tell me?" Another person interested in the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Kaguya had noticed Zhang Yan as early as when he appeared. This person gave her a feeling of extreme danger. This feeling surprised Kaguya. Since swallowing the operation fruit, she only felt a little danger when facing Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hago Romo working together to perform the seal. But Zhang Yan made him feel extremely dangerous. This shows that Zhang Yan has the ability to kill him. Don't think that she will really not die, that's just because she thinks the opponent is not strong enough. Do you want to know what the Otsutsuki clan does? Otsutsuki Kaguya asked patiently. The feeling Zhang Yan gave her made her decide to be more cautious. In fact, Kaguya Otsutsuki is a cautious person, otherwise she wouldn't have made arrangements so early to deal with the Otsutsuki clan who might come at any time. How can I put this? Zhang Yan held his chin and thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Well, I actually know a lot about the Otsutsuki clan. I only care about one question. Do you know a lot about the Otsutsuki clan?" Zhang Yan's words made Kaguya Otsutsuki sneer. Although he was also a low-class person in the Otsutsuki clan and a wage earner, and although he chose the Earthlings over the Otsutsuki clan, it did not mean that she was proud of her bloodline. In the eyes of the Otsutsuki clan, the people on this planet were all low-class people, and they could only become nutrients. When she first came, she was astonished. She was able to use yin-yang escape to create the Otsutsuki feather robe and the Otsutsuki village because of the offerings and blessings of the natives of this world. Although Zhang Yan was very powerful, beyond her imagination, how could he know about the Otsutsuki clan? Anyway, she didn't believe it. However, Kaguya was used to having a blank expression, so she didn't say what she was thinking, but asked, "What do you want to know?" "It's nothing." Although Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't show it, Zhang Yan could guess what she was thinking, so he changed his mind and asked directly, "I want to ask, are you from the main family of Otsutsuki or the branch family? Also, do you know how strong the strongest person in the main family of Otsutsuki is?" As soon as this question came out, Kaguya Otsutsuki's expression suddenly changed. You actually know the Otsutsuki clan. It's difficult for ordinary people to even know the Otsutsuki clan. Because even the strength of the people of the Otsutsuki branch family is not ordinary people can only imagine and worship. Only a very few people may know that the Otsutsuki clan also has branches and main families, because generally speaking, the people who plant the sacred tree are a main family and a branch family. But the concept of the Otsutsuki main family is rarely mentioned even by the Otsutsuki main family and branch family. They are revered as gods and only the heads of the branch and main families can see it. How can Zhang Yan, an ordinary person, know this? Very surprised. Zhang Yan smiled indifferently. I know much more than you think. Members of the Union. He's here, the spoiler maniac is here. Underscore. Chapter 228 The Six-Path Sage reappears. 1/2 Please subscribe. My Sakurajima, he's here, our spoiler maniac is here. Hokage Majayaka, when I heard the president asking Kaguya about the Otsutsuki clan, I was stunned for a moment. It turns out that he was waiting here. Yan Lingji, how could my husband who knows everything need to ask these questions? Sun Ce, if the card appears on the scene, Kaguya will definitely be fooled by the president. Vice President Su Hangxiu, no need to say, I'm ready to take screenshots. Ling Menjian, also ready to take screenshots. Ai Huira, I took out the camera silently at the scene. Zhang Yan. Hey, where did you get this camera? That's too much. Ahem. Of course I know a lot about your Otsutsuki clan. Zhang Yan chuckled and said, we know that your Otsutsuki clan has its own planet and is famous throughout the universe. I know that the direct descendants of your Otsutsuki clan have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, and can be reincarnated through the surname Wedge. They are existences beyond death. I also know that your direct descendants have unique horns on their heads and are born with white eyes. The family is divided into 3 parts, the main family, and the branch family, with the main family being the highest level. I also know that your family members are divided into 2 parts, guardians and the protected. The guardians are stronger in physical skills than the protected, and the protected are stronger in ninjutsu. The protected have the samsara eye, but the guardians do not. In addition, Yu Otsutsuki the guardian of the clan has a spirit of self-sacrifice. The protected will transform their guardian into a chakra fruit. After eating it, the protected will not only get the power of the guardian, but also open the 3rd reincarnation eye on the forehead. The protected can also open the reincarnation eye on the forehead by swallowing his own reincarnation eye, but will also lose the ability of his original reincarnation eye. I also know that when you usually go to various life planets in the universe to perform the task of planting chakra fruits, there will be guardians and protected people to work together. And your companion of Kaguya Otsutsuki is called as Heike Otsutsuki, right? Zhang Yan narrated calmly, as if he had said something insignificant. In fact, he knew much more than he said. For example, decades later, Momoshiki Otsutsuki and Kinshiki Otsutsuki will come, in addition to Otsutsuki Urashiki. There is also Urashiki who actually traveled back to 20 years ago and tried to seize the 9 Tails chakra, but was also killed by Boruto and Naruto, when they were young. However, this is the original trajectory and will not appear now. Because of Zhang Yan's existence, there will inevitably be a causal line. And Zhang Yan also knows that the original Otsutsuki Kaguya is not dead, but is living in the body of Jijin, the leader of the Kara organization, in the form of a wedge. Even the future Boruto will enter Boruto's body, but this will not happen either. Because Hinata is his Zhang Yan. These things are actually more shocking when they are said, after all, they involve the theory of time travel. But Zhang Yan did not say it, but just what he said has already set off a storm in the heart of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and even in the hearts of Uchiha and others at the scene. Even some members of the Union were stunned. They all knew that the Otsutsuki clan was powerful, but they didn't know they were so powerful. It turned out to be a race that planned the universe and used the life planets in the universe as breeding grounds. Besides, the people of the main family and the branch family are so strong, and the powerful Samsara Eye has become the standard. Doesn't this mean that every member of the Otsutsuki clan can steadily improve to at least the level of the 1st order and the 7th level? And once the guardian and the protected merge, their strength can rise to the 8th and 9th levels at once. What kind of existence is this? Ah, you are really funny. Senju Hashirama imitated Zhang Yan's tone and winked at Uchiha Madara. Asshole Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly became ugly. How did he know that the Otsutsuki clan would be so powerful? This Otsutsuki Kaguya is the protected one, and she has swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree. Her strength is probably at the peak level of the 1st order. He can't beat several of them. If he had known earlier, he should have swallowed half of the tailed beast chakra first, so that he might be able to open the Samsara Sharingan and be on par with Otsutsuki Kaguya. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. The only thing to be thankful for is that Zhang Yan has always been relaxed, and he is 100% not inferior to Kagaya Otsutsuki. That's good, at least he has completely understood this matter. Playing too much. You didn't lie, you really know the Otsutsuki clan very well. Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression changed several times, and suddenly she put away her aura and asked, then do you know why I must activate the infinite Tsukuyomi? If you even know this, I will return to your question. Otsutsuki Kagaya is arrogant, which is related to her background. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, even if she is only a member of the main family, she is born with strong talents and strength. She has never explained the intention of performing the infinite Tsukuyomi and the birth of the God Tree realm to anyone, even Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura, which made her sealed. So she thought that even if Zhang Yan didn't know where he got some information about the Otsutsuki clan, he would never understand her. If Zhang Yan could understand her, then she would look this man in the face. Do you think this is a test? Zhang Yan laughed and shook his head, saying lightly, unfortunately, I really know. It's nothing more than resisting other members of the Otsutsuki clan who will come to you 1,000 years later, and want to gain enough strength to fight against them, and truly protect this planet and the humans on the planet, right? Although it was a rhetorical question, Zhang Yan's tone was extremely affirmative. And his words completely stunned Kagaya Otsutsuki. She didn't expect that Zhang Yan actually understood her. And Zhang Yan's words also stunned Uchiha Madara and others. Kagaya Otsutsuki, as a member of the Otsutsuki clan, turned many people into nutrients for the sacred tree in order to resist the Otsutsuki clan? To truly protect this planet? Are you kidding? Boom! At this moment, two strange lights appeared from Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, and finally merged together to become an illusory figure. This voice floated in the air and asked Kagaya Otsutsuki in an unbelievable voice, Mother, is what he said true? Chapter 229 The Strength Level of the Strongest Person in the Main Family of Otsutsuki. Please subscribe. Shua. A strange light suddenly shot out from the bodies of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and condensed into an illusory figure in the sky. The owner of this figure is an old man with two horns on his head. He wears a white coat. There are 6 black Megatama patterns on his chest, a red vortex-shaped mark on his back, and 3 rows of Megatama below, 3 in each row. This person is the Sage of the 6 Paths, formerly known as Otsutsuki Hago Romo. Before his death, his chakra was transformed into yin and yang, and injected into the bodies of his eldest son Indra and the second son Ashura respectively, and combined with their chakras, using the power of the Samsara Eye to control their reincarnation. These 2 chakras after the reincarnation of Ra, Indra first reincarnated into Uchiha Madara, and Ashura reincarnated into Senju Hashirama. Later, when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were together, these 2 souls carrying special chakras were reincarnated into Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The 6 Path Sage has been living in this way, achieving a different kind of immortality. The purpose of doing so is also because he vaguely sensed the existence of Black Zetsu, in order to prevent Otsutsuki Kagaya from being liberated again one day. And now, after hearing Zhang Yan's words, he finally stopped hiding and reappeared through the chakra in Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Mother, is what he said true? Otsutsuki Hago Romo asked with a trembling voice. At the beginning, he and his brother Otsutsuki Hamura went to a secret place to check, and saw a towering tree and countless humans wrapped in bandages on the tree. At that time, they thought they knew the truth and concluded that Otsutsuki Kagaya just regarded all humans as farmed animals. Later, he and Otsutsuki Hamura attacked Kagaya together, and the latter did not explain a word. This made them more convinced of their guess. So sealing Otsutsuki Kagaya was a just act in their eyes, and it was a righteous act to kill relatives for the greater good. And in the final analysis, they just sealed Kagaya. But now, when he learned that everything might be wrong, he panicked. Hago Romo. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Otsutsuki Hago Romo deeply, still without explaining anything, but looked at Zhang Yan, surprised. I didn't expect that you really knew. But, how could it be? How could it be? Is it hard to guess? Zhang Yan smiled calmly. Of course he wouldn't say that he knew because he knew the plot in advance. He didn't put the Boruto memory copy in the guild. In fact, the Naruto memory copy has been modified by him. He doesn't want anyone to see the original. In his heart, Naruto ended the moment Naruto and Sasuke decided the winner. Actually, it's because of them. Zhang Yan pointed at Otsutsuki Hago Romo and said the reason he had prepared long ago, I'm not stupid, I know how difficult it is to create life. It's not created by using the power of the fruit of the sacred tree and yin-yang escape at all. In fact, Black Zetsu is created by you using the power of the yin-yang part of the fruit of the sacred tree, and it also integrates part of your will, but it is still not a complete human body, it is an alternative life individual. This makes me guess that it's not that simple for you to create Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Then I did some research and finally concluded that you were able to create the two brothers of Otsutsuki Hago Romo because you got the sincere blessings of almost all humans at that time. With the blessing of this spiritual power, you combined the yin-yang escape and some of the power of the sacred tree fruit to create them. Then we can infer from here. Can a person who wants to turn humans on the planet into nutrients get the worship from almost everyone's heart? I think this is impossible. Then there is only one truth, you have something to hide. Based on this starting point, I quickly found some information about the Otsutsuki clan and learned about the concept of the outer world, so I made a guess. Speaking of this, Zhang Yan paused to give everyone time to digest the information. But Kagaya Otsutsuki was very excited to hear this and asked, what guess? I conclude that you really love this planet. Zhang Yan looked at Kagaya Otsutsuki and said seriously, according to the information I got, you Otsutsuki clan are born with powerful strength, do not need to practice like mortals, and have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. But no one, or life, will learn to be satisfied. In order to obtain eternal life and powerful power, the Otsutsuki clan sent you, who are not from the clan, to different planets to plant chakra sacred trees. To guard the sacred tree that bears fruit only once every 1,000 years. Not only that, you laborers must continue to offer chakra to the Otsutsuki family until the chakra fruit matures and you hand it over. To put it bluntly, the difference between you and ordinary people is that you are born with powerful strength and longer life. But in the eyes of the Otsutsuki family, you are still just miserable workers. And you, Kagaya Otsutsuki, cut off your connection with the Otsutsuki clan after coming to Earth, because you are more inclined to the people of Earth. From the fact that you received the blessing of your people to create the twins, it can be seen that you really did it. Kagaya Otsutsuki closed her eyes, and looking at her expression, it seemed that she agreed. But her expression greatly stimulated Otsutsuki Yui. If what Zhang Yan said was true, then what did he and Yukin do? Isn't it sorry for everyone? Zhang Yan glanced at Otsutsuki Hamura, without explaining, but asked Otsutsuki Kagaya, do you want me to tell you, or do you want me to tell you? I'll tell you. Otsutsuki Kagaya narrowed her eyes. At first, she didn't say it because of her personality and the sadness of not being understood. But now that there is someone like Zhang Yan who understands her, she is willing to tell the truth. Everything is for the power of self-preservation. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Otsutsuki Hamura and said, after I came to this planet, I planted the fruit and began to absorb chakra. While waiting, I traveled around the world and found that the humans on this planet are actually very similar to me. They can't control their own destiny, and they can't even fight. But I'm different. At least I can still fight a little. I decided to fight. I interrupted the chakra that should have been handed over to the Otsutsuki family, and instead spread it among humans, so that he can have the strength to become stronger. I swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree and gained power strength, quelled the world's disputes, and established a unified country. But I know, this is not enough. Because there are countless strong people in that race who have swallowed the fruit. Even the monsters in my family have swallowed countless fruits over the years. The strongest of them can destroy a planet with a wave of their hands. And such enemies, I know they will come back one day, so I must become stronger. And the way for my family to become stronger is to swallow the fruit of the sacred tree continuously. So, I thought of a way to speed up the appearance of the fruit. Chapter 230 Kagaya Otsutsuki joins the Union. Please subscribe. A way to speed up the appearance of the fruit. The six-path sage was stunned, and then asked, is it to devour humans? He couldn't understand it. If so, isn't it still putting the cart before the horse? It is a contradiction to say that you want to protect this world, but you want to devour the people in this world. Hago Romo, that's something you don't know. Perhaps because Zhang Yan already knew everything, Kagaya didn't speak arrogantly this time, but explained, you're right, my method is to devour humans, which can speed up the absorption of chakra. This is actually very easy to understand. It means that the big fish eat the small fish, and humans are equivalent to the accelerator of the fruit of the sacred tree raised outside. But I won't devour every human. If humans become extinct, then I can only wait for 1,000 years, when the fruit will mature. As long as I hand it in, I will still not be in any danger, and there will even be a reward. But at the moment when the fruit matures, the infinite moon reading will be activated, and all humans will be extinct. It's under my control. I only need to devour a small number of humans, and so on. I can keep making the fruit mature in advance, and finally humans will not be extinct. And I can get power to protect this world, instead of letting the later Otsutsuki people destroy this time. Kaguya finally told some of the truth she had hidden back then. Yes, Kaguya was indeed afraid of the existence of the Otsutsuki clan, and found that the infinite Tsukuyomi created the living weapon White Zetsu, and it was also an attempt to deal with the Otsutsuki trio who would come in the future. But if it was just that, she could have swallowed the fruit and slipped away, regardless of the life and death of humans in this world. The life species in this universe are not only on Earth. She doesn't even need to care about the future of mankind. As long as she leaves, when the Otsutsuki trio arrives 1,000 years later, humans will still be extinct. From this, it can be seen that Kaguya Otsutsuki stayed to protect humans. As for the fact that she would swallow some humans from time to time, there is nothing she can do about it. This is a multiple-choice question. Either, let the fruit of the sacred tree completely exterminate humans. Or, Kaguya Otsutsuki is not strong enough, and when the Otsutsuki trio arrives, she will be caught, and humans will still be completely exterminated. No matter which side Kaguya stands on, the future of mankind has already taken the initiative. If she wants to change, she must have strength. And how she can have strength is naturally to swallow more fruits of the sacred tree to become stronger. So she absorbed some humans from time to time, which was also a helpless move, in order to preserve more humans. If it was just betrayal, she could have changed places and started over long ago, and she might have become stronger by surviving. Is that so? Is that so? The Six-Path Sage's expression changed, and he muttered in a daze. Was Kaguya's choice wrong? Now it seems to be extremely correct. The Six-Path Sage knew how strong he had been, but at that time, he and his brother could only seal Kaguya Otsutsuki in front of him. And Kaguya Otsutsuki was afraid of the big trio and even the more powerful Otsutsuki clan behind them. It is obvious that he did not fight against this crisis that would definitely be rewarded in the future. Kaguya's approach was the only chance of survival. But this only chance of survival was destroyed by him. Think about the continuous wars and extinction of human beings over the years. How many people died from the beginning of the Warring States period to the 3 Ninja World Wars? If these people were swallowed by the sacred tree, would it be the same? At this moment, the Six-Path Sage completely understood. It seems you have understood. Kaguya looked at the guilty expression of the Six-Path Sage, without any fluctuation in her heart. To put it bluntly, Yuyi and Hamura are the products of her and the Earth humans' mutual trust, with some of the characteristics of humans in her. At first, she did raise them as children. But when Yuyi and Hamura sealed her and recovered her, the bond between her and the Earth humans was broken. Now she has no intention of doing anything for humans. Anyway, the fruit of the sacred tree can be born now, and there is no problem for her to complete the task. Let the Earth humans fend for themselves. Because she has no desires, there will be no ripples in her heart. Now the only thing she is curious about is Zhang Yan. She sees something completely different in this human being from the humans on this planet. Why do you want to know about the Otsutsuki clan? Kaguya asked with a little curiosity. Now she only has Zhang Yan in her eyes. Others are not in her eyes. This is the arrogance that comes with being an Otsutsuki. Of course, this arrogance is not right for Zhang Yan. Because Zhang Yan is obviously different from ordinary people. No big words. Zhang Yan shook his head and said in a calm tone, I just know that the Otsutsuki clan has the ambition to dominate the universe, and the outsiders will definitely confront me, so I am curious. Prepare early, so that you won't be caught off guard in the future. If you are sure that you are not as good as me, I will immediately lead people to kill you. There is no need for the Otsutsuki who regards all the life races in the universe as nutrients to survive. Everyone. Can you not use such a matter-of-fact and relaxed tone to say such murderous words? Are you planning to exterminate the clan? Is it right? It's better to say it so lightly. Otsutsuki looked at Zhang Yan deeply and said, I don't mind what you do to the Otsutsuki clan. For me, who is at the bottom of the main family and may become a branch family and be sacrificed at any time, it doesn't matter if the Otsutsuki clan is destroyed. They are a clan without humanity and passion. But do you have this power? This Zhang Yan raised his eyebrows and did not answer, but directly said in his heart, Union, invite Kaguya Otsutsuki to join. Ding! President Zhang Yan uses the opportunity to invite Kaguya Otsutsuki to join the group. Ding! Invitation successful. In the Union chat group. System prompt, President Zhang Yan invites Kaguya Otsutsuki to join the Union. Buddhist Kaguya. Buddhist Kaguya, where is this? With Zhang Yan's invitation, Kaguya immediately received the invitation and notification from the Super Dimension Union and joined the Union. The voice in her mind made her a little confused, wondering if this was some kind of high-level illusion. However, after feeling that the chakra in her body was still stable and there was nothing abnormal in the surrounding environment, she rejected this idea. President Zhang Yan, Kaguya, you will know after reading the Union notice and the memory copy in it. That's my answer too. _ Chapter 231 Thanos' body trembled. Please subscribe. Vice President Su Hangxiu, welcome new members join. Ling Menjian, welcome new members. Yan Lingji, welcome Sister Kaguya to join the Union. Iron Man Tony, welcome, but what the hell is Sister Kaguya? This is the ancestral relationship, right? It doesn't matter if you call her grandma. President Esteth, oh, is this the Iron Man's signature bad breath that AI-chan said? Greyfield AI, looking at the memory copy, I felt that Mr. Shit Decay was just courting death and had a sharp tongue, but at least he was not stupid, but now it seems that he is really emotionally intelligent and a master of courting death. Luo Hao, Shit Decay, do you have any prejudice against older girls? Old but still a girl? Tony wanted to complain. But thinking of his own weight, he decided to give up decisively. If he became the public enemy of women in the Union, he really didn't need to mix with them. Buddhist Kaguya, I have read the announcement and the memory copy. If these are all true, then this place is quite magical. Buddhist Kaguya, Black Zetsu did a good job and finally released me. I just didn't expect that I would be sealed again by Yuyi's child in the end. Buddhist Kaguya, just from the memory copy, it seems that there is no president in my world, so is the president an outsider like me? President Zhang Yan, well, this is not a secret. I am not only an outsider to this planet, but also to this universe. But I am a legal traverser. I came here to bring vitality and change to this world. Now it seems that the Otsutsuki clan should be my biggest obstacle. By the way, do you dislike the Otsutsuki clan so much? Buddhist Kaguya, of course I don't like it. If I like it, will I stay in this world? Will I attack his Hiki? Will I calculate so much for this planet? I feel that this clan is very corrupt. President Zhang Yan, suddenly I feel that you are very similar to Itaki. Buddhist Kaguya, Itaki? The boy who destroyed the Uchiha clan, I am not like her. The Uchiha in Konoha village are in opposition, but they are not too evil. And the Otsutsuki clan is really very evil. Those people in the main family have lived for who knows how many years, constantly swallowing fruits to become stronger and longer, and each fruit is countless lives. In fact, planting fruits does not require human lives. It takes time and longer, but they regard all people as nutrients for their own selfish interests. Even those of us with the blood of the Otsutsuki clan are just tools for mass production. I absolutely disagree with this. Otsutsuki Kaguya said a lot, which made all the members a little confused. Who would have thought that Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was arranged to be the Naruto world, would have such a final thought? It was so unexpected. Like them, those people in the God's Circle in the Naruto world were also confused. Looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya and Zhang affectionately looking at each other but not speaking. Except for the informed Hashirama Senju, Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara and Habara AI, most people did not dare to speak, and all kinds of weird pictures were in their minds. For example, the Six-Path Sage. As the founder of the ninja clan and the creator of ninjutsu, he is of a very high generation. Zhang Yan is definitely a junior, right? But he always feels that there may be a situation in the future that will shock him. I hope that kind of thing won't happen. The Six-Path Sage thought cautiously. At this time, the guild was still chatting. President Zhang Yan, after joining here, Kagaya should be able to tell me the news I want to know, right? Buddhist Kagaya, of course, I don't know the specific strength of the strongest in the family, but I have had the honor of seeing him take action. I don't know the power to destroy stars and even the universe. But according to the description of strength you published, I guess it should be at the 3rd level, maybe not even the 9th level. But now 1,000 years have passed, and I don't know if he has become much stronger again. But at most he has just broken through the 4th level. President Zhang Yan, really? It seems that this universe should be a middle thousand universe, and there are suspected 4th level strong men. Such an opponent is still unmatched by me, but it's nothing in our union. Iron Man Tony, of course, our union has Mr. Shit. Aizen, you are the bottom member of the union, are you qualified to speak so arrogantly? Iron Man Tony, Aizen, what do you mean? Aizen, you should become a strong man of level 9 first. You are not qualified to speak in the union unless you are level 9. Yan Lingji. Mai Sakurajima. Kazumajayaka Utah. Ying Zheng. Sun Ce. This map canon is a bit crazy. But thinking of the strength of Zhang Yan, Luo Hao, Kagaya, Groudon, and others, and the existence of this bug character, they really can't refute it. Buddhist Kagaya, the strongest person in the union now is think of the second punch. If he can come to our world now, he can destroy all the Otsutsuki except me with one punch. Think of the second punch, can that person let me throw the second punch? If I can, I will attack. President Zhang Yan, if you, Saitama, attack with all your strength, you should not be able to block a punch. After all, this is your invincibility. But it's just an ordinary punch and a serious punch. I believe the other party can stop it. Thinking of the second punch, so it seems that the strongest of the Otsutsuki clan is stronger than our universe overlord, and he is a worthy opponent. I agree to this. President Zhang Yan, okay, after a while, I will go with you Saitama. I also want to see what the strongest person in this world is like, then I will give you the permission to cross over, and I will also take care of the points. If Saitama is willing to take action, it is equivalent to helping Zhang Yan, after all, he has unified the ninja world, and the next goal is the universe. After knowing that the world he crossed over to was the Naruto world, he had already made plans in this regard to guard against the Otsutsuki clan. Since he joined the union, he breathed a sigh of relief, and now that Saitama has joined, he breathed a sigh of relief again. Just then, seeing the conversation between Zhang Yan and Saitama, a certain Iron Man couldn't help it. Throw the second punch, teacher you, I have the opponent you want in this world. Tony's eyes flashed with murderous light. On a spaceship, a purple potato spirit suddenly shuddered, what's going on? I actually have this reaction. Underscore. Chapter 232 Kagaya presents the fruit of the sacred tree. The old man is the marquis, yo Mr. Shitbig is not very powerful, so you ask for it. Iron Man Tony, old marquis, did I provoke you? You are targeting me like this. The old man is the marquis, I like it, I am happy, I am happy. Kazumajayaka Utah, proof that Mr. Tony succeeded in his suicide. God's tongue arena, poor Mr. Shitbig. Luo Hao, although the old marquis once again abandoned his personality, I can't help but say well done. Members. You don't seem to be any better, what about the narcissistic and aloof Luo Hao? Thinking of the second punch, Iron Man Tony, so who is the opponent you are talking about? Iron Man Tony, of course it's the purple potato spirit Thanos. Mai Sakurajima, purple potato spirit? This description is okay. Getting along with the second punch, oh, it's him, he can't seem to block my punch. President Zhang Yan, don't be careless, Saitama, the Thanos shown in the memory copy is not that strong, the protagonist Halo of Shitake and his friends is bigger. Thanos was born in the eternal clan of Titan, and he is extremely powerful. He has strength, endurance, recovery ability and agility that most beings cannot surpass. His skin is almost indestructible, especially when fighting against cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, aging and disease. And now he should have been cursed by his secret admirer, the goddess of death, and gained eternal life. Thanos' spirit is almost invincible. Most mental attacks are ineffective against him. He can also use energy waves or release plasma or cosmic energy through his eyes and hands. This is a real strong man, and a strong man in the world. You know, Shitake died directly after snapping his fingers with the Infinity Stones. Although this is related to the fact that the infinity gauntlet he made is not as good as the dwarves, Banner didn't die. And Thanos snapped his fingers casually, and there was no side effect at all. Even after using the gems to destroy the gems, he didn't die, but was extremely weak. It can be seen how powerful he is. You can have confidence, but you can't be blindly confident. Zhang Yan has never underestimated Thanos' strength. Even though his strength is not strong in the movie, as if anyone can fight him without the Infinity Stones. But that's a movie. In the real world, Zhang Yan has always kept his absolute attention. Getting along with the second punch, President, I understand, I never underestimate any opponent. Liukeng Liulai, I'm the only one who wants to say that this metaphor is great. Poor shit Decay snapped his fingers and died. Iron Man Tony, hey, this is not something to gloat over, right? Liukeng Liulai, this fallen angel is not gloating. I'm reminding Mr. Shit Decay to remember to improve his own quality. Armor is an external force after all. Iron Man Tony, you need your little to tell me these? I plan to go to the world of God Killer after collecting enough points. Do you think I can summon Thor into history if I take Thor with me? The old man is the Marquis, you have a familiar sense of copyright JVU. Greybara AI, isn't that you, the old Marquis? You changed the subject to summoning the disobedient gods to slaughter in just 2 sentences. Mei Changsu, I just think that if Mr. Tony succeeds in killing the gods, it will be very interesting after he possesses the power of Thor. Groudon, the Lord of the Earth, at that time, Tony's energy will be inexhaustible, and he will become a biological battery. He can use the armor to burst out a stronger combat power, maybe he can reach the first level 9. Everyone. The metaphor of biological battery is amazing. But Tony may really reach the first level 9 in one step. Is this the rhythm of turning over? Waban suddenly began to consider whether he should reject Tony. President Zhang Yan, okay, let's not talk about this for the time being. In short, everyone should help each other. If I need anything, I'll trouble you, Saitama, to help me. Thinking of a second punch, okay, wait for your contact, President. President Zhang Yan, okay, but if you just want to, if you have a hand, go to the Dragon Ball and Marvel Worlds, and you can find a bunch of them in minutes. Get along with the second punch, forget about looking for it deliberately, unless you meet a big evil person, otherwise wait until you are interested before taking action. President Zhang Yan, then let's leave it at that. After sending the last sentence, Zhang Yan no longer cared about how everyone in the Union group chatted, and his consciousness returned to reality. He looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki not far away and said, Kaguya, fighting is meaningless, and then you join the force I want to create, how about it? No problem. Kaguya nodded immediately. She had a good impression of the president who invited her to such a magical place as the Super Dimension Union, and she didn't mind getting in touch with him more. After all, both parties live in the same world and have the same goal. Now, you should cancel the Infinite Moon reading first. Zhang Yan pointed at the extended God Tree. Now there is no telling how many people in the world have been devoured, so we still need to organize first. After all, these people, outsiders, are all his people. God Tree World is born, unlock. Kaguya suddenly stretched out her hands and answered directly with action. Infinite Tsukuyomi, unlock. A silent power emanated from Kaguya's body, and the Samsara Sharingan on the full moon immediately disappeared, and the purple light began to converge. At the same time, the branches of the God Tree began to retract, and the fruit on the top of the God Tree began to emit a strange light. Although Kaguya has been sealed for so many years, the chakra, which is an important part of the fruit of the God Tree, has been dispersed into 9-tailed beasts and has been growing for countless years. The God Tree has never stopped absorbing chakra. In addition, the fruit had already matured that year, so it is not difficult for the fruit to mature again. President, I'll give this fruit to you. Kaguya took the fruit, took a look at it, and threw it to Zhang Yan. This fruit will have a great effect on the first person who takes it, much more effective than those who take it more than once. Although Kaguya felt pain, she was willing to do a favor and deepen her relationship with Zhang Yan. Everyone who looked at the fruit had different degrees of fiery light in their eyes. This is a chance to reach the sky in one step. Even Habara AI is no exception. But looking at Zhang Yan and Kaguya, no one dared to have bad thoughts. However, Zhang Yan did not rush to swallow the fruit after taking it. After thinking about it, he sent it to the Union group as a red envelope. Ding! President Zhang Yan sent Yan Lingji an exclusive red envelope. _ Chapter 233 Yan Lingji swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree. The second ten-tailed. Ding. President Zhang Yan sent Yan Lingji an exclusive red envelope. Ding. Yan Lingji accepts the red envelope. Yan Lingji. My husband, why did you send me the fruit of the sacred tree? In the Qin world, Yan Lingji, who was sitting in the Dakian Immortal Kingdom Hall, looked at the fruit in her hand with a somewhat surprised expression. She had been watching the live broadcast and paying attention to Zhang Yan's situation, and naturally saw the scene where Hokage gave the fruit of the sacred tree to Zhang Yan. She didn't expect Zhang Yan to give her the fruit right away. This is a fruit that can make people ascend to heaven in one step and step into the first level and ninth level. After all, a fruit needs to absorb natural chakra for 1,000 years. Of course, if the power is too weak to withstand the power of the fruit, it will still explode and die. But with Yan Lingji's physique, it is definitely more than enough to absorb the fruit. President Zhang Yan, as my empress, I haven't given you anything valuable yet, and Yan, your strength is still a little weak, so it's just right to have this fruit to help. Yan Lingji, but, this thing is too expensive. Although she loves him and has agreed to become Zhang Yan's woman, Yan Lingji still can't convince herself to enjoy Zhang Yan's things so naturally. President Zhang Yan, Yan, you are my woman. If you improve your strength, you can help me more, right? And this sacred tree fruit is really not very useful to me. After all, I have comprehended the 72 techniques of the earthly evil. Zhang Yan directly said that he had comprehended the 72 techniques of the earthly evil. There is nothing to hide. All members of the Union, even Saitama, can't hurt him. And with his strength reaching this level, he has so many means. Even if he plays an open card, others can't deal with it. He is talking about hard power now. Of course, the main reason is that this fruit really has little effect on him. Now he has reached the extreme of the first level and level 9, and has the foundation of countless worlds. What he lacks is a higher level of comprehension. This can be solved as long as he has enough points and upgrades a critical skill on his body. As for the fruit of the sacred tree, it can only help him have some methods similar to Kaguya. But these methods are too weak in front of the 72 earthly evil techniques. After swallowing them, they will distract people, so it is better not to eat them. Yan Lingji, on the other hand, has a strong talent but a simple method of fighting the enemy. If she swallows this sacred tree fruit, she may be stronger than Kaguya. Yan Lingji, okay, since my husband said so. Yan Lingji finally accepted Zhang Yan's kindness. Her idea is very simple. Even she herself belongs to Zhang Yan completely, so what Zhang Yan gives her is not worth it. In fact, it is also a disguised way of using it, isn't it? President Zhang Yan, good job. Zhang Yan nodded with satisfaction. When the two talked about this, the result of this matter was also known, and all the members of the union were excited. Sakura Jimamai, wow, I'm so envious. Kashuma Jayaka Utah, as expected, following the president gives me meat to eat. Sun Ce, I'm really envious. Iron Man Tony, am I the only one who cares about eating dog food? President's death, I care a lot. I don't envy the power of the fruit of the sacred tree. I just want to follow the path of pure ice power, but I envy that this is a gift from the president. Yin Xingyu, I haven't said anything yet. President Zhang Yan, Yin Yu, don't worry, I'll take you to the world of the God Slayer to kill gods later. I have a way to get a few interesting and disobedient gods. Just think about what type of power you want. Yin Xingyu, my husband, I love you, moi. Yin Xingyu has such a personality. She dares to love and hate. She is unwavering when she is moved. She will not have any small thoughts in front of her sweetheart. She is very straightforward. But Zhang Yan likes her like this. Because Yin Xingyu is a person with a sense of propriety. Bibi Dong, killing gods? If I take Tang Xiaosan's hair to the world of God Slayer, can I summon the sea god? I have no psychological burden to kill this god. Tang Xiaosan. Is this my real master? Mei Changsu, I feel like I have been led astray by the old marquis. Vice President Su Hangxiu, the world where Tang Xiaosan lives has no history in the world of God Slayer, so it is impossible to summon gods. Ling Menjian, in fact, I found a merchant who can buy a lot of things in the reincarnation space with just a few points, including items closely related to various gods. If it is just a medium to summon the disobedient gods, even ordinary items can be used, and many points are not needed. Doesn't this mean that as long as the reincarnation space is used well, everyone in the Union can kill gods? All the members were shocked. A huge storm was set off in their minds. Iran can kill the gods of death, the gods of the underworld, etc., so as to strengthen their own spiritual bodies, and the gods have bodies. Whitebeard and the others also have their own calculations. After all, the direction of the Demon King's improvement is all round. For example, the divine body and lifespan can make people tempted. This is something worth pondering. At the same time, Zhang Yan looked at Kagaya not far away. Although his face was still expressionless, he could feel that this woman seemed a little unhappy. This is actually easy to think of. The fruit of the sacred tree is so precious. Kagaya is willing to give it to Zhang Yan. She must have made a great determination. Although she has her own ideas and considerations, it cannot be denied that making this move is a great sacrifice. As a result, Zhang Yan gave it to his woman. If it were any other woman, she would probably be unhappy. However, Zhang Yan had already thought of a solution, and smiled at Kagaya. Kagaya, thank you for giving me the fruit of the sacred tree. As the president, I naturally cannot get such a great benefit for nothing. For example, I will give you a fruit of the sacred tree in return. Members of the Union, Uchihamadara and others at the scene. Give you a fruit of the sacred tree in return. Where does the second fruit come from? Even if everyone in the world is absorbed, it won't be that fast. After frowning slightly, Kagaya's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked in surprise, are you talking about the moment when Ishiki brought it? Do you know the whereabouts of that fruit? Is that possible? She has been searching for the fruit of Otsutsuki Ishiki for many years. Even after it was sealed, Black Zetsu did not stop looking for it. How did Zhang Yan know? This part is not involved in the memory copy. Chapter 234 Otsutsuki Ishiki. 1000-year layout. Do you know Ishiki? Otsutsuki asked in surprise. Otsutsuki Ishiki was her partner who came to Earth with her thousands of years ago in ancient times. Their mission was to plant the fruit of the sacred tree and offer it to the Otsutsuki family 1,000 years later. But after meeting the people on Earth, she changed her mind and decided to protect this Earth and the humans on it. In order to buy time and to avoid Ishiki Otsutsuki's betrayal, she tested him for a period of time and determined that Ishiki Otsutsuki was like other Otsutsuki, self-righteous and inconsistent with her philosophy. So she launched a surprise attack on this partner. Ishiki was seriously injured by her without any defense. Even the Otsutsuki clan would die with that kind of injury. And in the following period of time, until now, Ishiki Otsutsuki has not appeared again, which makes her more certain that this former partner has already disappeared in some unknown corner. Kagaya actually doesn't care about Ishiki Otsutsuki's death. What she cares more about is the fruit of the sacred tree on Ishiki Otsutsuki's body. Although both fruits of the sacred tree are made of chakra, the effects of the fruits they produce are somewhat different. If you can swallow this fruit, the effect will be more than 10 times stronger than swallowing the fruit in your hand. For this reason, Kagaya has never stopped looking for this fruit, even when she was the incarnation of Will, Black Zetsu. But after thousands of years, she has never found anything. And now, Zhang Yan actually mentioned Otsutsuki Ishiki. It was a surprising thing. What's more, he also has the information of the second 10 tails, which is too surprising. I do know the information of the second 10 tails. Zhang Yan gave a positive answer. Where is it? Kagaya Otsutsuki asked impatiently. Even with her state of mind, she couldn't control her excitement at this time. After all, if she gets the second fruit, her strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Both the means to deal with the enemy and the pure hard power will increase dramatically. Looking at Kagaya's eagerness, Zhang Yan didn't keep it a secret and replied, it's still in the hands of Ishiki Otsutsuki. What? Kagaya Otsutsuki was shocked. Ishiki Otsutsuki is still alive? How is this possible? If he is still alive, why hasn't he appeared for thousands of years? If he is still alive, why didn't he appear during the time she was sealed? Back then, you almost killed Otsutsuki. Zhang Yan pondered for a moment and said, it can only be said that he was lucky. Just when he was dying, he met a monk named Jijin. When he met that person, he used the secret technique Xiaoming Che Pai Kia Ben to shrink himself and drill into Jijin's ear, surviving as a parasite and controlling Jijin's mind. Xiaoming Che Pai Qianjun was smashed into a mushroom. A hint of food flashed in his eyes. She knew more about Otsutsuki as Heike than Zhang Yan. Now hearing Zhang Yan's words, she immediately understood what happened that year. When Otsutsuki members encountered life crises or the end of their lives, they would use the form of wedges to live in potential organisms and start a new life. The reason why Kagaya hated the Otsutsuki clan was because someone from the family had reserved her body long ago. In other words, not only does she have to work hard to repeat the work of planting the fruit of the sacred tree on countless life planets, but she is also destined to become a container of a certain existence and sacrifice her life in the future. She couldn't accept this. Later, he came to Earth and saw the ant-like humans. He felt a strange resonance in his heart and made up his mind to fight. And now, according to the news brought by Zhang Yan, Otsutsuki's Heike obviously survived in the form of a wedge. Why hasn't he appeared? Kagaya didn't mean to question the authenticity of Zhang Yan's news, she was just simply confused. Because his Heike's chakra is too strong. Zhang Yan knew all the truth and didn't hide it. He explained, the monk named Jijin is just an ordinary person, and his body can't bear his Heike's power. His Heike can't use him to complete his reincarnation, so he lives in Jijin's body in a temporary hiding form. So that's it. Kagaya nodded. Everything is explained. Xuanci cannot accept all of his Heike's power, so he needs to fall into a deep sleep from time to maintain his power. Because of the limited physical qualifications, the level that Jijin can cultivate to is also very low. Not to mention catching up with Kagaya, he can't even reach the level of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Hago Romo, or even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It is impossible for him to use this body to devour the fruit of the sacred tree. Because there is a high probability of death, just like Obito almost failed to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if it is not lucky, it is actually a waste. Thinking of this, Kagaya's IQ suddenly came online, and she asked Zhang Yan, since you know so much, you must know who the new container Xuanci prepared for you is. In order to perfectly inherit the power of Otsutsuki, it is even more necessary to reach the level of being able to devour the fruit. His Heike must cultivate a new container. Only when you reach that level can you be reborn with the help of that body like Kagaya and create a new body. I know, but this new container has not appeared yet. Zhang Yan spread his hands. The new weapon Kagaya Otsutsuki prepared for herself is Kawaiki. But Kawaiki is currently being cultivated. His Heike Otsutsuki is very good at hiding. He has created the Kara organization, but he has not been exposed at all. He has only one idea, which is to collect vessels and integrate them in the most perfect posture, while recovering Kagaya's chakra fruit, and finally swallowing 2 fruits in one go to make his strength stronger. Then we can't force his Heike out. Kagaya frowned. His Heike can hide for thousands of years and be discovered by him, so it is impossible for him to be exposed in the end. In this case, it will be very difficult to kill this danger and get the second 10 tails. That's not certain. Seeing Kagaya's expression, Zhang Yan smiled and said, unfortunately, I know where his Heike and the second 10 tails are. I was originally planning to get it recently. But for some reason, the fruit is useless to me, so I stopped. Now that you need it, I'll get it for you. It's a courtesy. Chapter 235 A war caused by a piece of cake, find Otsutsuki's Heike. Do you know where his Heike and the other 10 tails are? Kagaya asked with some surprise. She originally thought that Zhang Yan was already amazing enough to know so many things, but she didn't expect that he even knew where his Heike was hiding. It can be regarded as a coincidence. Zhang Yan smiled. The reason why he knew the location of his Heike and the second 10 tails was thanks to the invasion of those reincarnations not long ago. At that time, he was a world. The winner of the world battlefield can reversely sense any life form on this planet within a certain period of time. That is when he had locked onto his Heike Otsutsuki and the second 10 tails. His original plan was to first kill his Heike, who had not yet recovered his strength, to obtain the power of the second 10 tails first, and then attack Kagaya Otsutsuki to avoid being defeated. However, the gains in the world of Godslayer made him no longer need the power of the divine tree fruit. At least the divine tree fruit planted by Kagaya Otsutsuki and his Heike Otsutsuki could not tempt him. Then let's go find him now. Kagaya was a man of swift and decisive character, and immediately wanted to attack his Heike Otsutsuki and get the second divine tree fruit. She did not have any dissatisfaction in her heart because Zhang Yan gave the divine tree fruit to Yan Lingji. The divine tree fruit that Zhang Yan wanted to give her was much more valuable than his. Okay. Zhang Yan thought that he had nothing to do anyway, so he nodded and agreed. It's impossible to deliberately spend 500 points to go to the food world of Shokyuji, right? Even if he is the president and can buy the crossing talisman for free, it is still a waste. However, thinking of the food in Shokyuji, he took out the food made by Mikuchi garden fruit in the system space, threw one of the ice creams to Kagaya Otsutsuki, and gave a glass of special juice to Ai Habara. Finally, he took a piece of chocolate cake to Uchiha Madara, and said earnestly, Madara, I know why you are making trouble. But you didn't do it well. This world is almost ruined for you, don't think about merit. This thing is delicious, it's a good thing from another world, you enjoy it. After speaking, Zhang Yan came to Kagaya Otsutsuki and grabbed her arm. Kamu. The two disappeared immediately. It was not until this time that Hashirama Senju and others at the scene reacted, and their mouths twitched. So they worked hard for a long time, but in the end, they didn't gain anything, and lost the power of the tailed beasts, and even became the body of the impure world reincarnation? It's too bad, right? Sure enough, the method of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki is not reliable at all. Which idiot is the one who made this mistake? Everyone was in tacit understanding, and looked at Uchiha Madara one after another. Finally, their eyes were fixed on the chocolate cake in Madara's hand, and their eyes gradually became hot. The food given by Zhang Yan, except for Uki, only Habara Ai and Kagaya Otsutsuki had a share, which should not be simple, right? Maybe there is something special in mind? What are you looking at? Feeling the gazes around him, Uchiha Madara became alert. Madara, good things should be shared. Senju Hashirama rubbed his hands and walked in front of Uchiha Madara with an inexplicable smile on his face. The things the president gave must be good things, can you give me some too? Don't even think about it. Uchiha Madara refused, and then immediately opened his mouth, pretending to eat the chocolate cake. Madara, stop. Senju Tobirama was angry when he saw Uchiha Madara's actions, and immediately threw out a flying thunder god kunao. Minato did the same as him. Swish! 2 kunao flew to Uchiha Madara in an instant, and the figures of Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama followed closely, reaching out to grab the cake in Madara's hand at the same time. And even faster than him was Senju Hashirama, who clapped his hands and shouted. Wood release, entanglement technique. The ground under Uchiha Madara's feet immediately shook, and a large number of trees emerged, entangled, and grew forward, and soon restricted Madara's movements. Hashirama, you can do it. Uchiha Madara immediately glared at Senju Hashirama. This guy actually activated the Sage mode and used the sealing power to control the tailed beasts to restrict his actions. This is totally true. Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara injected chakra into the Rinnegan to control the actions of his hidden shadow. Snap! The trees wrapped around his body were destroyed, and Madara immediately regained his ability to move. He bent down at the first moment and avoided the attack from Tobirama and Namikaze Minato. And all this happened in a flash. Until Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato reached out again, the rest of the people reacted. So, all these people joined this war. Assholes, why are you guys from the impure world reincarnation participating in this? Do you have a sense of taste? We have perception skills. That's a waste. It's better than having it all to yourself. Assholes, Obito, you actually attacked me, do you want to dance? Madara, Hashirama, am willing to dance with you, how about the bet being this cake? Don't even think about it. Madara is flying, everyone, set up the barrier for me first, don't let Madara escape, and Tobirama and the 4th Hokage, you keep using Flying Thunder God to interfere, and never let Madara have a chance to eat the cake. Damn it! Just like that, even Zhang Yan didn't expect that a battle over the cake would start, and the people involved were at least cage level. And Sarutobi Hiruzen and other people who came later were stunned when they saw this situation. What's the purpose of grabbing the cake? In midair, Huiwen Ai drank juice with an expression of enjoyment, and silently watched the performance in front of her, feeling happy. This is life. At the same time, on the other side, the most popular temple in the Land of Fire. A space vortex quickly appeared, and Zhang Yan walked out with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Is Heike, is it here? Kagaya looked around and immediately released her perception. At this time, in a secret room in the backyard of the temple, a man in a white haori opened his eyes. The man's hair was gathered on the top of his head, with a long braid behind his head, Roman numerals tattooed under his left eye, a special diamond-shaped mark tattooed on his chin, a red collar and red wristband on his neck and wrist, a black crystal on his abdomen, a red belt around his waist, and red earrings on his ears. He is the monk Jijin, and even more so is Heike Otsutsuki. This chakra. Kagaya. _ Chapter 236 Take down is Heike Otsutsuki and go to the pirate world. Please subscribe. Kagaya. How is it possible? She actually came here. Could it be that the perception ability is also amplified by the infinite moon reading released by the moon? Jijin stood up from the ground with a shocked expression on his face. He knew that Kagaya was sealed by the two children she created, but he still did not act rashly. On the one hand, his strength has not recovered to a high enough level, and he knows that he is no match for Otsutsuki Hago Romo and Otsutsuki Hamura. On the other hand, he is afraid that he will be discovered by Kagaya if he goes out to be active. If Kagaya prepares some means to revive, he will be doomed. The one who knows Otsutsuki best is still Otsutsuki. To put it bluntly, Otsutsuki is afraid of death, and he chooses to hide without strong enough strength. This hiding is thousands of years. During this period of hiding, he did not stop collecting information from the outside world, and even kept an eye on it. For example, he knew the existence of the Akatsuki organization, and also knew the purpose of the existence of this organization, and even had some suspicions about Kagaya, Black Zetsu. For example, he knew that Kagaya's body was sealed in the moon, and there was another 10 tails in it. For example, he knew that with the moon created by the Samsara Eye, the power released by the infinite Tsukuyomi would be amplified. But he didn't expect that this power increase would allow Kagaya to discover his existence. If Kagaya recovers her strength, I will definitely not be her opponent. If she finds me with the infinite Tsukuyomi, if I want to continue hiding, it seems that there is only that place left. Shiki, who was thinking wildly, misunderstood a lot and responded immediately. Space portal. Ishiki waved his hand forward and summoned an object similar to a black hole. This is one of the abilities of Wedge. It can summon a space around you that can freely shuttle through different spaces at any time. There is no need to seal this technique. It is faster and freer than Shinwei, and more maneuverable than the Flying Thunder God technique. Obviously, Ishiki is planning to run away. Tisk, you are really afraid of death. Zhang Yan smiled disdainfully after seeing Ishiki's actions through some means, and then waved his hand. The next moment, a tiny mosquito behind Ishiki flew to him and stopped. This little mosquito was transformed by Zhang Yan using the fake shape-changing technique among the 72 earthly evil magics, which can be shared with the main body's visual system. As early as when he used Shinwei to feel the temple, he used all means to transform this mosquito. The text also depicts the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. This means that wherever the mosquito goes, he can go there. Ishiki, come out. Kagaya didn't know Heike's actions. She believed that Zhang Yan's move was a strong attack, and she slapped the house in front of her. This palm was the 8 trigrams empty palm, which could be used by all the Hyuga family elites with Byakugan. It was naturally easier for Kagaya to perform it. And unlike the members of the Hyuga family who created chi, she could also inject the chakra in her body into this palm at will. Not to mention wind, thunder, earth, water, and fire, even various bloodline limits and attribute chakras that can only be used by the big-tailed beasts can be added at will. This palm contains the power of the Four Tails Molten Escape. Suddenly, a huge magma emerged from Kagaya's hand and instantly enveloped the house in front. The house was constantly corroded by these hot and high-temperature fluids and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most of the wooden roof disappeared instantly, revealing the situation inside the house. Kagaya, you really came to find me. At this time, Heike had completely summoned the space portal and even stepped into it with one foot. Feeling Kagaya's sight, he looked up and sneered, although I don't know how you found me when I was in the wedge state. But it doesn't matter anymore. My plan that has been laid out for 1,000 years is about to begin. Wait, I will come to you for revenge. When the words fell, Heike's figure had completely disappeared into the space portal, and the black hole object began to disappear. Kagaya saw that he could not catch up, so he raised his hand and performed a move to kill the grey bone. However, when the bone flew over, the black hole object had completely disappeared. Bang! The bone finally fell to the ground beside him. Seeing this, Kagaya frowned and looked at Zhang Yan, asking, "Why don't you take action?" At this time, Kagaya had completely believed Zhang Yan's words. After all, Ishiki really appeared in front of her. But at the same time, she had a bigger question in her mind. Zhang Yan could actually find Ishiki, and he could use the power of space easily, so he must have a way to prevent Ishiki from escaping like this. Hearing this, Zhang Yan smiled at Kagaya and asked, "Who said I didn't make a move?" "In the territory of the Land of Water. In a cave on an island somewhere. Otsutsuki Ishiki came here through the space portal, and then looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowed immediately. Infinite Tsukuyomi has been solved." Originally, Ishiki thought that Kagaya could find him by relying on the power of Infinite Tsukuyomi. At that time, he saw with his own eyes the brilliance of Infinite Tsukuyomi in the sky, as well as the moon reflecting the Samsara Sharingan. In order to avoid being discovered, he hid in the house and added special power. But now he found that he was wrong. The Infinite Tsukuyomi in the sky had disappeared long ago. Could it be that after experiencing the betrayal of the past, Kagaya still chose to stand on the side of the ant-like humans? Oh, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a young man standing next to Kagaya just now. He always felt that he had seen him somewhere and had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Who could be the human who was allowed to stand by Kagaya? It's him. Zhang Yan. Ishiki finally remembered. Among the intelligence he collected recently, the most was about Zhang Yan. This unprecedented Hokage, who is about to unify the flame of the ninja world and the country, is said to be able to lead people to other worlds. He even thought about catching Zhang Yan and using him to turn the 10,000 worlds into soil for the planting base of the sacred tree after his strength was restored in the future. At that time, he would definitely become the supreme existence in the Otsutsuki clan. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. Wait, what about Zhang Yan? Ishiki Otsutsuki suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. It was at this time that a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Otsutsuki Ishiki. Is this where you hid the 10 tails?" Chapter 237, Kagaya was shocked when he killed Ishiki easily. Please subscribe. Who? Otsutsuki Ishiki turned around suddenly and looked in the direction of the voice. There, he saw Kagaya Otsutsuki, whom he had just met, and the overly young man beside Kagaya. "It's you, Kagaya, Zhang Yan." Recognizing the identities of the two, Otsutsuki Ishiki's hair stood on end, and he felt a sense of crisis. How did Kagaya Otsutsuki and Zhang Yan appear here? Is it also a space ninjutsu? But how did they know the coordinates of the space they crossed? Besides, the place where he placed the 10 tails had been blessed with a formation long ago, and it should not be sensed. Unless it followed him here. But that was even more impossible. Kagaya's attack was not so fast. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Otsutsuki Ishiki's mind. However, his movements were not slow. He directly activated the wedge state and madly improved his strength. He knew the gap between himself and Kagaya. Even in his prime, he couldn't beat her, not to mention that Kagaya had already taken the fruit of the sacred tree. If he didn't take it seriously now, he would be killed instantly. But he didn't summon the space portal to leave. The fruit of the sacred tree he was responsible for planting was here. If he left, the fruit would be swallowed by Kagaya. When Kagaya's strength surged again, there would still be no place for him in the Naruto world. It would be death anyway. Now, he had only one choice, which was to fight hard. There was still a glimmer of hope. Shua. Jijin quickly used the wedge to enter the form of the curse seal, and the surface of his body showed blue-black marks all over his body. Zhang Yan watched all this quietly, without any intention of organizing it. Just kidding. Jijin in the first state could only rival the strength of the fairy fox Naruto or the reincarnation Isusuno Suzuki, at most the first level 7. Just wave your hand and it will be destroyed. And Jijin seemed to understand this, and used the wedge to transform into an advanced form, with a horn growing on his head. This is Suansi, who has already surpassed Naruto and Suzuki in strength. But he is only at level 1 and level 8 at most. Zhang Yan still doesn't take it seriously. Do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? Zhang Yan asked Kagaya. You do it. Kagaya didn't know why, but she wanted Zhang Yan to deal with Otsutsuki Ishiki. Zhang Yan was stunned for a moment, but didn't refuse. He directly made a spell and said lightly, "Marry a dream." Swish! Chakra gathered in Zhang Yan's body, turned into spiritual power, and then formed a materialized spiritual pressure, completely blocking the surrounding space. Otsutsuki Ishiki didn't know what this was and didn't rush to deal with it. But the moment the spiritual pressure touched his body, the spirit in his eyes began to disappear, became dim, and his face showed an extremely terrified expression. Seeing this scene, Hokage was shocked and asked in surprise, "What did you do?" "Nothing, just a small magical power." Zhang Yan smiled calmly. But in the Union members who heard his answer through the live broadcast were not calm. "I am Ying Zheng, haha, just a small magical power." "Sun Ce, this is a magical power." "Mei Changsu, and I have in mythology, the most powerful magical power of Taoism." "Luo Hao, I never understood why Sun Wukong could have these skills. If I had known, I would have killed him myself." "I am a marquis, first, you can't beat him. You are no match for the Monkey King when he uses his full strength. Second, you are not the president. Even if you kill the god by chance, you can't inherit the 72 earthly demons, and you don't have so many points to get started. Izom's magic is a legacy from the prehistoric world, surpassing the foundation of the universe. Even if it is just the tip of the iceberg, the effect is amazing. Greyhara AI, I feel deeply. Orochimaru has taught me a lot of illusions recently, but compared with the dream art, it is far worse. Flame Lingji, even the 72 earthly evils have such power, I wonder how powerful the 36 heavenly stars are. Yin Xingyu, it must be more powerful than we can understand. After all, Nuwa used mediation to create humans, Jinai Yuanzi, the ancestor of earthly immortals, can hold the universe in his sleeves, and the Monkey King has no power to resist. The 5 Elements Great Escape is an escape technique that is superior to the earthly evils Earth Escape and other techniques. It is a real great magical power. Tang Jiaziasan, but we don't even know the 72 earthly evils, what about the 36 heavenly stars? The method Zhang Yan is using now is one of the 72 earthly evils, dream art. It is a kind of illusion. However, this move is different from the illusion of the ninja world. The effect is very overbearing. It can make the person who is hit by the technique fall into a nightmare, and the spirit is constantly destroyed, stopping the destruction. Although Zhang Yan only knows the basics now, the effect is still powerful and terrifying when he uses it in this Naruto world. However, he did not use the dream marriage to end the battle directly, but pinched out 2 more spells. Chasing the soul. Soul catching. The soul chasing technique, as long as a trace, can find the soul from thousands of miles away, which is very magical and countless times stronger than the perception technique. And the soul catching is the power that can devour the soul, which is more powerful than the power of the 6 paths. As Zhang Yan played these 2 spells, a purple light suddenly appeared on Xianxi's body, and in the light was the soul of Otsutsuki Ishiki's original appearance. The purple light flew quickly and came to Zhang Yan's hands in a blink of an eye. He closed his eyes and sensed it, and got some information he wanted from Otsutsuki Ishiki's soul, and then waved it. Bang! The soul of Ishiki Otsutsuki was instantly crushed, turned into spiritual light and scattered, and there was no chance for reincarnation. Hiss! The members who were chatting in the guild chat group suddenly became quiet. They didn't think that Zhang Yan would lose or be unable to beat Ishiki Otsutsuki, but they didn't expect that he would kill Ishiki Otsutsuki so easily, just a few spells. And he directly destroyed the opponent's soul, not even giving him a chance for the next life. How strong is Zhang Yan now? Everyone was shocked. They suddenly realized that although Zhang Yan is still at the 1st level and 9th level, it may not be difficult for him to kill a few 2nd level strong men. His combat power can no longer be measured by his own destructive power. So powerful! Hokage was shocked. She asked Zhang Yan to take action, but in fact, there was a test in it. After all, the two had never fought officially, and they couldn't feel anything simply through the guild. But now he knows. Although he and Zhang Yan are at the same level, if they are opponents, she will be crushed. Underscore. Chapter 238 Hokage wants to break through and go to the pirate world. Okay, let's start to deal with the last thing now. Zhang Yan clapped his hands casually, as if he didn't kill a big shot, but just a passerby. If Ishiki Otsutsuki was still alive, seeing this scene, he would be so angry that he would die again with his pride as a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Although Hokage was shocked by Zhang Yan's strength, her face was expressionless as always, which matched Zhang Yan's current behavior. She looked in a direction in the cave and whispered, this fruit doesn't seem to be ripe yet. Inside the cave, there is another outer path demon statue. However, this outer path demon statue did not wake up, but was in a sleeping state, just like Uchiha Madara and others restored to a semi-mature state after being activated. It's expected. Zhang Yan said calmly. If the fruit of the sacred tree is ripe, how could his Heike Otsutsuki resist swallowing it? Afraid of not being able to report to the main family of the Otsutsuki clan? Don't be kidding. If he doesn't swallow it, he can't even beat Kaguya. If he is discovered, he will die faster. It's better to swallow it and then put the blame on Kaguya. So there is only one possibility, that is Heike Otsutsuki has not swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree, that is, the energy is not enough. In fact, according to reason, Kaguya has swallowed the fruit of the sacred tree several times. Is Heike Otsutsuki is in the same period as her, and the fruit should have matured. But there is no way, is Heike is afraid of death. He is afraid that the fruit of the sacred tree will be exposed if it swallows chakra, so he is very careful. It is even more impossible for him to activate the infinite moon reading, so the speed is greatly affected, so it is so slow. It's okay. If anything goes wrong, don't we have some ready-made supplements here? Zhang Yan smiled, walked to his Heike's body, and threw him to the sleeping Shishi. Tail, and at the same time, he pinched the formula. Drive the Gods. Drive the Gods is one of the top 72 earthly magics, and it can even drive the gods, including the gods of land and mountains. In fact, to deal with the 10 tails, it can be successful to use the magical power of gathering beasts, which can command all kinds of wild beasts, even Pegasus. But Zhang Yan thought that the 10 tails was also a fruit containing minor magical powers, so he gave it a ranking, so he used a stronger magic. This magic is more powerful than the illusions of the Samsara Eye and the Manjakaya Sharingan, and can directly enslave the 10 tails. The next moment, as Zhang Yan enveloped the 10 tails body with the spiritual power blessed by the spiritual power, it immediately opened its single eye, opened its mouth without hesitation, and swallowed the body of Fei Lai Jixian into its stomach. The next moment, the 10 tails body began to swell continuously, and its momentum began to rise wildly. Seeing this scene, Kaguya looked at Zhang Yan with a little surprise and said, "Your methods are really endless, and you know our Otsutsuki clan very well." Originally, she thought that Zhang Yan used the trick of devouring souls because he knew that his Heike's soul was weak after the turning technique, so he used the right medicine. Or maybe he just wanted to show his powerful methods. After all, that soul-stealing technique, Kaguya felt, was more domineering than her use of the power of the 6 paths, and it was the real power of reincarnation. But as Zhang Yan threw his Heike's body to the 10 tails to devour, she knew that she had not thought enough. Perhaps there were some reasons for his previous guess. But Zhang Yan's real purpose was just to keep his Heike or Jijin's body completely, so as to maximize the improvement of the 10 tails' strength. This is not a difficult thing to think of. The Otsutsuki clan devoured the fruit of the sacred tree to strengthen themselves. The Otsutsuki clan also has the ability and tradition of devouring each other and turning conversations into pills to devour. The sacred tree can absorb chakra in nature and in the human body, so it can naturally devour the chakra in the body of the Otsutsuki clan. As a Otsutsuki is Heike who has lived for thousands of years, although his current body is Jijin, it is not because his ability is insufficient and he cannot recover. It is because his power is too strong that it cannot be restored by a strong enough carrier. This means that his power always exists. Then it is natural for him to be devoured by the 10 tails. And this is the fact. Bang! The 10 tails body exploded and turned into a sphere. The sphere quickly inserted into the ground and then turned into a sacred tree and grew. When the sacred tree grew high enough, a flower bud grew on the top of the tree, and there was a strange fruit in the flower bud. Seeing the fruit, Zhang Yan said to Kaguya, "I'll help you get it." "No." Kaguya shook her head, looked at Zhang Yan and said, "Swallowing the fruit directly is actually the lowest level behavior, which will cause most of the power in the fruit to be lost. Generally, we only swallow the sacred tree species that we have eaten, because they can't provide too much power. But for new fruits, unless it is an emergency, we will definitely choose a more comprehensive method." "Oh? What method?" Zhang Yan became interested. He had never heard of what Kaguya said now. "Enter the top of the tree and absorb it slowly," Kaguya said slowly, looking up at the strange fruit. "That fruit will completely raise her abilities, blood and chakra to a higher level." "How long will it take to absorb it slowly?" Zhang Yan asked curiously. According to the setting of the Otsutsuki clan for thousands of years, he suspected that the swallowing time might be calculated in years. It's best to be 7 days. Hokage replied. Only 7 days? Zhang Yan immediately waved his hand, then go ahead, I wish you a successful breakthrough. Thank you, President. Hokage nodded to Zhang Yan, and then flew directly to the top of the tree. Zhang Yan kept watching her until she disappeared into the flower bud and was surrounded before he planned to leave. Just then, someone in the union aided him. I have many white-bearded sons, President Zhang Yan, President, the mission can be done. We haven't reached the top yet, and we have encountered a large navy force. President Zhang Yan, a large navy force? Are you ambushed? I have many white-bearded sons, Gulala, it seems to be the case. 4 navy forces are here, and one of them is the time traveler that you often talk about, right? President Zhang Yan, interesting, then everyone who is qualified for the mission should be ready to take action. Chapter 239 Thanks for the invitation, people are in the pirates. All members? Shua. After sending the message, Zhang Yan immediately bought a crossing talisman and used it. After summoning a space channel, he stepped into it. At the same time, in the pirate world, on the sea not far from the pirate headquarters, the main ship of the pirate group Moby Dick, founded by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, which is known as the strongest pirate group after the disbandment of Roger's pirate group, is slowly approaching. Whitebeard's group has 160 people, divided into 16 teams, each team has a captain with extraordinary strength, and there are 43 New World affiliated pirate groups under its command. The purpose of their coming here this time is to rescue the captured captain of the second team, Ace. However, Whitebeard did not summon his affiliated pirate group this time, but here was no foreign aid, only his main force was used. Looking at the outline of the Navy headquarters that was already looming in the distance, the captain of the first squadron, Marco, came to Whitebeard again, hesitated and said, Dad, are we really the only ones attacking the Navy headquarters? Marco, don't you want to save your brother Ace? Whitebeard asked in his rough voice. Of course not. Marco denied immediately. Even if you ask me to replace Ace, I won't frown. It's just that Dad, you have finally regained your youth and improved your combat power recently. If we bring the affiliated pirate group, rescuing Ace is a sure thing. Why do you still want to take risks? Marco's idea is actually very simple. Although Whitebeard has regained his youth for some reason, and even his strength has improved compared to his heyday, the Navy headquarters is the Navy headquarters. Not only are there powerful veterans such as Sengoku and Garp, the current 3 admirals of the Navy, and now it should be said that the strength of the 4 admirals is not weak. If these people go, even Whitebeard will have a hard time, right? In addition, there are many personnel in the Navy headquarters. If the Whitebeard pirates go on their own, there will inevitably be some casualties. Although everyone is close to each other, they can't sacrifice more and more lives to save Ace, right? On the contrary, if those affiliated pirate groups rush forward and sacrifice, he will have no mentality at all. After all, the people in the pirate group are brothers, and these vassals are just subordinates who can be killed at will and added at any time. Gulala, Marco, so you are worried about this? Whitebeard laughed and said, who said your father didn't find external help? I just don't bother to find cannon fodder, but I found a lot of helpers who are as strong as me, or even stronger than me, to help. What? Marco was stunned. If he wasn't the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates and had the best understanding of Whitebeard's body, he would definitely suspect that Whitebeard was old and confused and had hallucinations. Find an assistant of the same level. Who is it? Red-haired Shanks, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Emperor Kaido, who are also among the 4 emperors. Will they be willing to help? As for the 7 warlords of the sea, except for the hidden eye Joraker Mihawk, the others are not valued by Whitebeard. As for helpers who are stronger than Whitebeard, are there any in this world? Swish! Just when Marco was puzzled, a dark space vortex suddenly appeared above his head, followed by a figure stepping out of it, stepping on the void, looking down. Who? Someone suddenly appeared. Marco, Jaws, Vista and others all came to Whitebeard, looking at them with solemn expressions. But they were so rebellious that no one dared to try. A young man suddenly appeared in the sky. The young man was smiling, giving people a harmless feeling, and did not emit any momentum or murderous intent. But he just glanced at them, and they felt a great sense of oppression. It felt like a tiger glanced at the kitten in front of him without caring. "Hey, Whitebeard, are you asking your sons to line up to welcome me?" Zhang Yan glanced at Marco and others and asked with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a piece of ice cream from the system space and started eating it, feeling indescribably relaxed and comfortable. Greyfield AI, President, how many desserts did you get in the world? How come you can't finish them? Vice President Su Hangxiu, Kai Kixiu, Zhang Yan, fellow villager, how can you help your lovely fellow villager get some? Ling Menjian, I'm so jealous and envious. If I were so generous, I could use my points to get food in the world. Bibi Dong, as the Pope, I also admit that this is a rare delicacy. President Zhang Yan, speaking of food, if you can go to the God realm in the future, you should be able to see the fire and ice demon chef, his level is not bad. Bibi Dong, I took it, but it will take a long time. The first Emperor Yingzheng, my imperial meal suddenly it's not fragrant anymore. President Zhang Yan, haha, don't be envious, I didn't buy much, I just asked Kikuchi and Go to cook one table, it's really not much, so Arena paid for it. Arena, it's really not much, just for everyone, but I envy this amount. My Sakurajima, Arena, is Kikuchi and Go as good as you? Arena, the two chefs are good at different directions, it's hard to say, but if it's desserts, Kikuchi and Go just graduated and was the second seat of the original 10, and I'm the 10th seat now, although I can also improve. The members immediately understood. Kikuchi and Go's cooking skills may not be much better than Arena, after all, Arena is said to be cheating, but in terms of dessert skills, Arena is ashamed of herself. Thinking of the taste of the dishes Arena posted before. Well, they admitted that they were jealous. It was at this time that a voice suddenly sounded in the Union. Ding! The 4th Admiral of the Navy joins the Union. Vice President Su Hangxiu, hey, a new member has joined, everyone line up to welcome him. Bibi Dong, welcome the newcomer. President Esteth, welcome the newcomer. Mei Changsu, welcome the newcomer. Yan Lingji, welcome the newcomer. Iron Man Tony, welcome the newcomer, please send a red envelope. I am Marquise, you're a big jerk, you're not the richest man at all. The 4th General of the Pirates, in the pirate world, if you really want to take action against the Whitebeard pirates, please hide first and chat back. All members. I have many sons of Whitebeard, is this Whitebeard the Whitebeard I know? President Zhang Yan, I think so. This matter. It's so interesting. Underscore. Chapter 240 The Super-Dimensional Union swallowed the dimensional chat group. In the pirate world, at the Navy headquarters, a white-haired young man in military uniform looked at the Whitebeard and the pirates in the distance, and his heart was burning. He Lu Luxiu, a time traveler, has a space aura and can swallow multiple devil fruits. Therefore, he coveted Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Although after this period of exploration, Lu Luxiu found that many things in this world were somewhat different from what he knew. For example, when Blackbeard wanted to snatch the fruit, he was hammered to death by Whitebeard. But he just thought it was the butterfly effect caused by his arrival in the pirate world, so he didn't think too much. Just when he was thinking about whether to attack the Whitebeard pirates directly, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. You have joined the Super-Dimensional Union. Super-Dimensional Union? Lu Luxiu, who had cultivated his observation haki to the extreme, only felt that something was added to his mind, but he couldn't sense what it was. It was a gap in level. However, after chewing the words Super-Dimensional Union several times, he understood that his golden finger had arrived. To be honest, he was very interested in joining such a strange union. In the world of One Piece, he has reached the level of invincibility by becoming a general and his strength has reached the current level. It's not that Lu Luxiu is narcissistic. He relied on foresight to snatch the thunder fruit from the god Enel and swallowed it for a year. He believed that he had developed his ability to a very deep level. Under the element of lightning, the speed is so fast that even Kizaru, who is also one of the 4 admirals and possesses the shining fruit, can't do anything to him. If you add the highly developed observation haki, when fighting, he is basically invincible, as long as he sneak attacks people. Because of this, he doesn't even take the so-called 4 emperors of the New World seriously, and tries to capture Ace, intending to lure Whitebeard to come and kill him. As for the Super-Dimensional Union, according to Lu Luxiu's understanding, there should be strong people from his brother's world, and maybe someone is stronger than him. And if he can get the power or ability of other worlds, he can be truly invincible in the pirate world. I didn't expect that I would activate the gold finger after traveling for several years until I became an admiral. Is there a prerequisite? Lu Luxiu thought with some amusement. If Zhang Yan knew his idea, I'm afraid they would be able to talk about it. After joining the Super-Dimensional Union, he was just about to study what functions it had, and suddenly received a series of information. Vice President Su Hangxiu, hey, a new member has joined, everyone line up to welcome him. Bibi Dong, welcome the newcomer. President Esteth, welcome the newcomer. Mei Changsu, welcome the newcomer. Yan Lingji, welcome the newcomer. Iron Man Tony, welcome the newcomer, please send a red envelope. Iron Man Marquis, you are a big bastard, you are not the richest man at all. But seeing the names of these members, Lu Luxiu's eyes became brighter equals. Who is Vice President Su Hangxiu? He doesn't know. But Esteth must be the super sadistic general in the story of the girl, a powerful queen. Imperial tools are all good things, Lu Luxiu immediately had an idea. Then it was Yan Lingji, who must be the one from Qinshi. Qinshi is good, Lu Luxiu said he was wearing it, if there is a chance, he might as well travel to Qinshi, he doesn't mind unifying the world and becoming an emperor. Wait until he is invincible in pirates, it won't be difficult to unify the world in Qinshi, right? Iron Man, no need to mention Marvel copy. Great, great! Lu Luxiu felt his heartbeat quicken. But at the same time, he felt that his strength was not enough. According to his understanding, such a guild may have creatures similar to administrators or group leaders. Maybe they already have very strong strength, or they may have become one with the guild members. In any case, if you want to have a higher voice, strength is very important. So he looked at the Whitebeard pirates in the distance with a more fiery gaze. As long as he swallowed the tremor fruit, and then swallowed Ace's flame fruit, and other fruits, his strength would soar. Thinking of this, he decided to deal with the Whitebeard matter first, so he sent a message in the guild and was ready to take action. The fourth general of the pirates, when you are in the pirate world, if you really want to take action against the Whitebeard pirates, please hide first and chat later. Members. I have many sons of Whitebeard, is this Whitebeard the Whitebeard I know? President Zhang Yan, I think it should be, Whitebeard, hehe. Greyfield AI, so the time traveler we have to deal with in our mission has joined the Union. Tang family Ziosin, then the question is, do we still need to kill this person? Eisen said, the system task panel has not changed. Iron Man Tony, so this is a gift from the Super-Dimensional Union. President Zhang Yan, I've learned a little bit, and you can really say that. Everyone. What do you mean? President, here. Screenshot. Everyone immediately opened the screenshot. The Super-Dimensional Union specially reminds the President, it has detected that a super technology similar to the Dimensional Chat Group is trying to bind the pirate world traveler Lu Luxiu. The President is in the pirate world, and the Super-Dimensional Union feels provoked at close range, so it swallowed up this chat group. The original members of the chat group, the fourth general of the pirates has been incorporated into the Super-Dimensional Union, but they are still judged as stowaways in the pirate world, and can be killed and collected. In addition, the first batch of members that the Dimensional Chat Group was originally going to invite, Dagu classmate who was boiled into soup, my little chef is not instant noodles, the shame of the traveler Yi Xiao Chuan, the undefeated naughty boy Gu Santung, will join in 10 minutes. Members. My Sakurajima, the Super-Dimensional Union is awesome. Poetry Kazuma Jayaka, the Super-Dimensional Union is awesome. Broken voice. My Sakurajima, the Super-Dimensional Union is awesome. Lost voice. Poetry Kazuma Jayaka, the President is awesome. My Sakurajima. I have many sons of Whitebeard, so, President, what should we do with this time traveler? President Zhang Yan, it's up to you to decide. I can issue a punishment talisman. Everyone. You have already issued a punishment talisman. Isn't the meaning clear enough? But no one said anything. Whitebeard's godson Ace was indeed captured by this time traveler, and this person also wanted to kill Whitebeard. No matter right or wrong, just stand.